Fly like an eagle.
Our club has always been about the people.
And the impact we have.
We create opportunities.
We dare to dream.
About what we can achieve together.
We aim to entertain.
And we deliver results.
Our teams inspire our community.
And our community inspires us.
We work together.
To push boundaries.
Building a better future for everyone.
It's our spirit that bonds us.
Our members.
Our partners.
Our players.
Our staff.
Our youth.
Our community.
Our county.
We are Essex.
We are the
Eagles!
Well, Dean, we're back here at the Cloud County Ground ahead of your first competitive game tomorrow. How are you feeling ahead of your home debut?
Yeah, excited for the first home game. Obviously had a good start to the campaign so far against Notts. Good to get the first win under the belt. But yeah, happy to be playing back home now. I know we've got back-to-back here, so hopefully we get a good crowd in and be able to put up another good performance this week.
And on the good crowd, is it exciting for you getting ready to play in front of the Essex members and the supporters?
Yeah, I guess so. Nice to play at home, obviously, but it is just another game of cricket, in my opinion. Be it at home or away, we still got to play well. We've got to start well against Kent and obviously do the right things again. Again, we had a very good start to the Champo, and hopefully we can continue with a bit of momentum on our side.
And up at Trent obviously was a good start for the team, like you said, some runs for yourself straight away. Was that pleasing to get runs straight away? Definitely. I think you always want to come and join a new team and make an impact straight away. Something really positive out of the Notts game with a few runs under the belt. But disappointed not to get 100. But I'm pretty sure if I do the right things and stick to my game plans and my processes, that will happen. But always good to come into a new environment and obviously contribute in a big way. And obviously with the runs that you got, that meant you were out in the middle for quite a while at Trent Bridge, got to bat with quite a few of the guys. Is that still a learning process, getting used to their styles and then getting used to you? No doubt. I think those things don't happen overnight. Getting to know your players. We're all pretty new to each other at the moment. For myself personally, obviously everyone's new, and I'm new to them as well. But I'm pretty sure if we do the right things together, bat time in the middle with the current batters, we'll get used to things. And looking at who we're facing over the next few days, Ken, how much do you know about them? Obviously they've got Matt Parkinson, he's a new signing, Ted Cat, quite a few other quality players. They're looking forward to facing them? Yeah, no doubt. I think Kent's another team that's pretty young, with a few experienced guys around. But honestly, just focusing on what we can do as an Essex crew. I know if we do our basic fundamentals of what we've done so far in the start of the season, I'm pretty sure we're going to give ourselves the best opportunity to try and get another victory under our belt. 4 days is a long time, so we obviously have to respect our opposition as well, which is a big thing for us, and yeah, focus on what we can. And finally, backing up last week with another win, that's got to be important, and especially at this stage in the season when you want to start so well. Yeah, no doubt. We've got a lot of games back to back. Once momentum's on your side, you've got to really run with that. We're very fortunate. We've had a lot of cricketers within our starting 11 and our players that aren't playing that have been in the position of winning 4-day cricket games, which is a nice thing to have. So we understand the importance of us focusing on that and understanding that when momentum's on your side, you really need to use that to your best advantage.
going and very neatly taken by Harry Finch, the Kent wicket-keeper, diving across in front of, well, certainly first slip, and we're in about 1.5 slips as well, and he's just sort of looking at his markings that he's got there, looking at his footwork, looking where that ball started and where it ended up. So Essex, who opened up with that big win over Nottinghamshire, but there's no Sam Cook for this game. He's picked up an injury, and there's no Adam Rossington either. As Elgar comes in, almost a loping sort of approach, in and bowls to Elgar, who plays and misses at that one. And Elgar for the first time follows right through, almost shoulder to shoulder with the batsman there, just to let him know that thought he almost had him. Neatly pounced by Finch once again. One change for Kent. No Joey Everson for them today, and Jaden Denley is in. Everson injured in the warm-up, we understand.
Officers have been told a car was used in the attack. Happened in Margaret Road on Wednesday
disappears off into the distance. Extra piece of sheeting acting as an extension to the sight screen over there, is being bristled by the breeze as well, as Elgar is in and bowls to Elgar, who tucks that one away in the air, just in front of square on the onside, and the first run of the day is accrued by Dean Elgar. Had a good debut for Essex, one without loss, with a couple of deliveries still to go in this opening over. Prompt start that we had today, and the weather does look a lot better around the country than it certainly did for the opening round of matches. Just the one definite result, and that was that victory for Essex.
That criminal prosecution would proceed.
And that brings the right-handed Feroz Kushi down onto strike, so all change.
But somewhere else,
umpire crosses over.
BBC Essex Sports
about to update BBC Essex listeners now as Elgar comes in and bowls to Feroz Kushi, and Kushi is bowled.
First time this season we can cross to Glenn Speller.
Morning, Richard, and I can tell you that Essex have won the toss, elected to bat, and we're just watching Feroz Kushi rather dejectedly making his way back to the pavilion. He'd been at the non-strikers end watching Dean Elgar play and miss at a couple and let a couple go before he took a single, and Kushi's first ball from Wes Elgar, he let go and it's nipped back and taken off stump, and Essex are 1 for 1 here, having won the toss, elected to bat. Two changes to the side which swamped Nottinghamshire at the start of this week. No Adam Rossington and no Sam Cook either. Both are out injured, so in come Michael Pepper and Aaron Beard. So the Essex team is Dean Elgar, Feroz Kushi, Tom Wesley the skipper, Jordan Cox, Matt Critchley, Paul Walter, Michael Pepper, Simon Harmer, Shane Snater, Aaron Beard and Jamie Porter. Essex winning the toss and batting, and they're 1 for 1.
Commentary from Glenn and the team continues on the BBC Sport website and app. Weather-wise, a few areas of
so Feroz Kushi goes first ball, and out for a duck, bowled by Wes Elgar. Just offered to move back in, and Kushi shouldered arms to it, and it's just nipped back and taken the top off stump, flicked the bails off, and a good start for Kent here, with Elgar playing and missing at a couple as well. And that brings the captain, Tom Wesley, into bat. So Tom Wesley faces up to his first ball then, in Elgar is, and that's pushed into the onside by Wesley. He's off the mark at the first time of asking, just between wide mid-wicket and mid-on, and that's the end of the over, the first of the morning. A successful one for Kent. Essex winning the toss, electing to bat, and they are 2 for 1. Elgar with a single, Wesley with a single, the man to go for Feroz Kushi, who was bowled first ball for a duck. The Kent side today: Ben Compton, Tawanda Muyeye, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Jack Leaning, Joe Denley, Harry Finch, Jaden Denley, Wes Elgar, Nathan Gilchrist, Matt Parkinson and George Garrett. And our umpires today: Ian Blackwell and Graham Lloyd. And it's going to be George Garrett who opens up from this river end. Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, furiously scratching his guard. Garrett just wipes some moisture from his forehead, just adjusts his bowling mark, and is ready to get this second over underway. Right arm over, running away from us now. In and bowling to Wesley, who plays forward and defensively, pushes out to the offside, and there is no run. On the mark straight away there is George Garrett. Wesley just comes down to do some gardening. So Essex with that big win over Nottinghamshire in the opening round by 254 runs. Wesley made 22 in the second innings and just the 7 in the first innings. So we'll be looking to get more than a start here, having come in after just the 5th ball of the day. Here's Garrett now, in and bowling to the Essex captain, full delivery, and again Wesley just pushes defensively out to the offside for no run. And for the first time this morning we can welcome Matt Cole from BBC Kent, alongside myself, Glenn Speller, and Sonia Twigg, who's also in the box today from the Independent. And Essex winning the toss and batting, Matt, and a good start for Kent.
Absolutely, good ball from Wes Elgar. For Kushi gone first ball of the piece for him today. That bit of injury news. Great, the historic coupling of uncle and a nephew in the same team, but they would have loved Joey Everson on this pitch, I think, certainly, injured in the warm-up.
Here's Garrett, man in at short mid-wicket now, and Wesley finds him all the way along the ground, but firmly struck and neatly stopped at short mid-wicket for no run. 2 for 1 is the score.
So, yeah, 1854, by the way, let's get this out of the way, was the last time that an uncle and nephew played in the same Kent team. It's just before 7 o'clock. Sorry, I won't do that joke again, but 1854 in years.
Get it out early,
yeah,
it was best.
Thank you. It got the response it deserved. Just the sound of listeners smacking their foreheads with their
Garrett's in, full delivery again, and Wesley drives straight down the ground and then pick up the first boundary of the morning. Garrett just putting up there to see if there's going to be any swing whatsoever, but over pitching, and Wesley takes full toll of that. 6 for 1.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it? As you say, Garrett over pitching and played decently against Somerset in the game between the two at Canterbury. That draw was good and accurate. Penetration might be a problem for him. I think he's not any great pace, so nagging consistency will have to be, I think, the way he's going to get batters out. And once again, the Kookaburra ball has been used for this game, so they'll have to be at their best.
Well, Garrett's got that ball back in his hands now, having had it collected for him from over the boundary. Is in and now, bowling to Wesley, and Wesley just plays defensively up to mid-on, and there's no run. 6 for 1 is the Essex score in the second over of the morning. If you're just joining us, not too late, but a few moments late, then you'll have missed Feroz Kushi being bowled by Wes Elgar to the first ball he received. 2 changes to the Essex side, no Adam Rossington and no Sam Cook, both out injured today, so Michael Pepper and Aaron Beard come in, and the 1 change for Kent, as Matt alluded to, no Joey Everson, and Jaden Denley, nephew of Joe, comes in to play today, and that was a late decision as well. More on that in a second, as Garrett with 3 slips is in, and Wesley shoulders after that one, lets that one go through. End of the over, 2 gone in the morning now, and it is 6 for 1, because I think, Matt, Joey Everson would have played today.
Yeah, absolutely would have played, and I think he's 22 years old now, but he's needs almost no introduction to county cricket fans. I think he's been great for Kent over the past 2 seasons. Came on loan from Nottinghamshire last season. Once again, all-rounder, bowls lively medium pace, and bats very well indeed. Got himself 85 in the first innings against Somerset. Important innings that was as well, because they were losing wickets in clusters. But yeah, they very much would have loved him to be there. I mean, fantastic for Jaden Denley. Obviously, he is a lightning fielder, bowls a bit of left-arm spin, but that seam option, that 4th seam option, might be a dear for Kent as well. Elgar round the wicket has just been clipped off his pads by Elgar, and that will go for 4, just straying onto leg and middle, getting a bit of bounce as well, the big Australian. But that'll go for 4. So 3 slips and a gully in for Kent at the moment. It's Tawanda Mayeye at 1, leaning at 2. Joe Denley at 3. Captain Daniel Bell-Drummond is at gully. Jaden Denley then at point. Looks like Gilchrist at mid-off. Parkinson at mid-on. Who am I missing? Ben Compton at square leg. I think they do have a fine leg fielder, and they might have stopped that. On to Elgar again, forward length this time, one bounce straight up to the bowler on his follow through. It's a big burly figure, is Wes Elgar. Good 6'4", 6'5", broad of shoulder, number 8 on his back. Dark hair and beard, comes back to the Hayes close end. I promised searing temperatures later on. We'll see what happens. There's a lively breeze at the moment, so most of the spectators in front of us have got jackets and hats on. There you go, around the wicket once again to the left-handed Elgar. Shoulders and arms to that one, gets his pad across outside the off stump. Looked like a lively delivery. Good leave in the end.
I think it said, was it 21 degrees today? I think we were promised on the weather forecast last night. He said without a doubt, no problems whatsoever, 21 degrees.
That's the way I see it as well. Yep. It's a promise. It ought to be a binding verbal contract as far as I'm aware, and we should be compensated if it keeps on being a little bit chilly as it is now.
None of this might be, could be, none of this 50-50 nonsense. He said
they're always saying
21
how
degrees.
difficult it is to predict when the rain's coming. If there's no rain coming, surely that is a promise. Round the wicket and fairly wide from Elgar, again generating decent pace off this Chelmsford pitch through to wicket-keeper Harry Finch, and there's no run. I think tomorrow's going to be fairly good as well. The forecast at the moment, a little bit of maybe some showers on Monday, but otherwise we should get 3 good days, as long as it goes anyway. Essex will be in the mood to, as they were against Nottinghamshire, to finish things off nice and early. Without some Sam Cook it may be, but that feels like a real standout result, especially with the Kookaburra ball experiment, where after the first 25-30 overs it goes a little bit soft and spongy. Here's Elgar to Elgar. Very well, nicely organised, as you'd expect from an international batter. Just gets his defensive shot in the way of it outside the off stump, and there's no run.
And he's going to become a familiar face in Essex colours, Dean Elgar, with the length of contract that he signed here. And a lot of Essex followers will see him as and it's unfair, the replacement for Sir Alistair Cook. But
no pressure.
An opening batsman was very much on the shopping list for Essex in the winter.
Yeah. What a man to try and fill those shoes as well. Down the leg side, again lively from Elgar, not threatening Elgar. Elgar to Elgar, indeed. He moves inside the line of that one, doesn't get anything on it. Down the leg side, taken by Finch, end of the over. And Essex are 10 for 1 after 3 overs. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio Kent, the BBC Sport website and app, just about. 3 overs gone, 10 for 1. I hope you found us today.
You make it sound like it only appeared at the last minute.
I'm blaming my own technical inexpertise for that, and I'm taking it on for myself. But yeah.
But you had the search teams out this morning looking for the link. Here's George Garrett to resume from this refrain then. In and bowling to Wesley, just shoulders, arms, and it goes through to Finch for no addition to the score, 10 for 1.
I think that's the way that sport journalism works. Everything's done at the absolute last possible minute.
Of course.
So Sonia Twigg and I were talking about that earlier. So
yes.
So perhaps we should expect nothing else. But via the club stream as well, of course, the pictures.
Yeah, you can watch the pictures and listen to us, or you could just watch the pictures. Good crowd in at Chelmsford, as you would expect, always very well supported here, as they are.
Big queues
over the water as well, but getting in for their first taste of county cricket for a long old summer, which stretches ahead of us as Garrett turns, is in and bowling, still with that short mid-wicket, slower ball. She bounces through to Finch again. And Wesley just looks at that with a little bit of disdain, as to say, well, you won't get me out that way. Nice try with the slower ball, but his radar slightly off there.
Yeah, it's a bit quiet at Canterbury actually for the first 4-day game, but the weather wasn't as good as it's promising to be for these days. But yeah, it's fantastic to see the queues outside the ground today from Chelmsford.
Did you have your bag searched?
I didn't actually.
Oh dear.
I wafted through.
No, they virtually strip searched me. As Garrett comes in, Bowls to Wesley, full delivery, and Wesley gives it a big drive and gets a thick edge to it, and is taken behind the wicket, and he swishes the bat in the air, annoyed with himself at that. But Essex have lost their second of the morning. They're 10 for 2. It was a wide delivery from Garrett, and Wesley's thrown everything at it and got a big thick edge, and it's flown through and very neatly taken just below shoulder height, and Essex are 10 for 2.
Yeah, I was saying about Garrett's accuracy. That wasn't a great delivery, as you say. It was going away from Wesley. He was trying to profit, driving it into the offside. He's taken a huge waft at it, as you say. Really angry reaction from Tom Wesley, not about the decision, but about his shot, and you can understand why. He has just fended it outside the off stump, straight through to Finch. You said it was a good catch, wasn't it, on the walk by the wicket keeper, and high as well for the diminutive keeper. But 10 for 2, and Kent, well, might have been a bit down the mouth with no Joey Everson in their bowling ranks, but they have a wicket from each bowler so far.
Well, I think Tom Wesley's eyes lit up at that, well wide of off stump, and he's just given it absolutely everything, and he's got a thick edge. And you say the take by Finch, it wasn't fingers pointing up, it was a nice take, but almost at shoulder height, so awkward to get the hands around that one, but neatly pouched in the end. And Essex have got a bit of a rebuilding job on here now. 10 for 2. One to Elgar, and now Garrett has joined in as well. Essex winning the toss and batting, and with the forecast set fair, I think their eyes will have lit up as well when the moment the coin came down on the right side from their perspective. And it brings to the wicket a certain Jordan Cox. And I'm sure he got a very friendly and nice welcome when he walked out there to greet his former teammates. I mean, they've obviously had a chat this morning, probably maybe an early coffee before the warm-up started, but I'm sure he's been reminded that he's crossed over to the dark side, as Kent would see it probably.
I asked Daniel Drummond about that after the Somerset game, and he gave a wry smile and said, maybe a bit of chat, this and that, but he's got good friends in that Kent camp, but they, as you say, they won't let him rest without a cheery reminder.
A fourth slip is in as Garrett moves in and bowls to Cox. Cox just won the walk out of his crease, plays defensively into the onside for no run.
Jack Leaning, I think, chief among those. They are great friends, Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox. But Jack is not the shrinking of violets. Not the shrinkingest of violets, put it that way.
Batted very well in the first innings against Nottinghamshire. Cox with 84, and then got a first ball duck in the second innings when Essex were then thankful to Critchley and Walter for putting them into that winning position ultimately. Here's Garrett in, bowling to Cox, and Cox drives and will pick up 4 runs for that one, and well, he makes as though he's going to run, but jogs a few strides out of his crease. But it was slightly uppish on the drive, but only about ankle height and well wide of the bowler on his follow through, and 4 runs to Jordan Cox, and it's 14 for 2 now.
But joking aside, huge loss for Kent, and what a player Jordan Cox is. Batting, fielding, I think he'd quite like to bowl as well, but there we go. It's let's do the Glenn Phillips.
Right.
Keep, be a 4-pronged cricketer. Seems outrageous.
Garrett in and bowling. Oh, and driven and uppishly, and that was well in the air that time, but 4 more runs, this time down to long on. But very uppish that one. Looked like the ball almost sort of stopped on him, or he stopped his shot slightly, but he picks up successive boundaries. And a successful over from Kent's perspective, and they've taken the wicket of Tom Wesley, but successive boundaries from Jordan Cox means the over ends with Essex at 18 for 2. Yes, I think Jordan Cox likes to write the theme tune and sing the theme tune.
Yeah, indeed, all-action cricketer. But yeah, I suppose best remembered probably country or worldwide for his fantastic fielding in the T20 Blast final of 2021, and the match-winning knock as well. He's man of the match in that. But I mean, he's a force in county championship cricket, but T20 as well. Essex have got a good one there. Although lost Dan Lawrence, of course, to Surrey, which nobody likes. Here's Elgar around the wicket. Sorry, yes, Elgar to Elgar. I'm so convinced I'm going to get those two mixed up, but I've actually started correcting myself before I started. It's defended by the South African outside the off stump, and that's into the offside of Gilchrist's field at mid-off, and there's no run.
I'm glad you said Lawrence has gone to Surrey, which no one likes, rather than has gone to Surrey, who no one likes.
No, I'm not saying no one likes Surrey. I'm saying it's.
I don't think
the Manchester City of County Championship cricket. It's never. As Elgar comes around the wicket to Elgar, shoulders arms to that one. Good bounce from Elgar, so you could do that on length more or less. Can the opening batter through to the wicket keeper? I think certainly from Kent and Essex's point of view, where they don't have the largesse to go and pick a prime player from another county, it does feel a little bit sad, doesn't it, when you produce cricketers and of such merit and they can be plucked away from you. But there we are. Perhaps I'm just enormously old-fashioned in that respect. Elgar coming down the slight slope from the Hayes close end to Elgar. It's going to statuesque pose there from Elgar to leave it outside the off stump. Gets the feet well splayed, doesn't he, as he leaves that one, as if to anchor himself for the cut, but leaves it through to Harry Finch, and there's no run. 18 for 2. Jordan Cox has already announced himself.
Yeah, I guess the thing with Jordan Cox was that it was known for quite a while that he was going, and where he was going, and that Dan Lawrence announcement as well came sort of towards the end of the season, but it was known that he was departing as well.
There's Elgar now to Dean Elgar. Just drives it back, or it's more of a nudge back. Is that going to be a run? It's not going to be a run.
I think it would have helped if Jordan Cox was looking at Dean Elgar, but Elgar obviously didn't give him the shout. But I wonder whether Elgar was slightly blindsided by the umpire moving out of the way and couldn't quite see where the ball had travelled to. So
he should be given the call, shouldn't he? He should be watching the ball. But as you say,
I don't blame him being cautious though.
No, at 18 for 2. Kent will be very, very pleased indeed with 2 early wickets. Perhaps less so consecutive falls from Jordan Cox to announce himself. And so, that's a lovely ball, squared him out, it's a no ball. And now Wes Elgar had a number of these in the Somerset innings at Canterbury. I think he racked up something like 8 no balls. Just overstepping there. Lovely delivery. Apart from that,
yes,
he wouldn't have counted for anything.
Yes, that would have been the ultimate, wouldn't it? The ultimate, you take the wicket and you turn around. There's the umpire with the outstretched arm and just gives him a sorry lad.
Elgar then to Dean Elgar. Small, played and missed outside the off stump there. A number of extravagant leads from Elgar, but he's certainly played inside the line of that one. I think he's played at it, through to the wicketkeeper, no run.
I know obviously the ball is brand spanking new, but one of the breeze as well is just offering to help the bowlers slightly here, but Elgar is, with respect, long enough in the tooth to know that the life of an opening batsman is such that you will play and miss, and as long as you get the second bit right and that you miss, then you're still out there to score runs.
Elgar then to Elgar, leaves that one again. Oh, it's another no ball. There we go.
8 ball over, minimum.
Yeah. I was going to say it's a throwback. I've no idea when the last 8 ball over was bowled in Australia, but we'll leave that one for another day. 20 for 2. You can get in touch with us. It's not an order. It's you may.
Should you so wish.
Yes, quite so. It's always great to hear from you. We'll give out some links in a second. As Elgar bowls, left by Elgar outside the off stump. I hope, in fact, that you are hearing us on the BBC commentary. I gather the links went up just before play, and it sounds like maybe the wires have been crossed. So we'll look at that. Take a deep breath.
Right,
End of the over, sorry, 22 for 2 on the pitch, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, so decent over from Elgar, albeit overstepping on a couple of occasions. And that brings George Garrett back on from this river end, and they've stationed in a short mid-off right in the eye line of Jordan Cox here, who drives away through the offside, and it should just make the boundary for 4 runs, although it is just holding up inside the rope there. There was a diving attempt at a stop, and the fielder's got a little bit of it to prevent it going to the boundary for 4, but they pick up 3 runs nevertheless. I think they put that short mid-off in, having seen Jordan Cox drive slightly uppishly on both occasions for successive boundaries in Garrett's previous over. So stationed him in there, but that was well wide this time and allowed Cox to free the arms up, and he picks up 3 runs. And 1 run was saved there by a flailing diving stop away to the right hand side by the man at extra cover. And the score goes to 25-4-2 now, and that for the first time this morning brings Dean Elgar down onto strike to face George Garrett. He took a single in the first over, but Wesley then stole the strike with his first ball in the first over after Kushi had gone. So Elgar facing Garrett for the first time, tucks that one behind square on the onside and calls very quickly, and they come through for a scampered but comfortable single. 26 for 2 is the score. BBC Essex and BBC Kent with you from a sunlit Chelmsford County ground this morning. Glenn Speller, Matt Cole and Sonia Twigg on commentary for you today, as they have to move the slips around, but this time the umpire says no, it's all right, I'm not going to move from square leg to square leg on this occasion. I'll stand here at point for the right-handed Jordan Cox, who is facing up to Garrett now and just pushes defensively with a dead bat out to the offside, and there is no run. I think that's Miyeye at short mid-off, is it? You can see there. Just
it's Bell Drummond,
yeah. It is Bell Drummond.
Yeah.
Right in the eye line of his former Kent teammate. Sunglasses perched atop of his cap. Hands on knees as Garrett turns and runs away from us now. In and bowling to Cox, full delivery, driven for 4 runs. Well, you keep bowling to Jordan Cox there, and I think George Garrett's probably got enough experience of bowling to Cox in the net so that he knows exactly what's going to happen, except on this occasion there's not a net to stop the ball, and he picks up 4 runs and it's 30 for 2.
Well, actually, just arrived over the winter, actually, so I don't think he would have had the pleasure of, inverted commas, of seeing Jordan Cox dispatch him from over-pitch deliveries, but yeah, the captain comes over. It was just a
nod of the head, wasn't it, rather than anything else?
I think George Garrett said something to Danny Bell Drummond, and he's just nodded.
He's like, do you think I shouldn't bowl there anymore? And he's nodded.
That's exactly what I think.
Yeah, taking the short mid-off out as well. Bell Drummond's now at extra cover, and this time Cox covers up defensively, and there is no run. 30-4-2 is the score. Matt's going to disappear off to update BBC Kent listeners, so Sonia's going to come in for the first time this morning, and then when Matt's finished, he can come in and replace myself as well, as the ubiquitous sirens start up around Chelmsford with all the emergency vehicles stationed in the city centre. And Garrett very carefully placing the ball in his right hand this time, making sure he's got the seam position where he wants it. In and bowling to Cox, who just meets that again defensively from the crease, and there is no run. End of the over, and Essex, having won the toss and batting, are 30 for 2, and for the first time this morning we can say good morning to Sonia.
Good morning.
So Essex winning the toss and batting, and 2 very early wickets to give Kent some encouragement.
Yes, I think Kent will definitely have felt on top when they were 10 for 2. I think that's exactly the start they would have wanted, especially having lost the toss and been asked to bowl. But it looks like Essex are starting to settle down now.
Dean Elgar just going about his business very quietly.
And there just seems to be a discussion with Elgar about where he's going to bowl. There were a couple of people sort of going up to him at the start of that innings. I wonder if that's maybe something to do with Jordan Cox. and if they're giving him a bit of a heads up on where he might try and hit this, or just discussing a plan, as Elgar starts his quite long run up here at Essex, coming round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who tucks that off his pads for an easy single down towards square leg.
Yeah, and that brings Cox down onto strike now. For the first couple of overs, the umpires did switch sides for the left and right-handers, but they've quickly dispensed with that, realising it might be quite a long day if they keep doing that throughout the day. But yeah,
and the overrate impact of that as well.
Brings Elgar up against Cox now, which could be an interesting battle, because Cox, I think from his approach this morning and his approach certainly in the first innings against Nottinghamshire last week, and from the way we know he goes about his cricket, he's not going to stand on ceremony.
As Elgar turns and runs over the wicket to the right-handed Cox, who flicks that off his pads, and it's just going to be cut off by Garrett, who won't thank him for that, coming round from fine leg to make that interception and throw the ball back in. So he'll pick up just a single from that delivery, as the score 2 runs from that, apologies, as the score moves on to 33 for 2.
Yeah, you say he won't thank him for that. The fast bowler goes down to long leg, thinks I'll get a nice break in here just while I watch my opening bowling.
Yeah, you don't want to have to run 20 yards to cut off a boundary when you just come off your spell, but Elgar has definitely bowled nicely this morning as he runs in for the 3rd ball of this over, and that has hit Cox quite high up. There was a bouncer. It's been given a no ball, but there was a bit of more life in that, as that sort of leapt up towards Cox, who just about fended it away from the bat.
Yeah, I think he thought about possibly trying to pull that one away, but it just got big on him at the last moment. I think it's ended up just sort of taking him on the shoulder, hasn't it? It's a slower bouncer from Elgar, but overstepping for the 3rd time in the space of a couple of overs.
Yes, well, I was at Kent last week and we saw it quite a lot from Somerset as well. There were quite a few no balls. I wonder if it's just something that happens at the start of the season as Elgar runs in, and that one is all sort of tucked off his pads again by Cox, and this time it will be a single as mid-wicket runs round to make that interception, and the field has to change again.
Yep, brings Elgar down onto strike. Just a 3 for him so far this morning. He's watched a couple of wickets fall, and he's watched Jordan Cox driving very pleasantly on 3 occasions thus far, but that won't change his approach in any way, shape or form, as the breeze just gets up around Chelmsford, ruffling the trousers of the players, and it's necessitating the crowd as well to keep the long sleeves on, at least for now.
As Elgar runs round the wicket to Elgar, who plays that one defensively into the offside, but will take a quick single as he sort of plays it towards short cover, but there was no fielder there, and Extra had to run in and make the stop and keep the run down to 1. So Elgar moves on to 4 runs from 21 deliveries, and Essex move on to 37 for 2.
It was a slight conversation, wasn't there? But the trouble was the conversation was had about mid-wicket as to whether we're going to take the single or not, but it was comfortable enough in the end just to keep the scoreboard rotating, and with the left-right partnership as well, keep the field rotating and keep the bowlers honest in terms of having to readjust their sights.
As Elgar turns and runs in again, and that's let go by Cox, who watches that through to the wicketkeeper Finch for no run.
17 so far for Jordan Cox. I mentioned his 84 in the first innings against Nottinghamshire, which for him was a relatively quiet innings. Got it off 150 deliveries, but then was out for a first ball duck in the second innings, with Essex really looking to pile on runs and set Nottinghamshire something, which they did in the end, mainly thanks to that excellent partnership between Matt Critchley and Paul Walter, which got them to that point of being able to force the victory with that excellent bowling spell from Sam Cook.
As Elgar runs in, and Cox just defends that straight down the wicket and is picked up by mid-off. At the end of that over, Essex 37 for 2, Elgar on 4 and Cox on 17.
2 changes for Essex today, if you're just joining us, which is no Adam Rossington and no Sam Cook, both out injured, so Michael Pepper and Aaron Beard are in, and the 1 change for Kent, which is Jaden Denley, the nephew of Joe, coming in to replace Joey Everson. I think was it you that told me, Sonia, that Joey Everson got injured in the warm-up?
I think I knew that Joey Everson did get injured in the warm-up, yeah, which is a big blow for Kent, as he made 80 odd in their first game against Somerset.
So no Joey Everson today, but Jaden Denley is in instead. Garrett's going to continue from this river end, and it's going to be bowling to the left-handed Dean Elgar. 3 slips in. Elgar still making his way down to long leg. Garrett turns, is in and bowling to the left-handed South African, who pushes out to the offside for no run. 37 for 2.
There's just a few more fans trickling in round the ground, I think. Maybe waiting to see what the weather forecast was actually going to do, because last week we were promised sunshine all day, and it was very windy and very cold.
Was that you were at Canterbury?
I was at Canterbury, yes.
And it's quite open, so there's not many areas for shelter at Canterbury, is there? If you're a supporter going in there, so I don't blame them for checking late. As Garrett turns, right arm over the wickets, bowling across the left-handed Elgar, and Elgar forces into the onside, but won't pick anything up there as it's stopped at mid-on. Daniel Bell-Drummond with the ball in his hand. A few players with the shorter sleeve jumpers on out there over their tops. Plenty in the long sleeve shirts though. Garrett's not one of them. Just sweeps some hair out of his eyes, does George Garrett. Turn, very straight approach that he has, is in and now and bowling to Elgar, and Elgar drives and drives beautifully up to the long off fence and will pick up 4 runs, his first boundary of the morning, and it's 41 for 2.
That was a lovely drive. He just sort of timed it perfectly, didn't try and overhit it, and just played it perfectly into the gap between the bowler and mid-on.
Over pitching again, George Garrett. He's done that on a few occasions now this morning, putting the ball up there to see if it's going to be any movement off the seam or any late swing or anything, but that rung straight off the middle of Dean Elgar's bat, and he picks up his first boundary.
Yes, he has been driven a couple of times down the ground by various different batters this morning.
Here's Garrett. What's his response to that? In and bowling, just slightly back of a length there, and Elgar can leave that one, and it goes through to Finch. Took a neat catch, did Finch, to dismiss Tom Westley earlier in the innings. Diminutive sort of wicket keepers are taking it sort of shoulder height. Nice take from him. Daniel Bell-Drummond deep in conversation at short mid-wicket as they search for this 3rd breakthrough of the morning. The flags either side of the pavilion here at Chelmsford getting a fair old buffeting from the stiff breeze that's blowing, as Garrett is ready once again. 2 slips now, and Elgar just plays awkwardly and defensively out to the offside, and there's no run.
That was a better length there from Garrett, just Elgar in slightly 2 minds over what to do, and I think that's what he'll be looking for rather than the slightly over-pitched half volleys that are just being punished quite comfortably.
Sort of shuffling sort of defensive shot from Elgar there. Effective, just broke the wrists on it to make sure it went into the ground. Seeing whether anyone's out on their balconies today. Not at the moment, apart from the retirement flats, right at the top floor of the retirement flats. They're watching Garrett come in, and Elgar drives and will pick up 4 runs. It beats the attempted stop by the man diving at mid-off, but, well, that was eat, sleep, repeat, really, from Garrett and Elgar. Elgar picks up 4 runs, end of the over, and Essex, having won the toss and elected to bat, are 45 for 2. A few words from Sonia, and then Matt's going to come in alongside you.
Yeah, it was quite disappointing from Garrett, who looked like he had sort of tried to find that length and line that would be a bit awkward, and then just over pitching again for the 2nd time in that over, and Elgar playing an almost identical drive to the one that brought him 4 runs earlier, and it would just be a bit frustrating for Kent, who have built the pressure so well from the other end. But Garrett has got 1 wicket for 28 runs from his 4 overs, so he has been, although he has made that crucial breakthrough, he has been quite expensive, and I just wonder if there's going to be a bowling change for Kent at the other end to replace Elgar. It looks like there will be. And Daniel Bell-Drummond, Kent captain this season, just in deep discussion at the far end over fielding placements. As the ball makes its way around to the bowler, and there will be a change of bowler.
They will Nathan Gilchrist at the Hayes close end. Glenn just happened upon the fact we've all got the same laptops, so he's just sat
no.
Sonia's and couldn't work out why he couldn't get in there. There we go.
Do you know, at home 2 of us have the same laptop, and I haven't taken the wrong one to work once as Gilchrist runs in over the wicket, and that's just watched by Cox as it goes through to Finch. That looked a little bit close for comfort to leave.
I was more oohing at the fact that you've got the same laptop in a shared house. Crikey, that's a worry, isn't it?
Fortunately,
you got to work.
Fortunately, it was. I'm only 20 minutes away from work, so they were able to cycle and make a quick laptop exchange as Gilchrist turns and runs in over the wicket to the right-handed Cox, who defends that into the offside for no run.
Been a lively morning so far, hasn't it? We've had 5 and over off the bat, 2 quick wickets as well. Looks like Essex are getting on top now, with some really crisp shots, particularly from Jordan Cox.
Particularly off George Garrett as well.
Yes, yeah. Just finding him easy to pick off. 77 Cox's number here. That's Essex.
And Finch is 72. Yeah. As Gilchrist runs in again, and that's just defended straight back to the bowler by Cox, who looked a little bit late on that one. Like it slightly took him for surprise.
Sometimes you get that with players double up on the number they'd like to have. So if there's already a number 7, they double up, don't they? But perhaps that was the one that Jordan Cox always wanted.
Always wanted at Kent.
Maybe because Sam Billings has the 7, so
yeah, maybe. Yeah, as Gilchrist turns and runs in again. It's been a good first over from Gilchrist, and that's just defended back down the wicket by Cox for no run.
Yeah, the worry for Kent here with no Joey Everson is they effectively just have 3 seamers now. They might need to get through some work as well with the Kookaburra ball, but Daniel Bell-Drummond could bowl if needed.
He has bowled.
Yeah, I actually think he underuses himself when he captains, but also he's had back problems in the past, so he doesn't want too high a workload.
As Gilchrist runs in again, and that's just defended straight down the pitch off the back foot by Cox. It's interesting, captains tend to either overbowl or underbowl themselves, as rarely you get that nice sort of mix.
So it's very tricky, isn't it? Unless you're Shane Warne, I suppose, and you just bowl all the time. Welcome to our listeners on the BBC Sport website and app.
As Gilchrist runs in again for the final ball of this over to Cox, who defends that one, and that will be a maiden over to start with for Nathan Gilchrist. So that's just brought back a little bit of the control that Kent will have felt they lost in the last few overs, where there were a few sort of boundaries that felt a little bit too easy. And I wonder if Daniel Bell-Drummond is going to make a change at the other end as well.
Yeah,
and it looks like Wes Elgar is going to switch ends.
He's going to take his cap off there. So that's where the resources of just having the 3 seamers. You can't make double seam changes. You can do the maths, I'm sure, at home. So he can't bowl 6 overs from each end and then have 2 fresh bowlers coming on with a relatively new bowler. So much though I'm sure he'd love to get Matt Parkinson into the fray early. Jaden Denley also bowls left arm spin, but certainly early on when the ball's at its hardest.
And with the wind gusting around, it's a difficult ask for a young spinner on debut, especially against the likes of the experienced Dean Elgar.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I might prefer leaning, or perhaps even Uncle Joe at this point. Here's Elgar to Elgar, just runs that down backward a point, always overthrows there. It's a lusty throw from behind square. I think is that Gilchrist? I think it may well be. And as you know, it's Jaden Denley himself. I think they were well in, and that will be that'll be irritating.
I think they were well in, and that's just eased up all that pressure, and not what you want on your debut to throw. That was very wayward throw.
It was, yeah. I was going to say a shot at the stumps, but I'm not sure it's got anywhere near the stumps, to be honest. It's they've taken an extra 2, 45 for 2. So Jordan Cox will face Wes Elgar. Now these two will know each other. I'm sure they've netted together. Wes Elgar in his 2nd stint for Kent now. Right arm over the wicket. bowls to Jordan Cox. Right behind that one. Just a gentle lean forward. A cough by Cox, then some warm-ups, a few twists. And calisthenics 17 for him. Elgar has 15, 48 for 2. Here on BBC Essex and BBC Kent. Via the BBC Sport website app. Thank you for your patience finding us today. 1 or 2 technical gremlins. I gather you had BBC Manchester on this stream for a bit on the online. Great station. Hope you enjoyed it. Here's Elgar to Cox, looking to get forward. Just goes half forward and plays the ball into the offside.
A few teething troubles then around the grounds.
Yeah. New content system, I gather, online. There we go. For the BBC.
Yes, obviously something to test the morning of the games.
I mean, you never know until it's all happening.
That's true, yes.
It's a dress rehearsal.
It's something that happens in every line of work. There's a systems change and you don't realise until something's gone wrong.
Elgar bowls to Cox. Leaves it close to the off stump, that one. Cox doesn't look overly worried back. His good friend Jack Leaning at second slipped decided to a half shout, half appeal. And there's no run. But great to have your company. The BBC Cricket text page is up and running as well. Fantastic look around the grounds. We've got commentary teams, of course, the BBC at every county ground throughout the season. And many of the counties, most of them have the pictures with them as well. So if you're watching on the stream, great to have your company. It's Matt Cole and Sonia Twigg from Chelmsford. Essex 48 for 2, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Elgar to Cox just turns that into the onside with no great power. Jaden Denley sidearms it to Harry Finch behind the stumps. An excited hubbub here. Long queue, Sonia, when I arrived at the ground before 10 o'clock when they were all at it. Not quite running to their seats, but close. It's good to see a big crowd here.
Yeah, it's lovely to see a big crowd here. And I imagine it will get slightly bigger tomorrow with it being a weekend and you can bring your kids down, and for everyone who's in sort of 9 to 5 jobs that becomes an opportunity as well.
Yeah, weather helps obviously as well. Sunshine now. It's Elgar bowls to Cox. He defends this one up to mid-on. Very compact Jordan Cox to George Garrett, who fields. There's no run. As you were saying, Sonia, that just bit of control in the last 2 overs after George Garrett had been fairly expensive in his last 2. I think he's going at 6, 7 and over from his analysis. Kent wanting to wrestle that back.
I do worry about how much of the workload is going to fall on Elgar and Gilchrist, though, especially if Garrett was slightly wayward. And as you've pointed out, they only have 3 seamers, so it seems like there's an awful lot of workload being asked of particularly 2 and also slightly faster bowlers who are slightly taller, so you'd think they'd hit the pitch a bit harder and it would be that much more difficult for them to settle into long spells.
Yeah, Daniel Bell-Drummond really needs George Garrett to come off, doesn't he, today, rather than be expensive. He's gone for 7 over from his first 4, 7 and over from his first 4, though he did take the wicket of Tom Wesley.
As Gilchrist runs in, and that's just lent on by Elgar, and that will be 4 more runs. He's just lent on that, opened the face on the bat to a slightly wide delivery from Gilchrist after his maiden first up, and that's just raced down the field to the sort of 3rd man boundary there.
Yeah, perhaps thoughts with this pitch, they want to bowl on it last to give Simon Harmer their spin bowler as much as they can, which might, from a Matt Parkinson point of view, make you think, well, perhaps the pitch will give us something late on.
As Gilchrist runs in over the wicket and Elgar just fends off that one that really got sort of up. That's the second time we've seen a bit of bounce from that end, just sort of rearing up at the batters quite late on. And a warning from Gilchrist that he's still there, I think, after the slightly wayward first delivery of that over.
Yeah, Elgar played it really well, but you could see he was reacting quite late, wasn't it? It looked like he'd got a big on him. Good short delivery, that, isn't it? Straight up at the throat.
Yes, those are really difficult for batters when they get up late. If you can see it early, it's much easier to react to, as Gilchrist runs in again, and that's just fended into the offside by Elgar for no run.
Both these batters looking like they're seeing the ball fairly big. Punished anything wayward so far. George Garrett just went a little bit full for me. He's been punched down the ground a couple of times by Jordan Cox. It's only his 6th first-class match, George Garrett.
Yeah, it's a big ask to open the bowling and only your 6th first-class match as Gilchrist runs in again and Elgar fires that perfectly through the covers. I'm not sure if it's going to race away. No, it's going to be cut off just before the boundary, so he will pick up 2 runs for it. But he's played that, timed that beautifully into that gap between point and cover.
As you say, across the cut strips as well, across the square, really racing. Jayden Denley is a fast fielder. I was complimenting how good his fielding was earlier on, and then we had that wayward throw at the stumps for overthrows, but he may just be settling down himself. His first class match for Kent.
I mean, it's almost good in a way that he is at point, because when you're a debutant, you do really want to be in on the action as Gilchrist bowls, and that's just defended into the offside by Elgar. You don't want to be sort of waiting around for that your first involvement in the game. You want to sort of get in it straight away.
Yeah, he's seen plenty of the balls, you say, plenty of cricket. His Uncle Joe is at 3rd slip, so they're close-ish to each other. Not sure there's any sort of conversation going on, but
must be strange to play with a family member.
Yeah, must be really.
I mean, brothers is a lot more common because you sort of grow up playing together in a way, but sort of father and son or uncle and nephew is much less common as Gilchrist runs in again, and that's again pierced the gap in the offside by Elgar, and Daniel Bell-Drummond will race after it and keep that down to 2. Slightly less comfortable to that time, but yeah, 2 more runs to the total, and at the end of that over, Essex 56 for 2, Elgar on 23 and Cox on 17. And although Elgar did take a while to get going, he looks like he's just finding his feet.
Yeah, we're a classy batsman, isn't he? And the 2 wickets to go. If you're just joining us, Feroz Khushi went first ball for him in the first over from Wes Elgar, just leaving one which came back in from outside the off stump for none, and Tom Westley chased a wide one from George Garrett, edge behind a big old drive, and Harry Finch, the wicketkeeper, took it more or less shoulder high or ear high, just up near his right ear on the walk. Great take that was, but since then 46 he's put together in quick order. Is Elgar to bowl to Cox, trying to get one through point, but it's more or less straight at Jayden Denley. And there's no run. A sad irony for Kent, I suppose, or all too familiar, unfortunately, for them. Joey Everson pulling up in the warm-up, which is why Jayden Denley is in the side, and they had such injury problems with a smallish pool of seam bowlers last year, which meant a lot of their frontline seam bowlers, particularly Matt Quinn, were bowling a lot of overs, and keeping them fresh was really difficult. So Elgar to Cox, again angles that to point, and there's no run off a good length delivery. So they have got a deeper pool of seam bowlers. They're looking for an overseas as well to bridge the gap between before Bears Swanepoel turns up in early May, so maybe even a 3-game spell for an overseas player.
Well, you'd hope they can do it. I know they were hopeful of one that didn't quite pan out in the over the winter.
See what they can produce, but it is what it is for Kent now, and Essex, as I said, these 2. Where's Elgar like that one on middle and leg stump, but he's playing a fraction across his pads there. Jordan Cox, but nothing extravagant. It's 56 for 2, but these 2 really have raced on, haven't they, since Westley went to the 4th over. We're now in the 11th, and they put on 46 between the 2 of them. No runs so far from this Wes Elgar over.
But Elgar hasn't been expensive. He's got 1 for 15 from 5.3 at the moment.
His first spell against Somerset was equally mean. But, again, as the ball gets softer, and that one from Elgar to Cox, studiously keeping the head over the ball, straight back at the bowler, and a short sleeve shirt. I think some Australians particularly find even these temperatures a little bit chilly, but Elgar's working up a sweat.
Well, English heat and Australian heat are quite different because theirs is a very dry heat and ours is obviously a lot more humid, so that can also come into account. I mean, not at these temperatures.
community. Indeed so. It's Elgar Bos. Oh, it's a great delivery, and that's a play and a miss by Jordan Cox.
Yeah, he went for a big drive there and almost caught an edge. Elgar's got sort of head in hands over that, and I think that was quite close.
Yeah.
And that's the wicket that Kent want more than any other.
I think actually they do with either, but from a rivalry point of view, perhaps Jordan Cox will be the one. But
the Kent fans want more than any other. Then
I think that's fair to say. It's hard to say whether Wes Elgar gives any chat to the batters because he's so far down the pitch in his follow through. He's almost face to face with and again working up some pace, but that's good from Cox. Has got inside the line and has just deflected it out towards square leg. Jaden Denley fields. It's a good throw this time comes in. Seems to have settled with his fielding, and a single taken.
Yes, just 2 runs from that over.
58 for 2. Yeah, just hasn't gone up on the scoreboard across the way. 2 more to Cox. He has 19. Elgar's on 23.
Well, we are supposed to have a TV camera showing the scoreboard, but it is currently showing a rather useless bottom half of the scoreboard.
We could see the analysis.
We can see the analysis. Yeah. You can't see which bowler has which figures, but
it's like the covers.
Yep, lovely sight of the
not being used today.
Hopefully not after, well, there wasn't any rain at Kent last week when we, on the first day, when we were all ready to start the county championship season, but unfortunately the ground was too wet to get underway.
Spongy.
I think splashy in one corner as Gilchrist runs in over the wicket to Elgar, who plays that off the back foot down towards point and will pick up an easy single. Yes, it was there was a slightly waterlogged corner towards the Nackington Road end that was slightly delaying any chance of play, and it took a good day and of sunshine and wind for it to clear up.
A draw in the end for Kent. Essex were the 1 winners in that first round of county championship matches in the top division, and what a win that was.
Oh, it was an incredible win. Sam Cook and Star, obviously he's not playing today through injury, as Gilchrist runs in over the wicket to the right-handed Cox, who tucks that into the leg side, and it will be fielded by Daniel Drummond. Cox will pick up a single for that, and score moves on to 60 for 2. And that is the 50 partnership between Elgar and Cox, who seem to have raced to this after Essex were in a bit of trouble at 10 for 2 at the start of the day.
Yeah, it's come. So Wesley went in the 4th over. We're now at the beginning of the beginning of the 12th. They've already put on 50, these pair. Couldn't see the partnership stats, but quick it is.
As Gilchrist runs in over the wicket, and Elgar lets that go, but I think that was quite close to the stumps. Gilchrist has his hand in his hedge, and there's quite a few who have their hands in the hedge, actually. I think that was, well, we've already seen one slightly, well, poor leave today that crashed into the stumps for Kushi's first ball, and that was almost another.
There was a nervous ooh from the Essex supporters in front of us as it went past the off stump, but shall I wheel this one out for the first time this season? Only 2 types of leave, of course.
Of course.
Good and bad.
As Gilchrist runs in again, and that one is driven by Elgar straight back to the bowler. He didn't look entirely comfortable with that, sort of slightly coming round onto it, but he's played it straight back to the bowler for no run. Difficult to approach now if you're Kent, when you need a sort of breakthrough from this bowling partnership. Otherwise you sort of start having to almost turn to the spinners, which is not what you usually expect at this time on day one.
No, absolutely. They'll try and keep the pressure on.
As Gilchrist runs in, and Elgar fends that one off his hip into the leg side and will pick up an easy single down towards the vacant mid-wicket. As the batters switch and the field has to switch as well.
As much as they said, Kent fans would love to see them get one over on their old teammate Jordan Cox. I think, again, with this Kookaburra board, not to labour the point too much, but Kent having taken 2 quick wickets, 50 already on the ball for this partnership, really will feel they need to make more breakthroughs to make a statement on this first morning.
Gilchrist over the wicket to the right-handed Cox and bangs that one in short, but Cox just watches that go past. It's probably the right idea, slightly wayward execution there. The bouncer did not trouble Cox at all, and at the end of that over, Essex 61 for 2, Elgar on 25, Cox on 20. And Matt is just going to depart to do his BBC Radio Kent update.
Update them with the flurry of runs for Essex. I'm sure Kent supporters will be delighted.
And Elgar, there's just a brief pause in play while Elgar and Coxon and Elgar just take off some of their layers that they started the day with and grab a quick drink. Kent not quite taking the same break in play. There's just words with Cox and Elgar and some of the coaching staff who've brought on their drinks. It's not quite hot enough here yet to need a lengthy drinks break, but I've got a brief pause in play. And it will, as Elgar waits to bowl what will be his 7th over of the morning so far. And the drinks are just being raced off, and we should be getting back underway soon. And it will be Elgar on strike from the right, from the left-handed Dean Elgar on strike. And Wes Elgar has ball in hand and is organising his field. As the final slip just makes their way back, I think that is Tawanda Mayeye at first slip, as Elgar starts his run round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who lets that one go straight through to the wicket-keeper Harry Finch. I think that one kept slightly lower than we've seen some of Elgar's earlier deliveries. We've seen a couple that really get up. Good afternoon.
Hello, good to be back, and nice to see Essex from an Essex perspective. Rebuilding, and I think what we've got the situation now, if you took the 2 wickets off, this is what Essex will have been expecting when they won the toss and decided to bat this morning. The pitch doesn't appear to have any demons in it and seems slightly on the slowish side, if nothing else.
As Elgar turns and starts his quite lengthy run up to the crease, and Elgar fends that one into the leg side. Thinks about a single, but is sent back by Cox and manages to get back relatively easily, but he was looking for a quick single there.
Interesting that Elgar has overtaken Cox now. I know obviously he opened and Cox came in at the fall of the 2nd wicket, but the way Jordan Cox was going about things, he was racing away, but he's just been quietened somewhat in the last 15-20 minutes, and Elgar's been taking the larger chunk of the strike.
Yes, I was going to say, Cox hasn't actually had that many deliveries to face in the last sort of 5 or 6 overs, as Elgar runs in again. And that's slightly shorter and fended well off the back foot by Elgar into the offside for no run, where it's gathered by Kent captain Daniel Bell-Drummond at a sort of shortish cover. And I think
someone's phone's going.
Someone's phone's going.
That's not yours, is it?
No, it's not mine. Mine is. I'm not sure when I last had the volume on my phone, to be perfectly honest with you.
Just the 2 slips in now for Wes Elgar. When the 2nd wicket went down for Essex, they had 4 slips, and they had a silly mid-off in, a short mid-off in, I should say.
As Elgar runs in again, and that's played off the back foot by Elgar, but he can only pick out gully, and there will be no run. Sort of backwards point more than gully. There's a gully and a backwards point. They're clearly thinking he's going to target that sort of behind square area.
Bright sunshine now. The breeze is still stiffish, still blowing across the ground, but nice bright sunshine now, and the warmth just beginning to come into our commentary box slightly more. But
yes, the commentary box was colder than the outside this morning.
You must have been here very early.
So at 10.
Very early.
As Elgar runs in over the wicket to Elgar, who just sort of fends at that one and doesn't quite get anything on it, but it was quite close to catching the edge, that one.
It seemed to go through very slowly as well, didn't it? What we were saying about the pitch being on the slow side, but it almost sort of seemed to dolly into the hands of Finch behind the stumps. It sort of seemed to happen in slow motion, but again, as mentioned earlier, as long as Elgar doesn't touch it, he doesn't mind, because he's that sort of batsman, that sort of batter. Won't let things, if he plays and misses all day, it won't bother him.
No, he's far too experienced for that. As Elgar runs in again. to Elgar, who looks to play that one more into the leg side, and he doesn't quite get hold of it, but he will still pick up a single there in the sort of vacant mid-wicket area. And to finish the over, so he will keep strike for the next over, and at the end of that over, Essex 62 for 2, Elgar on 26 and Cox on 20.
Good rebuilding job done by these two, and they came together with Essex at 10 for 2, lost Kushi to the first ball that he faced, bowled by Elgar, leaving one alone, and then Wesley went for a big booming drive off Garrett and got a big thick outside edge to it, and was taken neatly by Finch behind the stumps, around about sort of shoulder height. Elgar is going to face up with 3 slips in for the left-hander, and that's just allowed to go on height more than anything, on length and height more than anything from Elgar. It's taken by Finch in line with the stumps, but well over the top of middle and off, and through for no addition to the score.
Yes, Gilchrist into his third over here. He's bowled all right so far. His first 3 went for just 11 runs, but without sort of coming that close to a breakthrough.
Well, he turns now, running in towards Elgar, and Elgar drives, just stops the shot slightly, and it's half stopped by Gilchrist on his follow through. Elgar goes back to scratching his mark again, scratching his guard. Started well last week for Essex, Nottinghamshire, in that first innings. It was good to make a positive impression on your debut, and he's made his way to 26.
Especially when you're sort of being asked to fill the big boots of Alistair Cook.
The big boots. Here's Gilchrist in and bowling to Elgar, who plays wide of third slip into the ground and will pick up 4 runs. It was a deliberate stroke from Elgar, right over the top of it into the ground, and it whistled past well wide of third slip, and he picks up 4 runs, and it goes to 66 for 2.
Yes, interestingly, his runs seem to have come in that sort of quarter behind square where he likes to open the face on it, or straight down the ground. We haven't seen too much sort of either side of the wicket in the cover and mid-wicket regions today. Of the 3 Kent seamers that we've seen so far.
That's his favourite scoring areas, obviously, Dean Elgar. And Gilchrist, ball very quickly back in hand, in and bowling to Elgar. Awkwardly drops that one into the onside. They think about a single, which wasn't there, as short mid-on comes in to tidy up. No addition to the score. 68 for 2, the Essex score. Elgar 30 and 20 to Cox. Every time I look up, he seems to be on 20 for an absolute age, does Jordan Cox.
Well, I think he's had to wait quite a long time to face a ball and have a chance to push that on. But yeah, he has been on that for a while, but he's still only faced 32 balls.
Gilchrist into Elgar. Elgar driving and will pick up 4 runs. It's a wide mid-on there who just stood and threw his head to the skies as it went past him. And actual fact, he'd given it up at mid-on, didn't bother chasing, and mid-off has scuttled all the way down to the rope and hauled it in. And in the event, they've actually only picked up a couple of runs from that.
Yeah, that was really good running by the captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, who must be furious at his fielder, who was significantly closer to the ball, but just sort of watched it past him. But maybe the outfield's still a little bit soggy, and it did seem to slow up. But yeah, it was good fielding from the Kent captain.
Gilchrist in and bowling to Elgar, pushes defensively out to the offside for no run. I mean, mid-on just stood there, threw his head to the skies, watched the ball go past him. He couldn't stop it, admittedly, but didn't really bother chasing, and then saw his skipper herring towards it, and he hauled it inside the rope. He's actually saved 2 runs there, and you would ask about the Essex running, perhaps, as well, as to why.
Well, I think they thought he'd gone it for 4. If you watch the field and just watch it, you don't you necessarily have to make up those runs.
And it must have felt good to Elgar as well, because it came right out of the middle of the bat. He's gone to 32, 70 for 2. Gilchrist in and bowling to the South African slow bouncer, which Elgar just steps inside of, and it goes through to Finch. End of the over, and Essex are 70 for 2. And if you're Daniel Bell-Drummond, you might just have had a word with your man at mid-on there.
I'm sure you have. And I say, look, if I can do it, if I'm the captain and I'm going to be herring down to the boundary to save 2 runs, then you sort of expect that level from the rest of your team, really.
As you quite rightly said, great example set by the captain as well. Went herring after it, didn't he? Sprinting, full pelt.
He is quite quick between the wickets, actually. He's a good runner.
Scores elsewhere: Hampshire playing Lancashire. Hampshire batting 41 for 2. Nottinghamshire Worcestershire. Nottinghamshire batting there 50 for 2. Surrey against Somerset. Somerset 59 for 1. And Warwickshire started very well against Durham, 87 without loss. All those games in Division 1.
Well, Elgar will be over the wicket to the right-handed Cox, who will finally have a chance to get off, add to his tally, and he does with a drive straight down the ground for 4. Perfectly timed drive there from Cox to move his score on to 24, as Essex piling on the runs now, moving on to 74 for 2.
Yeah, there was no doubt that anyone was going to catch that one whatsoever, and it was just accompanied to the boundary. In Division 2, Glamorgan batting against Derbyshire, 31 for 1. Gloucestershire against Yorkshire. Yorkshire struggling at 42 for 3. Leicestershire Sussex. Leicestershire 65 for 3. And Northamptonshire against Middlesex. Northamptonshire have moved to 52 for 1.
Elgar in over the wicket to Cox, who drives that one again and pierces the gap between cover and mid-off, and he will just about pick up another boundary as that trickles over the rope. This is already turning into an expensive over for Kent. Elgar gone for 8 runs in his first 2 balls.
Just wonder whether Elgar might be given a bit of a breather as well, because he's tried both ends now, hasn't he? And that drive from Cox just kept the fielder interested all the way to the boundary, but it had enough legs to just trickle over the rope in the end. But
just sort of bounced over the rope. I wasn't quite sure if it was going to get there as I sort of leaned out of my seat to try and see that particular corner of the ground, but it did, as Elgar runs in again to Cox, and that one was slightly shorter and just fended by Cox down towards point for no run.
It does, without tempting fate, touch Formica, which is what we've got in front of us. It does look very comfortable for the batsman out there at the moment, doesn't it? And that bouncer from Elgar, short of a length rather than a bouncer, but Cox just able to very comfortably play it. Seem to have all the time in the world to play that one.
Yeah, I don't think there seems to be a lot of life in this pitch. You know, these Kent bowlers have actually bowled quite well and tried to get the best out of it that they could, but it is just very slow. Every bouncer is just almost looping to the batter, and there's very little sort of bite in it as Elgar runs in again to Cox, who edges that one, but it just goes short of second slip, I believe. And that was quite close to bringing another wicket, actually.
Yeah, soft hands from Cox. He didn't sort of push at it, did he? It was more just putting the bat in the way, so it would have needed a bit more carry on it. Slips probably needed to be another couple of yards further forward, but yeah, Elgar will be encouraged by that.
And Kent will be encouraged by that too. It's the first sort of sniff they've seen really since the wicket. As Elgar turns and starts his lengthy run over the wicket to the right-handed Cox, who watches that one go straight through to wicketkeeper Harry Finch, and there is no run.
I wonder whether Kent might think about giving Elgar a rest. We've got about just over 3/4 of an hour to go until the lunch break.
I wonder if that's a word from Bell Drummond saying, you know, final ball, cheers for that. As he's just gone over to talk to the bowler there, so I wonder if he's just told him to take a rest.
Or if he's saying, this is your last ball of this spell, make it a good one.
Well, especially as he's just caught the edge of the bat earlier in the over. Elgar in for what could be the final ball of his spell over the wicket, and Cox plays that into the leg side for a single. So having not had the strike for a while, he will keep it, and at the end of that over, Essex 79 for 2, Elgar on 32 and Cox on 29.
BBC Essex, BBC Kent with you from the county ground in Chelmsford via the BBC Sport website and the app, and you can also get commentary and the pictures via the Essex County Cricket Club website on their YouTube stream as well, as you can do with all of the county games. If you go onto the BBC Sport website, go onto the live county cricket page, and you'll see the tag there for the text feed, but also next to it is the tab where all the commentaries are advertised as well, so you can have your choice. So if one game's not in motion, not being played, if a weather break or something like that, you can always switch across and listen to one of the other games from around the country. As Gilchrist continues from the Hayes close end, is in and bowling to the right-handed Cox, just drops his hands on that Cox, sets off for a single that was never there as it stopped at backward point for no run.
You know, straight to the fielder. I'm surprised he even thought about a run there.
Trying to be positive. As you say, he's been starved of the strike in recent overs, so wants to get his innings going once again, get that scoreboard ticking from his bat, As Gilchrist is in, right arm over and bowling to Cox, just plays defensively back to the bowler on his follow through, where Gilchrist stoops to stop, and there's no run. 79 for 2. We're in the 17th over, so they haven't exactly been rushing through it.
No, well, I think the left-hand, right-hand always makes things a little bit more complicated, and both Gilchrist and Elgar have quite long run-ups and don't necessarily sort of race through their overs particularly quickly.
Gilchrist with 3 slips in, and Cox just plays defensively out to the offside, and there's no run again.
I'm sure that has its own impact as well. The left-hand, right-hand, I don't think is ever really taken into account with the over rate, but it does definitely slow things up, especially when the umpires were doing it as well for the first few overs of the day.
Yeah, then they quickly stopped that, didn't they?
They did, yes.
Here's Gilchrist turning at the end of a shortish run into Cox, and Cox eases that one through the wide open spaces of the onside. It's racing out to the wide mid-wicket boundary, will just be stopped as the man comes from deep square leg, scuttles around and collects, and they have run 3 this time. 82 for 2 is the Essex score, and Gilchrist just erring onto middle and leg, and Cox able to ease that one away for 3 more.
Yes, it looked like for a minute, I think the outfield might be quite slow, because we've seen a couple that sort of seem to race across the bat, just not quite get to the boundary.
So change in field, like you were mentioning earlier on, Sonia, was the left-handed Elgar comes to strike and just plays defensively back to Gilchrist, and there is no run once again.
Yes, 3 in the slips. I think the gully is almost a 4th slip. It's quite a narrow gully to Elgar. And interestingly, they haven't got someone on the boundary for that sort of dab down towards third man. Or if they do, they're just being blocked by the person operating the camera from our viewpoint in this box.
Here's Gilchrist. Elgar takes his hand off the bat there, takes his bottom hand off, but there's no run as he plays defensively, and signalling to the pavilion as well at the end of that over, where it's 82 for 2. I think possibly motioning gloves and a drink, I think, was the motions from Dean Elgar. So
yes, well, they had only sort of 17 minutes ago, they had quite a lengthy pause for a drink, so I'm surprised if they feel they need another one. As you said, it's warm out there, but it's not sort of the baking heat that you can occasionally get in England in the summer, and I think there will be a Kent bowling change as yes, I think Elgar has been told to have a break, and it looks like we're going to be seeing Matt Parkinson. Obviously, it does turn here at Essex.
But there is a certain Mr. Harmer
there is.
who enjoys bowling here for Essex these days. And yeah, so the change coming with what, just over 40 minutes to go until the break, and we're going to see spin introduced for the first time today.
It'll be interesting to see if it does spin, because there hasn't been a lot on offer for the seamers.
And if it does turn, it'll be slow turn as well, because you were mentioning earlier on, the pitch looks quite slow when the bowlers have sort of bent their backs and dug it into the pitch. It's
Parkinson did take a lovely wicket that was doing the rounds on social media in the first game against Somerset, though. So we'll see what he's got on offer here as he runs in for his first ball of this second county championship match, and that is a full toss that has been absolutely punished by Cox straight to the boundary. That is not how he will have wanted to start his spell. That was definitely a looseness, sort of knee-high full toss that Cox has just swung his bad ad and sent to the extra cover boundary.
The way that looped out of his hand to start with, you would hope that it slipped, because it just looped, didn't it? And it did drop like a stone, though, as you say. In the end, Cox hit it about knee height in the end.
Yeah, it did loop very high as Parkinson runs in for the second one, which Cox tries to drive almost identically to the point, and that has definitely stung the hands of the short extra cover, who is probably not thanking his bowler too much there.
He gave him a little look just over his shoulder.
As Parkinson runs in again, and that one's much better, and it's defended by Cox off the front foot straight into the ground and trickled to that fielder at short cover.
Absolutely larruped that previous delivery, didn't he? And it was a good stop in fairness to the man.
It was a great stop. He'll be wearing that for a while as Parkinson runs in, and that is smashed straight down the ground, back over the bowler's head for another boundary. Parkinson has not settled into this well so far, and that is the second boundary off his first over here, as Cox is racing along, having finally got his chance to face a few deliveries.
Thing is, they will know as well, look, you know, Cox won't just push and prod, he will go for his shots.
As Parkinson runs in again, and that one is hit almost identically back over the bowler's head, this time looping over mid-on rather than straight down the ground, and that is 12 already off the over with one ball to come, and far from the ideal start from Matt Parkinson.
If it's an experiment, it might be a short experiment. If it's going to be something longer, then Parkinson just needs to readjust his sights here, otherwise the runs are just going to flow.
As he runs in again for the final ball of this over, and that one is smashed straight through the covers, but I don't think he's got everything on that, and it's gathered, and it will just be a single, which it will probably feel like a bit of a relief for Kent. That was a very expensive over. 13 runs from it, as Essex move on to 95 for 2, Elgar on 32, and Cox is nearing his half century here with 45 from just 48 balls.
Yeah, Cox has overtaken Elgar now, and yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether that is just the one over we get from Parkinson, or whether that was just a loosener, and you know, maybe dolly a couple up, you know, if he mistimes one or something like that, and then also see what Jordan Cox's approach is going to be. But it's clearly that, you know, if it's there to be hit, he's going to hit it. He's not going to stand on ceremony, and he's not going to be cowed by Kent just trying to stem the tide of runs.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see another bowling change here. I think Gilchrist has been told to have a break, and it will be the return of George Garrett, but from the other end than we saw him first thing this morning.
Yeah, Wes Elgar started at the Hayes Close end, the far end, and Garrett started from the river end, so Elgar was then given a go from this river end with no success, so Garrett now gets to run down the slight slope we have here at Chelmsford. It does slope slightly from the top end to this end, not too much noticeably on it, but Garrett will just have to be aware of that slightly. 95 for 2, about to start the 19th over, just over half an hour to go until the lunch break, and having been 10 for 2, it's now been a good morning for Essex after they won the toss and elected to bat. Garrett at the end of his run in towards us, right arm over, bowling to Cox, who follows that one down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, and it's taken by Finch for no addition to the score.
Yes, it's an interesting decision, because I thought Gilchrist was bowling very well, but I think they might just have to manage it. As Matt mentioned earlier, they do only have 3 seamers with that injury to Joe Everson in the warm-up, and that would definitely be a big blow to them, not just with the bat, which is potentially what he's more known for, but with the ball as well.
Garrett always places the ball very deliberately in his hands, make sure he has the seam position correct before he starts his run. Up in now, and just from the crease pushing forward is Cox defensively for no run. See that from bowlers, he looks down and he's got his fingers and he's placing the seam very deliberately, and you see other bowlers that when they approach they have the ball in the opposite hand to what they're going to bowl with and then switch it.
And the bowlers who cover it as well,
yeah.
So there's no chance of the batter seeing which way the seam's pointed. I think James Anderson does that a lot for England, he always covers the ball.
They all have their idiosyncrasies, but Garrett obviously likes to feel the ball in the correct position before he even starts his run up, so he knows what delivery he's going to bowl, and he's in. 2 slips now, and Cox just plays defensively, no run. Nice and tight this from Garrett, bowling a good line here. 2 slips, a short extra cover, short mid-wicket, backward point.
There haven't been a lot on offer for the seamers, but that is one of the features of this Kookaburra ball, that if you don't get something early, and obviously Kent did make those 2 breakthroughs, but since then it hasn't really done anything, and that is one of the sort of slight problems potentially with it.
This next one from Garrett has Cox just playing defensively from the crease for no run. Always looks frustrated, Jordan Cox. If ever he plays a defensive shot, you would almost sense his frustration. Like, he hasn't got bat on ball and he isn't scoring runs.
Like Ben Duckett and his leaves, he's annoyed if he leaves the ball.
It's a modern way, isn't it?
It is, but I think there's a place for, you know, we're seeing 2 very different batters, and I think both can definitely be appreciated in their own right. You don't have to come out attacking, you can also be defensive and pick off the bad balls, and they're sort of equally effective.
More sirens around the county ground as Garrett is in and Cox again plays defensively, out to the offside for no run. Well, you mentioned earlier about Elgar having big boots to fill. Well, Sir Alistair Cook, one of the best exponents of that, wasn't he? To leave the ball alone and carry on, and if there's one there to drive, he had his scoring areas. He
had about 3 of them.
About it. Yeah, that was it. And look what career he had as well. And Elgar is in the same mould, very, very similar to that, and is quite happy to allow your shot makers, your Westleys, your Coxes, your Critchleys to play around that.
Yeah, and then you have players like Harry Brook who can basically play at sort of 360 degrees.
Here is Garrett into Cox, uppishly into the onside, but wide of the man at short mid-wicket. There's no run. It's a maiden from George Garrett. I haven't seen many of those
maybe his
today.
first maiden.
95 for 2.
Yes, he's still got 1 for 28, but it looks a bit better now that it's come off 5 overs rather than 4. And it will be Parkinson again. He's taken his jumper off.
Interesting.
It is an interesting choice. I wonder if the fielder at short cover is just going to double check that he's needed there.
Harry Brook,
but it will be to Dean Elgar, of course, and it was Jordan Cox who took a bit of a liking to him in the last over.
Sorry to interrupt you. Harry Brook is batting, by the way. Yorkshire 53 for 3, and Brook has scored 7 off 29 deliveries.
That's very surprising from Brook. 29 deliveries, you'd expect him to be on about 20.
Yeah, by now. He had a good innings last week.
He did have a good innings last week. And for anyone who's gone to watch Yorkshire, be a bit disappointed that Joe Root's made just 7. As Parkinson runs in for the first ball of his second over, and Elgar just flicks that into the leg side, but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Plenty of air from Parkinson. I mean, the wrong sort of air in his previous over, but he's trying to float it right up there.
Well, I think it's definitely a pace-off pitch because there's not any pace on offer from the pitch, so you sort of want to lure batters into making a mistake potentially, as that one is flicked slightly too full, and that has just been picked off perfectly by Elgar into the mid-wicket boundary. He's just perfectly pierced the gap there, leaning onto it, timed beautifully, and that will bring him another boundary.
Yeah, the stride forward turned it into a low full toss in the end, didn't it? He didn't wait for it, he just took the stride out of the crease and flicked it away. No great power or any great flourish with the bat. Good placement.
Yes, he just sort of leant into it. He didn't try and overhit it or anything, but he's definitely not an overhitting kind of batter. As Parkinson runs in again, and that was much better length there, just dropped short of the batter. He had to come forward and defend it straight into the pitch and down to the bowler.
I mean, Kent will have known when they locked, because their plan would have been to bat as well, having looked at the conditions. They would have known it was going to be, a case of just trying to be patient.
Yes, absolutely, as Parkinson runs in, and that's driven into the offside by Elgar, but straight to the fielder at sort of short-ish extra cover there. He's not particularly close to the bat, but he's definitely cutting off that scoring shot. As Parkinson runs in again over the wicket, and that one is played into the leg side by Elgar, and they will race through for a quick single as mid-wicket has to run about sort of 5 yards to his left to make that, and that is the 100 runs up for Essex.
Yep, so these two have put on exactly 90 of those runs. They came together at 10 for 2, and they've gone through relatively unflustered and unthreatened since that point of the morning.
Yes, just a couple of deliveries that have threatened as Parkinson runs in again, and Cox just watches that. There's a bit of turn on offer there, but he watches it turn past the outside of the bat, and at the end of that over, Essex 100 for 2. Parkinson has gone for 0 for 18 from his first 2 overs, which is not what him or Kent will have wanted when they made the decision to bring him on to bowl.
He would say that's a good comeback, only 5 from that over, but yeah, the figures don't lie. It was very slow. You mentioned the turn, it was a very slow turn as well. Just elsewhere, incidentally, Warwickshire going along nicely against Durham at Edgbaston, where Durham won the toss and decided to field. Warwickshire are 113 without loss in the 20th over. So
that's regretting their decisions there then.
Early season, stick them in and hope the conditions, can play into your hands. But you've mentioned a couple of times about the Kookaburra ball, and if you don't make early breakthroughs, then it's going to be a long time in the field, and that's proving that already. The Warwickshire batters are enjoying themselves.
And if the ground's soggy, it doesn't really turn either.
What we're saying, what we're saying is that the Kookaburra ball and the wet conditions aren't going to help the bowlers too much.
No, I wonder when obviously the decision was made for the Kookaburras for a particular reason.
Here's Garrett starting another over from the Hayes close end. That's worked into the onside by Elgar, and there's no run. 100 for 2, the Essex score.
But I wonder how many bowlers in the county championship were sort of looking forward to bowling with the Kookaburra bowlers, particularly when, as we've, I'm sure, all mentioned, that there are so many matches in April and May, which is usually the most conducive time to bowl seam.
Garrett again just sweeps that hair out of his face. Around the wicket to Elgar, 2 slips in for the left-hander, but they're well spread, the 2 slips, and Elgar does get an edge to this one. It's down in the ground, it falls in front of first slip. There was a strangled shout of catch, but it was played down by Elgar and with soft hands, and they actually come through for a single as well, 101 for 2.
Yes, I think Jack Leaning's might have just caught the end of his fingers and might be a little bit of a sore one there, because it bounced sort of at that awkward length in front of him.
Yeah, trap the fingers between the ball and the ground. And so the slip swap side, still 2 slips, but they've moved closer here for the right-handed Cox, standing a lot closer than they were for Elgar. Elgar and Garrett is in, and Cox just steps out of his crease and works it into the onside, but is sent back by Elgar. No single there, 101 for 2. Half an hour to go of play this morning.
Yes, obviously Essex will just want to navigate this period of playing without losing any wickets and go into lunch in a fairly comfortable position. As you know, with the sun out, you think it's just only going to get easier to bat.
They would. I mean, they're disappointed obviously to lose those couple of early wickets, but if they don't lose any more before the break, they will say that that's been our morning and that the plan has worked after winning the toss. Kent will think, well, did we push home the advantage we had when they were 10 for 2? Garrett is in and bowling to Cox, pushes back down the pitch, and there's no run as it's fielded by the man at mid-on. Getting slightly warmer as the sun moves around. I was mentioning earlier on those balconies, the retirement flats, there is one brave person on the top floor of the flat at the moment. But the Juliet balconies away to our left-hand side on the public side of the ground, they're all closed up. People obviously at work. Otherwise it's warm enough to have those doors open.
Probably for the first time this year.
Yeah. Garrett is in again, and Cox from the back foot forcing away behind square on the offside, but won't get a run there either. 101 for 2. He has 45 and Elgar has 38.
The sort of weather that reminds you that, oh, maybe I haven't started on my garden yet this year.
No, we mowed ours for the first time this year last week. It looks very nice, I can tell you as well. Got some seed down, a little bit of treatment down.
I live in London, so I don't have a lawn, but I do have some pots.
Well, they'll be flowering soon enough.
Yeah, I hope so. I planted a few last week, and then I ended up finishing my planting as the rain just sort of pelted down.
Timed it just right, arguably then, as Garrett is in and bowling to Cox. Again, just walking out of his crease. It's misfielded by the man at short mid-wicket, but there's no run. And that is the end of the over. Decent enough from Garrett, without threatening. And it's 101 for 2. And you were mentioning earlier on about a few that the batters had hit but didn't get all the way to the rope. That one stop from Bell Drummond and a couple out towards the public stands away to the left hand side from where we're looking as well. Of course, the old trick in the old days would have been to keep the grass long right by the boundary so that it didn't run all the way. But you do wonder whether the wet weather that we've had here is just maybe batters aren't getting full credit for the shots.
I mean, it's rained an extraordinary amount in the last sort of month and a half. You've had days where it's just pelted it down all day as well, which has obviously meant Worcestershire can't play their first 2 matches at home. As Parkinson starts his 3rd over here, and that one is defended straight back to the bowler by Elgar. Slightly better start to the proceedings from Parkinson.
Yeah, Worcestershire playing their first couple of games at Kidderminster, aren't they? And interesting to see the Ashley Giles quotes on BBC Sport website a couple of weeks ago saying maybe it is time to look at moving from New Road.
Well, that'd be a big decision as Parkinson runs in, and that one is played hard by Elgar straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket, and I believe that is Miyeye.
That is Miyeye, isn't it?
He's just moved into that position as Parkinson runs in again, and Elgar flicks that one off the back foot, and it's almost stopped by mid-wicket, but he will still just pick up a single as it's gathered by the fielder out on that leg side boundary, and it will bring Jordan Cox on strike, and now all the field has to sort of switch round, as you've seen mid-off and mid-on just push back towards the boundary here at the river end.
Yeah, they're almost on the rope, aren't they, the pair of them, daring Jordan Cox to take him on.
As Parkinson runs in and Cox just defends that into the offside where it's gathered by the captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond. And yes, he did drive to those positions the first over from Matt Parkinson, where he dispatched him successfully for 13 runs. As Parkinson runs in again, and that one is hit straight down the ground, but I think it's too far for the fielders, and that will be the first 6 of the match so far for Cox to bring up his half century as well. It was a great shot, just timed it perfectly over the head of the bowler, and the 2 fielders who were on the boundary couldn't do nothing but watch that sail over the rope. Cox on 51 from 61.
Bisected them perfectly, didn't he? They've got long on, long off out, and he just hit it straight back over the bowler's head for 6. A nice, clean strike from Jordan Cox. So that does show he is willing to take the deep field on.
He is, as Parkinson runs in again, and that one is sort of fended at by Cox, who can't quite get hold of it, and it goes through to Finch. And at the end of that over, Essex 108 for 2.
Well, he's already looking, even at this early stage of his Essex career, Jordan Cox, the perfect, if you want to call him, replacement for Dan Lawrence, who we know has a very attacking outlook himself. But Jordan Cox has come in and he's filling that number 4 role very effectively. That's his second half century in Essex colours, adding to his 84 against Nottinghamshire last week. Speaking of Surrey, the champions up against Somerset. Somerset going along very nicely there, having been put into bat. Somerset are 98 for 1. The man out, Sean Dixon, for 10. Renshaw 32, and Lammonby 56 from 66 deliveries.
Sorry, probably one of the ones who are going to be hit hardest when the internationals start back up again, but they've got such a depth of squad it might not even matter.
I think they might be okay. As Garrett starts another over from the Hayes close end, round the wicket into Elgar, who drives up to mid-on.
They are playing the Metro Bank One Day Cup though.
Well, yeah, okay.
There are reasons for that, but no, that's one competition that doesn't necessarily suit Surrey's strengths.
There is one competition that doesn't suit Surrey's very deep pockets and deep squad that they have.
When all of them are playing in the 100.
Yep. Which Dan Lawrence will be.
Yes.
As Garrett turns. Still just the 2 slips in, and again the slips are spread for Elgar. Elgar drives from the crease. There's no run, up to mid-off this time. The previous one was to mid-on, but timing it nicely, but picking out the fielder. And the game just seems to have settled somewhat into a bit of a pattern here now, doesn't it? Look, Kent aren't over-striving for wickets. And I think from the last Parkinson over, where they set the deep field, it was the first sort of time we'd seen signs of them trying to stem runs.
Yes, and he perfectly bisected that with a lovely 6 straight over the bowler's head.
Here's Garrett again. Elgar upright in his stance, drives, and this time does beat the man at short mid-wicket and beats mid-on as well, and they'll come through for a couple of runs. Again, it does just slow up as it gets about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. 110 for 2, and that's the 100 partnership between these two now as well. It's exactly 100, of which Jordan Cox has got 51 of them.
Yes, Elgar, I thought he was going to have to chase that a lot further down towards the boundary rope than he did. He actually only ended up running about 30 yards as the ball just slowed up. Potentially slightly up the hill, but not really.
Garrett again. Into Elgar, just plays across in front of his front pad. And out to the onside for no run. 110 for 2 is the score. Look to bring Matt in for the last 20 minutes of this stint. As Garrett turns and runs in to Elgar. Sonia's left us. She can get an early lunch in, get round and get an early curry in. That one is allowed to go through, and there is no run once again. 110 for 2. Welcome back, Matt.
You're okay here. We might both go and do that, I think. Get an early curry. Sounds very nice indeed. Yeah. Ferocious this from Essex, isn't it? Crikey.
Would you describe it as ferocious? Well, it hasn't seen it. I mean, there's been some good shots.
They've not taken many chances,
No.
I have to say, but in terms of run rate, it's looking ominous, perhaps rather than ferocious. Certainly ominous from a Kent point of view.
Here's Garrett in again, bowling to Elgar, who drives with no timing down the pitch, and there's no run again. 110 for 2.
Yeah, 110 in 20 minutes shy of. Which isn't a bad start, is it? Crikey. 51 for Jordan Cox. What a way to bring up your 50 as well. Straight drive off the leg spinner Matt Parkinson, and get a bowler down effectively with Joey Everson out the side. I was thinking, Matt Parkinson, the entrance interview for Kent said, I want to bowl more overs, I want to be bowling. He's certainly going to get to do some bowling with Kent this season, so he's just adjusting his field. Can he tempt on these Essex batters into a false shot? Cox has 51 from 62, Elgar 41 from 69, not far behind. Over the wicket now comes Parkinson. It's treated with respect by Jordan Cox, just dead batted back at the bowler. Daniel Bell-Drummond is the lone slip as point. Yeah, shortish or at extra cover on the drive, or sort of mid-off position, I suppose. 3 strips away from the one they're playing on right now. This one again is defended into the offside. We've got Ben Compton at a more orthodox extra cover. Long on, long off, almost like a T20 field. That's a little bit of a gimme from Matt Parkinson, full and smashed by Elgar, but by Cox. Tawanda Mieye was fortunate or unfortunate to be in the way. Fortunate for Kent, stopped it, got both hands to it. Just like to give it some air, Parkinson. This one's a better length, and Cox comes out to defend that, and there's no run. So, yeah, long on, long off, almost like it's a T20 field, and they're teeing him up, Jordan Cox to hit long. Then Jaden Denley at mid-wicket, and they've got a deep square leg, George Garrett as well. Since those 2 wickets early on, it's been all Essex. 1 or 2 have beaten the bat, but Parkinson waiting for this one. Cox annoyed with himself, keeps it a little bit low as he tries to drive that off the back foot through the offside, but you can see his frustration. Felt he should have punished the batting. Sorry, there is another boundary fielder. Where's Elgar, who's getting some helpful advice from the patrons of the stand to our left. Parkinson once more. It's a better over, more consistent from Parkinson, though. He does take his jumper at the end of the over. It's a maiden from him, none for 25 or 4. What we've seen of him so far in Kent colours is he's not quite the 6-ball leg spin bowler. He likes to give the ball so much a chance that there is a chance one will slip as a full toss, and was almost punished by Jordan Cox in that over. So, George Garrett to continue. Yeah. Former Warwickshire man from the far end.
Yeah, you mentioned Parkinson giving it air when Sonia was on earlier on. He lofted one up, and which was absolutely smashed towards that man at short extra cover. And he did just turn around and look at Parkinson after he'd made a really good stop, I will say as well, but did just sort of look at him. I don't think he was grinning. And he did similar in that over as well, but 2 very good stops there. Garrett is in and bowling to Elgar. Again, in front of that front pad, turns it into the onside in front of square, and there is no run. 110 for 2, and we've got a quarter of an hour to go until the lunch break. Harry Brooks gone on to 21 now for Yorkshire from 43 deliveries, so it's quickening the pace up there. 3 fours and a 6 so far for him. He's not going to stand around and ask questions, is he?
I did think there was a bit of a mismatch when he was playing against Leicestershire last week. It felt like a net for against the Leicestershire attack.
Here's Garrett in bowling to Elgar, just plays defensively forward, creeping forward, almost crab-like, and there's no run.
You talk about Durham on their first action of the season, having had a washout in their first game, putting Warwickshire in, and Warwickshire 100 odd for none.
Yes, yeah. Well, we're going to have a bowl here, aren't we, Skip? Yeah, if we win the toss, we're going to bowl here, lads. And Warwickshire 129 without loss.
Right.
In the 24th over.
Top division's tough, even tougher perhaps when you make the wrong decision.
As you say, you wait all that time to make your return to top level cricket, county cricket, and that's what happens. Here's Garrett in, bowling to Elgar, who feels for that one. And it goes past the outside edge, head in hands from Garrett, head to the skies from Elgar. But nothing changes, 110 for 2, and one of the rare occasions the ball has genuinely beaten the outside edge this morning.
Yeah, he's just trying to run that, hasn't it, through backward point, gully maybe, but not made contact, and Garrett will be pleased with that. It's taken a bit of tack today. Not least just after he took the wicket, actually, Tom Wesley.
Yeah.
The audacity to get rid of the Essex captain, Jordan Cox, punished him for that.
What's Garrett's response to going past the outside edge? It's one more on Midland leg, which is eased into the onside by Elgar, and there is no run. Yeah, but you would say that even the ball that got Wesley out, it was well wide of off stump, and Wesley was giving it the full flowing drive and got a thick outside edge to it, and was caught behind. So it was, you know, it was a delivery that, you know, could just have easily have sailed towards the boundary.
Yeah, if it hit it, it would have been in Suffolk by now, I'd imagine, but.
And I think that's why Tom Wesley's reaction was swish the bat at fresh air. He was so angry with himself. As Garrett turns in, bowling full delivery, and that one is angled down to the deep third boundary for 4 runs. A shout of catch because it was in the air, but Elgar's played that deliberately, and first and second slip, well, first slip is at first slip, but second slip, he's basically stood almost 3.5 foot, fourth slip, isn't he? It's gone for 4 runs, 114 for 2.
Yeah, it's come off the toe end. Dean Elgar very pointedly looking at the bottom of his bat, so it's not a clean contact, and that, I suppose, is the exasperation from the Kent slips. But as you say, there are wide gaps between first slip and a sort of fourth slip for Tuandamiye, and then point as well, so it's flashed through them, and fortune favouring the brave for Dean Elgar. He's on to 45.
Yeah, it goes to 45. Cox still on 51, 114 for 2. These two have added 104 so far. Garrett is in once again, and that's above the hip and worked down to long leg for a single on this occasion, and Elgar has pinched the strike as well at the end of that. 115 for 2, 25 overs gone now.
Yeah, hard yards for Kent at the moment. Parkinson's perhaps bowling himself into a bit of nick after being a bit wayward in his first couple of overs, but they need him to do the job they signed him for at this point, to try and hold down an end, if he can do, and let the seamers work from the other. But at the moment it's Essex's session. 115 for 2. Looked very different in the fourth over rather, when Tom Wesley had gone at 10 for 2. But these two, fantastic effort. Jordan Cox 51, Dean Elgar 46. I'd imagine that the chat between the Kent fielders and Jordan Cox might have quietened just a little bit from the Kent point of view. He's relishing the battle. Parkinson then over the wicket, the leg spinner. 2 Cox drives this one straight down towards us. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and that'll be 4 runs. Again, he's taking on. I'm not sure he hit that quite cleanly, but he hit it very, very hard. Yeah, they'll go for 4 runs. I don't mean to besmirch him in any way, but that's Dean Elgar, I beg your pardon. It's the left-hander, of course, who's hit that lovely shot, and he goes to 50. Does Dean Elgar, 119 for 2. And we'll get the stats in just a second, but both of them have 50 now. Elgar 50, Cox 51, 119 for 2. And as I said, he steered it well enough with the bottom hand, and that one is driven into the onside. Careful to step over the pitch is Dean Elgar as he surveys that one. It's gone up to Jack leaning, and there's no run.
Did come slightly off the toe end of the bat, didn't it, for the shot that made the 50, but it was a safe shot because the field is up for him. And obviously Kent feel, you know, they'll put it back for Cox and have it up for Elgar. So, you know, although it came off the toe end, it was always going to clear long on and long off either way.
77 balls for Dean Elgar. He's 50, by the way. As Parkinson bowls to him, it's clipped into the onside. The left hand coming in, the natural spin of the leg spinner will come into the left-hander. It's fielded by Ben Compton at mid-wicket. 7 fours. For his 50.
There is turn there for Parkinson, but it's just so slow.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's not a great deal of bounce either. He's got to find a perfect delivery to get Dean Elgar out. He dead bats that one, not interested in that, on the middle stump line. And 2 balls to come off the 26th over here on BBC Essex, BBC Kent, on the BBC Sport website, an app for the commentary. And around the ground, and around the world, of course, on the the streaming service as well for Essex County Cricket Club. This one is just a gentle push into the offside, and they jog through for an easy single. Jayden Denley goes to retrieve the ball at a point. And one ball to come. John Cox just doing a little bit of peremptory gardening just in front of the crease. Already has 51, both players do now. 120 for 2 Essex here on that Cole. And Glenn Speller with you. Sonia Twigg in the rotation as well today. On a fine day. It's going to be a scorcher. 20-21 degrees here at Chelmsford, perhaps later. Is Parkinson, a relative scorcher I should say, end of the over, treated with respect by Cox, turned to the onside Denley Fields, Jayden Denley Fields. I've got to get used to that. 120 for 2.
Well, you say a scorcher. There is a gentleman in front of us has just broken out the sun cream.
There we go.
Just on his arms, just putting it on his arms, so he's feeling the heat and the warmth.
I brought mine today as well. I gather the UV is fairly high.
Yeah,
so
okay.
Go.
I'll take your word for that.
I was told that. I'm just relaying information.
George Garrett is going to continue from the Hayes close. Now, I was just wondering, Matt, about the other bowling options that Kent might call on as the afternoon progresses. Does Daniel Bell-Drummond and Tuandu Mayeye, do they turn their arms over much these days?
Bell-Drummond certainly can do. He has problems with his back, so he has to manage how much work he does. Jack Leaning spin. Joe and Jayden Denley both spin the ball.
Garrett is into Elgar, pushes out to mid-on for no runs. I seem to remember a very early start of his Kent career. Mayeye bowling.
Yeah, bowling off spin, yeah.
Not quite so much these days.
Not bowling a lot, so yeah, Jack Leaning would certainly be ahead of him. Jayden Denley's bowled plenty in the one-day games for Kent, and did in the World Cup as well, the Under-19 World Cup during the winter.
I seem to remember Joe Denley bowling for England.
And absolutely right, yes, bowls leg spin, yeah. They'll call on him if needed, but with Matt Parkinson in the side now, he's so far ahead of those in terms of experience and skills.
Garrett in to Elgar. Elgar gives it the full drive. There's a diving stop by the man at mid-off. Elgar stood and watched the shot, and then mid-off sort of tipped it round the post, so they're able to come through for a single in the end, and it's 121 for 2. I think Dean Elgar quite enjoyed that shot because he stood there for an awfully long time admiring it.
Yeah, where's Elgar? Big fast bowler, 6'5" of him, muscular, but going down in stages very much to get to that.
He stopped it.
Fair play. He did stop it. I think that's the bottom line.
Yeah. It doesn't matter how you stop it or what you stop it with, as long as you stop it. Here's Garrett. Field closing in around Cox here. So Cox just pushes defensively out to the offside for no run. 121 for 2 in the 27th over of the morning. And we've got 8 minutes to go until the scheduled interval for lunch. It's a couple of early losses of wickets for Essex. Feroz Kushi went foot to the first ball he received from Wes Elgar, leaving one alone. And then Tom Westley driving outside off stump, caught behind, and that was 10 for 2. Here's Garrett in again. Nice drive from Cox, but it'll be stopped. A bit more of a rudimentary stop there at mid-on this time.
Yeah, they're kind of opposites, those two dismissals, weren't they? Whereas Kushi left one he should have played at, and Tom Westley played at one he should have left.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair to Westley, it was quite wide.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he drove at it and well within his rights to do so. And his eyes probably lit up because it was a full delivery, but he ended up getting a thick edge to it rather than it coming off the middle of the bat. As Garrett, a ring of fielders backing him up as he bowls to Cox, and Cox just stands and delivers and plays defensively out to the offside for no run. Maybe the interval is in his mind now as well.
To be fair to Garrett, he's managed to rein things in a little bit with his bowling. I think the first 4 went for 7 and over each, including that wicket, but 1 for 37 off a ball shy of 9 now. It's getting near a 4 and over. It's still not great, still from a Kent point of view, still good from an Essex point of view, scoring at pace.
As Garrett sweeps the hair again from his eyes. Turns over the wicket into Cox, just pushes defensively. I say pushes, just dead bats it into the onside. There's no run. Good over from Garrett, it was on the mark there. Nice and accurate.
121 for 2 is the Essex score after they won the toss and elected to bat. Meantime, elsewhere in Division 1, Hampshire 95 for 2 against Lancashire. Nottinghamshire 79 for 2 against Worcestershire. Surrey, Somerset going nicely, 116 for 1, and Warwickshire going along their merry way, 137 without loss after being put into bat by Durham.
Yeah, we've all had bad days at work, haven't we? You make an instant decision, and often captains will just tell you just went with a gut instinct rather than anything else, but perhaps that's just let them down. Durham today. Here's Parkinson again, just aborting the run-up. He's having trouble with the crosswind there. It's quite breezy out there. Just losing his run-up. There's a couple of stretches from Jack Leaney. I don't know if they're going to try and work in another over a spin before the end of the session. This is wristy from Jordan Cox, but only finds Miyeye at this shortish cover position. They've got come to an extra cover. They've still got the slip in. Sorry, it's Elgar, it's the left hand. What am I talking about? I should be able to tell by now. That one's same delivery, same outcome to Compton all went on the ground. Now Jack Leaney is warming up the bowling arm now, so I think we might just see him a bit off spin before lunch. With 4 minutes to go until it clicks over to 1 o'clock. The back foot, Elgar just gently and gracefully pushes that out towards Jaden Denley. On the offside.
Just wonder whether Kent, you said Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox are big mates, aren't they? And you just wonder, you know, Leaning, as you say, he's moved up the pecking order in terms of bowling his spin, whether they might get Cox on strike and see, you know, whether he wants to chance his arm right before lunch. You know the old mind games are going to be played, don't you?
That's not a bad idea. So Parkinson, 28 on his Kent shirt. Over the wicket now, the leg spinner to Cox. That's pretty wide. In the championship, he'll get away with that one. And does. So a dot ball. That's just tempting Jordan Cox to drive wide, but 2 balls to come of this over. Parkinson wheels away again on the back foot. I think that was that the googly? Might have been. Looked like it spun in as it went on with the arm towards Jordan Cox, but he's picked that one into the onside. Denley fields, Jaden Denley fields, and there's no run. Ball to come, Parkinson, and defended by Cox very stoutly, very securely to Dewanda Miyeye at cover, and that is the end of the over. So just 1 off it. Parkinson has none for 31, but these 2 batters playing well within themselves at the moment, just seeing things through to the interval.
Yeah, that's what it's all about for Essex now. Just get through to the interval, no more down, and turned it around from 10 for 2 to currently 122 for 2, and then look to build deep into the afternoon, because the runs are out there, aren't they? The runs have been flowing, and there's plenty of runs out there for the batters if they can get themselves in, but these are in, and these are 2 players who are very, very well set. And as you said, Matt, Jack Leaning is going to come on just to turn his arm over for the final over before lunch, a couple of minutes before 1 o'clock. I'll be updating the BBC Essex listeners at 1, and you'll now be doing likewise for our friends over the water. As Leaning turns, just checks his field, little lick of the fingers a couple of times, and is coming around the wicket into Elgar. A bit more pace on it than what Parkinson bowls with, a bit flatter as well, and Elgar pushes out for no run. See a gentleman up on the top balcony of one of the buildings away to our left now, as Leaning comes in. That's aimed down the leg side and just turned in front of square. 3 fielders converge on it, but can't prevent the single, and that does bring Jordan Cox down onto strike. And they send out the men to long off and long on to see whether Jordan Cox fancies chancing his arm here against his big mate and big friend and former Kent colleague, Jack Leaning. Cox Cox just having a look behind him because they brought fine leg up to the edge of the circle here. Leaning is in and bowling to Cox on the full, and well, it almost gets under Cox's bat. He sort of traps it between the ground and the toe of his bat. A few oohs and ahs from the field. Sharp intake of breath from you, Matt.
Yeah, it's close.
Leaning is in again to Cox. Slower and fuller and outside off stump, and Cox just lets it go by this time. 2 more balls to come. He's got 51 and Elgar has 54.
Battle within a battle here.
Yep. Leaning in, penultimate ball of the session. Cox pushes out defensively and there's no run. And final ball will come for this session.
Stopping him, giving him a look after everyone, isn't he? Just see if you can engage him in some lively conversation.
Go on, have a go at this one. Leaning's in, bowling to Cox, and Cox plays defensively and ends up on his knees virtually at that forward defensive shot. Has a little smile and a little smirk is exchanged between he and Leaning, and that is the end of the over, and it's the end of the session. And Essex, having won the toss and electing to bat at the close of the first session of the first day, are 123 for 2. I'll update BBC Essex listeners in a few moments. Matt's gone off to update BBC Kent listeners, and then we'll rejoin you at around about 1:40.
can have a...
Sorry, no, that's brilliant.
Perfect.
I just wasn't expecting it.
Rose Cushy, and Cushy is bowled.
Toss and decided to bat, and for the first time this season we can cross to Glenn Speller.
Morning, Richard, and I can tell you that Essex have won the toss, elected to bat, and we're just watching Rose Cushy.
Forwards with their
Garrett's in, full delivery again, and Wesley drives straight down the ground and then pick up the first boundary of the morning. Garrett just putting up there to see if there's going to be any swing whatsoever, but over pitching, and Wesley takes full toll of that, 6 for 1. Bowling to Cox, and Cox drives and will pick up 4 runs for that one, and well, he makes as though he's going to run, but jogs a few strides out of his crease, but it was slightly uppish on the drive, but only about ankle height and well wide of the bowler on his follow through, and 4 runs. Garrett in and bowling, and driven and uppishly, and that was well in the air that time, but 4 more runs, this time down to long on, but very uppish that one. Looked like the ball almost sort of stopped on him, or he stopped his shot slightly, but he picks up successive boundaries, and a successful over from Kent's perspective, and they've taken the wicket of Tom Wesley. In and bowling to Cox, full delivery, driven for 4 runs. Well, you keep bowling to Jordan Cox there. Great approach that he has is in and now, and bowling to Elgar. And Elgar drives beautifully up to the long off fence, and will pick up 4 runs. His first boundary of the morning, and it's 41 for 2. And Garrett come in, and Elgar drives and will pick up 4 runs. It beats the attempted stop by the man diving at mid-off, but
as Gilchrist runs in, and that's just lent on by Elgar, and that will be 4 more runs. He's just lent on that, open the face on the bat to a slightly wide delivery from Gilchrist.
Here's Gilchrist in and bowling to Elgar, who plays wide of third slip into the ground and will pick up 4 runs. It was a deliberate stroke from Elgar right over the top of it into the ground.
Well, Elgar will be over the wicket to the right-handed Cox, who will finally have a chance to get off, add to his tally, and he does with a drive straight down the ground for 4. Elgar in over the wicket to Cox, who drives that one again and pierces the gap between cover and mid-off, and he will just about pick up another boundary as that trickles over the rope. Runs in for his first ball of this second county championship match, and that is a full toss that has been absolutely punished by Cox straight to the boundary. That is not how he will have wanted to start his spell. That was definitely a looseness, sort of knee-high. Parkinson runs in again, and that one is hit straight down the ground, but I think it's too far for the fielders, and that will be the first 6 of the match so far for Cox to bring up his half-century as well.
Go on, have a go at this one. Leanings in, bowling to Cox, and Cox plays defensively and ends up on his knees virtually at that forward defensive shot. Has a little smile and a little smirk is exchanged between he and Leaning.
Second session, first day. Essex against Kent. Kent broke through twice early on, and Essex 10 for 2 after the host had won the toss here at Chelmsford, but then a century partnership plus now, 113 between Dean Elgar on 54 and Jordan Cox against his former side for the first time on 51. Have made it Essex's first session of the day. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me Sonia Twig, and Glenn Speller in the rotation is warming up his bowling arm to come on as first change at top of the hour, but Wes Elgar is going to bowl from the river end, I think, to start the afternoon session. And Sonia, Essex look pretty solid and occasionally spectacular to me with the bat this morning.
Yes, absolutely. I think they've definitely been on top so far today.
Elgar round the wicket to the left-handed South African Elgar. Then that's a great delivery to start, and through to the wicket keeper. Movement off the pitch from a good, actually quite full-length delivery there. And Elgar has just mimed, the international mime for that's moved off the pitch through to the wicket keeper. Lovely start from Elgar. But,
yes, definitely something that we weren't seeing in that sort of hour before lunch, where it was just all looking a bit too easy for Essex, and they were sort of picking off the Kent bowlers. Of course, that was when Elgar was taking a break, and he has definitely been by far the most threatening of the Kent seam attack.
And he has that point of difference, does Elgar. This one's flicked into the onside by Elgar off middle and off. It's fielded by Ben Compton out there. Let's go through the field in a second. 2 slips for Kent. So Daniel Bell-Drummond at 1, Jack Leaning at 2, and then going around clockwise from there. Ben Compton at point. Denley at extra cover. Sorry, Joe Denley. There's two Jaden Denleys? There are 2 Denleys on the pitch.
2 Jaden Denleys, yes. 2 J Denleys.
Oh, it's all going so well. This first couple of minutes of commentary. There's Elgar to Jordan Cox against his former side, of course, and just leaves that in towards Garrett at mid-wicket.
Well, you've got a lovely stat about the 2 Denleys, haven't you, Matt?
I have indeed. Yeah.
For those who didn't join us first thing this morning, Matt has a great stat about the Jaden Denley making his first-class debut alongside his uncle.
Uncle and nephew, the first time it's happened for Kent since 1854. I will get you the names again. It's the Pilch family. As Elgar comes in now and bowls to Cox, just playing across his front pad, and there's a little bit of excitement from bowler and slips because of that, but confidently done by Cox. He takes himself a single into the onside. So here we go. Fuller and William Pilch, the Kent Cricket Club, which predates the Kent County Cricket Club, which was formed in 1870. So it goes that far back.
Predates the FA Cup.
Predates the FA Cup. Predates Kent County Cricket Club as well. So, but a team from Kent. At the moment, they're watching Essex bat very well. Here's Elgar to Dean Elgar, solidly behind that defensive stroke. So yeah, just the 2 slips in, and for Elgar it is Joe Denley on the drive at mid-wicket, fairly close.
And Jaden Denley has been at backwards point most of this game.
He has, yeah.
And he's fielded quite well, got in on the action, other than one quite horrendous overthrow.
Yes, he more or less started the day with that one, or earlier on in the day, but yeah, he's a very efficient fielder normally, fast across the turf as well. 125 for 2, Essex. Elgar bowls, drive, what a shot. Cover drive, a little bit over pitch perhaps on off stump, but Elgar has just beautifully driven that through the offside.
I think he's seen a little bit of width there and just absolutely capitalised on it. A batter of his experience, I don't think is ever going to really lose out on that one. It was just a bit too wide, and Elgar just perfectly timed that straight through the covers. It hasn't been a particular scoring shot of his today. We've mostly seen the runs sort of come from that glance off the bat behind square and driven down the ground off the seamers. So that was a bit of an opening up, but it was also, a wide sort of slightly half volley, and you can't really I mean, he went after it well.
Yeah, perfectly placed. Classic cover drive from Dean Elgar. 129.42, 59 for Elgar, 52 for Cox, and it's going to be Nathan Gilchrist from the far end. I've actually still got Jack Leaning's figures up. I'm just going to check Nathan Gilchrist's.
I don't think he's bowled as much as the other two seamers who sort of came on for a middle spell from the same end that he's bowling from now, as Gilchrist runs slightly down the hill over the wicket to the right-handed Cox, who flicks that off his pads, and that will be 4 runs. He's just slightly leg side from Gilchrist, and that has just been turned off his hip by Cox to bring another 4 runs to both his and Essex's total, as Cox moves on to 56 and Essex 133 for 2.
As you say, he's just bowled 5 overs so far in the piece as Nathan Gilchrist.
As Gilchrist runs in again to Cox, who flicks that one sort of through forward of square leg, that, and it's picked up by the fielder on the square leg boundary. And he will have to settle for just 1 run, which brings Elgar on strike, and the field, as they've done pretty much all day, are going to have to swap round again.
Yeah, left-right combination. Nathan Gilchrist is hoping to bowl a full season. He had an injury interrupted 2023, and they really needed him to kick on when they lost Matt Milnes to Yorkshire last season.
As Gilchrist runs in again, and that's just defended into the offside by the left-handed Dean Elgar.
It's a stat from the Kent office. I mentioned Fuller and William Pilch, 1845, uncle and nephew. The Kent office, Liam, thank you very much, says this was 2 years before Edward Elgar was born. The composer, 132 years before Dean Elgar was born. Put it in context. Thank you, Liam.
That's a lovely stat for you, as Gilchrist runs in again, and that's defended by Elgar off the back foot. He looks a bit disappointed not to have scored from that, but he perfectly picked out backward point.
That's, yeah, creative thinking from the people that bring you those fantastic signing videos, etc. Liam's great with a stat. Even better on his classical composers, but that's another story.
Well, it's time for a classical composer cricket reference.
Well, in that, we were checking the spelling of, making absolutely sure the spelling of Jaden Denley's name this morning. He's 1 letter away from being Haydn. In fact,
yes, no E.
And if Paul Newton was here, we could go further than that on classical composers. But maybe you can, Sonia. But I'm probably going to have to stop there, I think.
Unfortunately, it is not. Classical composers is not what I spend most of my history degree doing, as Gilchrist comes round the wicket to Elgar, who punches that into the offside, and it's well stopped by the fielder at cover, and he'll have to settle for just 1. He timed that well, and it was a good sprawling dive from the fielder at sort of between cover and extra cover, just to cut off those extra runs, and he just has 1 to it, which takes his score on to 60.
But for all your composer and cricket chat, do get in touch with us. I'll give you the email addresses in short, but I've not checked around everyone's today, and their Twitter addresses as well. We'll have a quick roll call, so you know how to send us your brickbats and bouquets. That one gets a little bit bigger on Cox. Just takes the bottom hand off the bat sharply, but defends it into the onside. Decent finish to the over from Gilchrist, but still he did 5 runs. 135 for 2 Essex. Essex Cricket, is that right? Email address? bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. kentcricket@gmail.com for your emails. You don't have to stick to those if you support one of those sides, by the way. We are a broad church here, I like to say. At BBC Kent Sport for our Twitter as was address X now, and Twitter at BBC Essex Sport. Thank you very much. That works. Here's Elgar to Elgar, shoulders arms through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. And Sonia, your X address or handle?
You completely lost me when you said X.
Oh,
I
yeah.
Never thought of it like that.
Sorry. Twitter.
Twitter.
What's your Twitter handle?
At Twig Sonia.
Thank you very much. Yeah, drop us a line.
Completely lost with those. Like, what's
It's
your
no,
X? What?
Whenever I call it X, it always feels wrong.
Even still, in my main job, I write in copy X, formerly known as Twitter, because I still don't think anyone calls it X.
No, I think that branding hasn't really stuck, has it? It's Elgar bowls to Elgar outside the off stump.
Well, the URL is still Twitter.
It is. Yeah, well, I guess it's going to be, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it? I think.
It is.
I mean, it is. But will it ever more shall be? Who knows? Mr. Musk will decide that. He owns it. Here's 135-2, I'm told. 60 for Elgar, 57 for Cox. We work off, well, from composers to an international incident with the owner of X. Elgar running away from us here at the river end, in front of a stand that's nicely full balcony. Left by Elgar. No ball, not the first one from Elgar. I think that's his third of the day.
Some news from Essex over the lunch break that Essex and Surridge have extended their 5-year extension as their club's official clothing partner. For any Essex fans who are particularly interested, apparently they've been associated with the club since 2007.
And still proud to be, I'm sure. Let's see if I can spot any Essex replica kit in front of me. I can't at the moment. Oh, there's a cap with that branding on it, just to our right. A ball from Elgar again. As it's defended by Elgar, he just does ask a bit more of a question. He's just that bit quicker, bowls a heavy ball than the rest of the Kent attack. 137 for 2.
Yes, and even he's not having much luck. It is a very slow pitch. We haven't seen much life in it at all from either end, really. And it's a shame, you know, with these Kookaburra balls, once they're a little bit older, they don't tend to offer a lot for the seamers. And being only day one, you wouldn't expect. I mean, Simon Harmer may prove us wrong that there isn't a huge amount on offer for the spinners either. Parkinson hasn't been particularly prolific.
No, so far there's a bit of turn, Glenn was saying, but not much bounce or pace on the pitch. Play and a miss from Elgar outside the off stump. Elgar said his follow through almost ends up next to the South African, but turns, all part of the fast bowler's lot, isn't it? You put all that effort into a great looking delivery. Actually moved a little bit off the pitch as well. Doesn't get the edge, you have to go back and start again.
And it's a long way for Elgar. He does start his run up quite a long way back.
He starts almost at the boundary rope and he ends up almost at the far end of Stumps. So, as you say, a lot of explosive effort from the South Australian, bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. And play by Elgar. Decent fielding by Denley at point. Jaden Denley at point. And he stops that. 2 Denleys. There are only 2 J Denleys. 1, 3,
Do you know what they
7, 2.
have on the back of their shirts? I was literally just wondering this, because normally if there's 2 you have an initial, but obviously they couldn't have an initial.
They both have Denley as far as I know, what they did during the One Day Cup, so yeah. There should be a JA and a JO or something, or at least the initials, I suppose. Would be the other option, wouldn't it? But
I mean, they might be the same too, for all we know.
don't think... What's Jaden's second initial? I think it's a K, Jaden. I think it's JK. As it's cut away by Elgar, takes the bottom hand off the bat as he does it. It's a lovely shot. Fluid cut behind point. This time Jaden Denley can do nothing about it. It's 4 runs and it's just about a boundary and over at the moment. Essex has been keeping that up throughout the morning, the first part of the second session. 141 for 2 then here on BBC Kent, on BBC Essex. They're the hosts, of course, via the BBC Sport website and app, and on the live stream of our Essex County Cricket Club. 141 for 2, the hosts.
Yes, and it's all just looking a little bit too straightforward for Essex, isn't it?
Yeah, 1-2 have beaten the bat. I was asking an Essex fan actually, talking about that great win at Nottinghamshire last week. He said, how on earth did that happen, particularly with the Kookaburra ball? He said, we bowled them out in under 30 overs, that's how it works.
As Gilchrist runs in, and that's just defended into the offside by Cox.
So that's all you have to do, is you have to bowl sides out while the ball has got some shine. And
oh, why don't they all just do that then?
I don't know. It's like they came up with a secret. They've blown the idea of the Kookaburra ball. You just have to take 10 wickets in 30 overs.
Otherwise, you watch it go on for quite a long time.
Yeah, and actually we're at 32 now, aren't we? So
a long way until the next new ball as well. As Gilchrist runs in again over the wicket to the right-handed batter, who punches this into the offside, and that has slightly raced away, but it slowed up as it got past the practice wickets into the outfield, and they will just get 2 runs for that. Cox moves on to, as I lean out of the box, 59.
59, okay. And that's why it's worth leaning out, because the scoreboard to our left is slightly quicker.
Yes, unfortunately, where our box is, you can't quite see the electronic scoreboard, so it involves slight manoeuvrability to sort of lean right out of the box.
All this done completely against any health and safety guidelines as Sonia throws herself over the balcony to make it out.
As Gilchrist runs in again, and that's just defended into the offside to Garrett.
But those are the lengths we'll go to for a cricket commentary.
Those are.
We
To be
sacrifice
fair,
ourselves for you.
we are not very high up. If we were a couple more stories up on a sort of slightly ricketier, I might think twice about sticking my head out the window, because it is a bit windy today, but...
You'll probably be okay.
We're all adults, it doesn't matter. As Gilchrist runs in again over the wicket to Cox and bangs that one in short, and Cox has top edged it. Wes Elgar gets there and he spilled it. That was the one chance that Kent had been working so hard to try and get, and Wes Elgar did really well to make up the ground there to try and capitalise on that top edge from Jordan Cox, but he gets 2 hands to it in a decent position, and he's just spilled that catch. If you were Daniel Bell-Drummond, you would have your head in your hands at that.
I mean, that was a tricky chance, wasn't it? Had to make a lot of headway round the boundary to get there first, but he got both hands to it. That'll be the frustrating thing for him and for the captain. And as you say, those chances don't look like they're going to come up every couple of overs. Few and far between. Jordan Cox survives on 59.
Yes, and that'll be really frustrating for Kent. They were sort of banged in a bit short, maybe took Jordan Cox slightly by surprise. That is the end that we have seen a bit more life in the wicket. As Gilchrist runs in again round the wicket to Elgar, who punches that one straight through the offside towards the extra cover boundary, and it's bounced just over the rope. Beautifully timed by Elgar, and that would just add insult to injury after Ken had worked so hard to try and find an opening.
How many times has that happened, that you have a chance dropped and then the next ball goes for a boundary? It just feels so cruel on the bowler, but there we go, I'm sure. And
to be spilled by your bowling partner at the other end as well.
Yeah.
You sort of think Agar's got to make up for that.
It's been hard enough for both of them so far. A bowler down, Kent, as well, with Everson. If you're just joining us, injured in the warm-up, which is why Jaden Denley is playing this one, but Miss Everson's seen bowling.
As Gilchrist bangs that one in short, but Elgar just ducks. That one didn't get up much at all, but Elgar was still able to duck out the way. And at the end of that over, Essex have 148 for 2, Elgar on 68 and Cox on 60.
I'm going to launch into this over and do an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly. So if the microphone suddenly goes down, that'll be what it is, being called by the people of Kent to tell them about this, and it doesn't make great reading. Or
is that Parkinson who's just stretching off after lunch?
It's Compton, actually, I think, with the orange soles. Yeah, just warming himself up. He won't be bowling. I don't think we have to worry about that. But
he has bowled.
He has. Where's Elgar? Bowls to Cox. I'm not saying he can't, but that he won't. His well, unless this thing goes on for a very long time, I would say. But Cox defending this one into the onside. Garrett fields at mid-wicket. Essex will be hoping, obviously, that this pitch, which looks really good to bat on, does something. 4th day, perhaps, for them. 2nd Kent innings, they'll be hoping, rather than the run fest we saw at Lord's last week, which ended up, was it 600 each, I think? Lord and Middlesex.
Yes, I mean, for those there watching Sam North East, I'm sure it was a brilliant watch, but as a contest itself, it wasn't particularly enthralling.
Fine fellow Sam North East.
Can't imagine people on day 4 were like, oh, I can't wait to go to Lord's and see what happens.
See Ryan Higgins get a double century. I mean, I don't with due respect to him, he's a very fine all-rounder, but I don't suppose Ryan Higgins will go that way again in his career. Not in a hurry. But yeah, Essex at the moment punishing the Kent bowling. 148 for 2. Elgar bowls. Lovely drive through the offside from Jordan Cox. Watches that all the way to the boundary. Yes, it will. Joe Denley is no slouch across the ground, but that will be 4. And gentleman in front of us already loves a go-on Coxie. There we go. An Essex fan.
Only just arrived and already got the crowd on your side with runs against your former county.
Yeah, can't be bad. Got himself 80 odd in the first innings against Nottinghamshire as well. Duck in the second one, but already proving his worth. 152, so the 150 is up now for Essex. 3 balls to come of this Elgar over. To Cox now, leaves it outside the off stump. Through to the wicket keeper. Looks like it came back at the right-hander. See, the screen we've got to our right is a bit like one of those early 20th century movies.
Yeah,
it's
it
very
sort
jerky.
of looks like the start of YouTube.
To put a more contemporary slant on it. Yeah. Different generations, Glenn, that, isn't it? There we go.
I knew where you were coming from.
I didn't.
I now feel 203. So there we go. Here's Elgar to bowl over the wicket to Cox. Short ball, and that is gently hooked away for a single. But yeah, I take your point. It's still buffering.
It's sort of like those stop motion videos that children make with sort of clay animals.
See, that was closer to my thought with the frame rates, perhaps, of early 20th century cinema.
Not what I'm sure that the slightly battered TV in front of us is capable of.
No, which may well date back from the early 20th century. 153 for 2. It's just nice to have it, to be honest. We are spoiled. Ball to come on the 34th over. Elgar round the wicket to Elgar. Defends that end of the over. I'm going to update BBC Radio Kent listeners. I think Glenn will come in my stead shortly.
Well, as Matt leaves us, Essex are in a pretty dominant position here, and Nathan Gilchrist failed. Well, Wes Elgar spilled the catch that would have brought them the crucial breakthrough that they've been waiting for since the start of, pretty much the start of the morning session, when Essex found themselves 10 for 2. With Cushy out first ball and Wesley following not long after, chasing after a wide drive. But since then there's been very little on offer, and in Gilchrist's previous over managed to get Jordan Cox, who has looked pretty inflappable at the crease, to top edge one straight, and Elgar did well to make the ground but then spilled the catch despite getting 2 hands to it. And now there's just a short discussion going on between Gilchrist and captain Daniel Bell-Drummond as Cox is on strike again at the river end. Just having a short discussion about where they want the fielders. They started quite brightly, Kent. There were sort of 4 in the slips, and now just 2 for the right-handed Cox. As the breeze sort of makes its way across the ground, and Gilchrist starts his run up over the wicket to Cox, who defends that into the offside for no run. Got a good crowd in at Essex today for their first home game of the county championship season. Still a bit of breeze, but the sun is out, and it's significantly warmer than it was across the country this time last week, where obviously many people were disappointed that there was just the one outcome, that involving Essex, as all the other counties saw large amounts of rain fall, or at least affect matches, as Gilchrist runs in, and that sort of, I think that's an outside edge off Cox's bat, but skewed towards point along the ground, and no run. A few more people potentially making their way into the ground for this afternoon session, although, as Matt mentioned earlier, there was a big queue outside to get in at 1 o'clock. And the flags of both counties just fluttering in the breeze over the pavilion to our right, as Gilchrist runs in again down the wicket, and that one was slightly shorter and just defended off the back foot by Cox, who has looked a little bit wayward since that top edge that was put down by Elgar running in from final leg. I wonder if that's just slightly playing on his mind, but I'm sure he is an experienced player and can put it behind him as he faces up against his former county, who he left after last year for the first time. The breeze just getting a little bit stronger here at the Cloud FM County Ground as Gilchrist bangs that one in short and Cox sways out the way. Can't be tempted into the shot, and the umpire just signals that that's the one bouncer for the over. Trousers flapping in the breeze there, which has just picked up in the last sort of few minutes, and if that's going to have any impact on proceedings. I've just seen a hat of one of the spectators fly off, so it's definitely a little bit gusty out there as Gilchrist runs in over the wicket, and that gets a surprising amount of bounce. Cox just slightly flustered by that as he fends it off the back foot, sort of around the chest area down towards backward point. And Matt has done his update for BBC Kent and is back.
Yeah, all across the southeast in the afternoon. It sounds very grand, doesn't it? All the way across the southeast. So, yeah, Surrey not doing a great. Well, Somerset are doing well at the Oval, 158 for 1. And Sussex have taken 4 Leicestershire wickets.
As Gilchrist tempts Cox into a big swing and a miss there. I don't think that was too far away from hitting the bat. There's a lot of oohs from the crowd to tell you just quite how close that was. But a good way to finish the over from Gilchrist, who has looked quite bright after lunch. And at the end of that over, Essex, the maiden over from Gilchrist. And at the end of that over, Essex 153 for 2.
Yes, a bounce in his pitch. Got some really good lift there, Gilchrist, didn't he? And as you say, he's trying to cut that away.
We've seen that from that end. We haven't seen that from this end at all. It's been a pretty slim pickings for the seamers from this end, a little bit more life from the others. Of course, that's where Gilchrist managed to get Cox to top edge one that was eventually put down.
Yeah, good point. So elsewhere on the county scoreboard, as we just mentioning those other games, so Hampshire at the GS Bowl, 110 for 2 against Lancashire. They won the toss, did the home side, and elected to bat there. Nottinghamshire also chose to bat at Trent Bridge against Worcestershire, 132 for 2. Somerset now on to 160 for 1 at the Oval. Surrey chose to field there, so Somerset doing really well, not as well as Warwickshire though, as Parkinson replaces Elgar at this River End, and Elgar a bit in the block hole there, tries to drive it away, but only as far as leaning at mid-off. A single slip in now, Daniel Bell-Drummond. I'll go back to the county scoreboard in a second to the Warwickshire score against Durham. Here is Parkinson, gives that loads of air. Elgar waits for it, drives it through the onside. Mayeye might have got something to it, but it's fielded in the end by Compton, throwing it into the wicketkeeper, and they will take 2, or would they just make the 1 there? Just the 1, in fact. So yes, Durham won the toss on their first day of action back in the top division. Put Warwickshire in. Warwickshire are 185 for no wickets now. Alex Davis has just completed his century. Rob Yates has 78. We've all made bad on-the-spot decisions at work. That one they're paying for, Durham, unfortunately. This has been driven by Cox up to long off, Elgar fields. The bowling of Parkinson into Division 2. Glamorgan are 82 for 2 at Cardiff against Derbyshire. Derbyshire winning the toss there and fielding. Parkinson, lots of air, but down the leg side, that is lapped away, swept away by Elgar for 4 runs. Lovely shot from him, but it really was too wide from Parkinson as well. 159 for 2 now. Elgar has 73, Cox has 66. Gloucestershire put Yorkshire into bat at Bristol. Looks like a good decision. Yorkshire 130 for 5. Leicestershire, as I said, at Grace Road. Sussex won the toss, put them in. Leicestershire 141 for 4. And Parkinson, it's a better delivery in the block hole there, and again good full length delivery driven by Elgar up to mid-on. There's no run. And at Wantage Road, Northamptonshire 121 for 1 against Middlesex, who won the toss in that game. Here Kent trying to find an answer to Essex's batting. Well, this is going to be a long day and a profitable day for Essex as well. Lovely deft cut by Elgar, moving his feet well to Spinner Parkinson. They'll come back for 2.
And that is the 150 partnership, I believe, between this pair who came together when the score was 10 for 2, and it was all sort of slightly looking like Essex might have made the wrong decision choosing to bat first, but they've recovered well and are now really putting the pressure on Kent, who have struggled to find any breakthrough since that initial start to the game, other than obviously one drop catch off Jordan Cox, but that's been pretty much it as far as Kent were concerned.
Yeah, 200 balls, 132 minutes between these two, so 150, as you say, off 200 balls is pretty good going for the championship. Great partnership so far.
Gilchrist will continue down the hill here to the right-handed Cox, who defends that into the, sort of pushes that into the offside. It was almost within reach of short mid-wicket, but not quite. And he'll just pick up a single as Daniel Beltran races around from mid-on to cut that off from getting close to the boundary. And that was almost a sniff.
Yeah, Joe Denley, to be frank, if Denley can't get there, not many fielders on the Kent side will be able to, but dive towards it. But yeah, just didn't pitch right for him, or didn't get close enough, so Cox survives.
Yes, Gilchrist coming round the wicket now to the left-handed South African Dean Elgar, and Elgar just sort of steps across and watches that straight through, and it goes safely into the gloves of Harry Finch.
He likes to move his feet to the seamers as well, doesn't he, Elgar? He's very mobile at the crease and covering off the stumps, making sure of himself and judging that
someone
wide.
with his experience isn't going to necessarily be put off by any of the pace that these bowlers are offering, and I think that's why we're seeing him sort of move around so freely in a way that you might not see at test level, as Gilchrist runs in again round the wicket, and Elgar fends at that and just keeps it down as it looks like it's trickling towards the boundary, but I believe it's just been cut off by Jack Leaning, so he will have to settle for 2 runs there.
Yeah, it looked like a thickish outside edge. He did keep it down well, but I don't think that was the shot he was intending to play. But as you say, the soft hands, he's kept it all the way along the ground. No chance for the slips. And
no, and that's where he has been particularly fruitful today, is that sort of backwards square, just either opening up the face or keeping any edge that has been rare, sort of keeping it to, it's not even sort of dropping short, it's literally sort of scuttling along the ground towards that boundary as Gilchrist runs in again, and that's hooked away by Elgar into the one fielder deep on the leg side beyond fine leg, and he would have to settle for just one. It was slightly shorter from Gilchrist, maybe trying something a little bit different, but that one just sat up. It didn't really, we've seen a couple get a bit of lift from that end, but that one just sat up for the South African.
And on the face of it, 2 players with something to prove to the Essex faithful. Dean Elgar trying to fill the shoes of Sir Alistair Cook, as if anyone could, but in his stead as an opener, and Jordan Cox, of course, with the departure of Dan Lawrence and moving clubs as well, but they're doing their side proud today.
Gilchrist over the wicket to Cox, who doesn't look entirely comfortable defending that one, which did get up, unlike the last one, and sort of playing that in front of his chest to keep it down.
Yeah, that's a spot, isn't it? I don't think, with the greatest respect to Nathan Gilchrist, that's all his pace doing. That has popped up off the wicket, and
there's
suddenly,
one spot that we've seen, because Elgar hit it early on as well. I think there's one spot that is just getting that little bit more bounce, and it is literally the only life we've seen in this pitch, is that one particular spot that seems to get them to bounce up a little bit more than expected, as Gilchrist might be buoyed from that coming in again, and Cox gets right forward to defend that straight back towards the bowler to finish the over. At the end of that over, Essex 165 for 2. Elgar on 78 and Cox on 67.
if you're looking for crumbs of comfort for Kent from the seam attack, is Gilchrist is just in this spell probably bowling as quick as he's bowled since he came back from injury, and that's good news. Obviously he's not taking wickets at the moment, which isn't good news for Kent, but longer term, if he can keep himself fit and keep bowling like that. But at the moment it's Elgar on 78 and 67 for Jordan Cox. They're ruining a Parkinson, none for 39 off 7, and
off none for 39 off 9.
Is it 9?
No, sorry, the scoreboard hadn't changed.
Okay.
Never mind.
It's Parkinson then bowling. Slow delivery. Lots of air to Elgar. Tries to whip it into the onside. He does, in fact. But Yaya fields at mid-wicket. And Daniel Bell-Drummond will be hoping that Parkinson can keep the runs down at the least, just hold things up at one end to allow his seamers to rotate at the other. This goes to Joe Denley. He makes a sort of scrum half pass there, as if to try and shuttle it onto the stumps. Jordan Cox actually was just resting on his bat. He wasn't out of his ground, but it's a game attempt by Denley, sort of double fielding, stopping and shoveling it onto the stumps. It's one he can't get, but it's driven up to mid-on and fielded by Wes Elgar for a dot ball. This is what they want from Parkinson. Can they keep it? Can he keep it tight? From an Essex point of view, they just don't want him to get any hint of being on top. There's a full toss, hit straight towards Denley. It's gone through him, I think, and that'll be 4 runs. That was hit powerfully on the full by Dean Elgar, and it has rifled past Denley. He looks a bit rueful and looks at the fingers of his left hands to make sure they're all roughly the same shape they were when he first went
Yes, that's always the danger with going for ones like that, is they'll flick the edge of the finger and you look and suddenly you've dislocated something.
It's so hard from Elgar. I'm not implying any fault on Joe Denley's part. That was just absolutely rifled past him. And I go back to this again. It's a rarity at the moment when a Kent over doesn't go for a boundary, which is fantastic for Essex. They're keeping the score ticking over. A run rate of 4.5 and over. Matt Parkinson doesn't like the look of the ball. He's tossed it to the umpire, who's taken a peremptory look and tossed it straight back. There you go. Yes, it's a cricket ball, says the umpire. Parkinson, flatter delivery outside the off stump. Elgar makes room and finds Jaden Denley at extra cover. No run.
Well, if they're trying to change the ball, it suggests Kent have potentially slightly run out of ideas here.
I have to say, it was the quickest return from an umpire. I just took one look at it, almost dismissively threw it back to a Parkinson. Into
Didn't
the
even
onside
put it
from
through
Elgar.
the ball gauge.
No, it's like, nope, have it back.
Nope, it's fine.
Don't ask again. It's Ian Blackwell at this end. And Graham Lloyd at the far. End of the over from Parkinson. And Essex 169 for 2.
As Parkinson gets an arm round the shoulder from his captain there after what's been a difficult day for him. 8 overs, 0 for 43. It's not been quite what he would have wanted. He bowled a lot better in the last game against Somerset, but this has been a pretty miserable start to proceedings, and obviously a difficult ask, and with the absence of Everson to take up a sort of that key role, coming in a lot earlier on to the game than he might have expected.
Yeah, I mean, Kent, I guess, had a choice. I saw Arafat Bouyan on the ground today, although Grant Stewart was on the 13. I didn't see him warming up. He's been suffering with a calf strain, but Freddie Clarkson as well. But in terms of balance of the side, you take Everson out. I mean, it's difficult. You're taking your basically your all-rounder, your number 7 out of the side and then asking to replace him. But I guess if one of the bowlers are coming, they bat 10, 11, and the tail is very long. The tail is from 7. What they've done instead is bring Jaden Denley in, sorry.
And there will be a bowling change with Garrett, who has been struck on the pad, and he's brought a weight through almost immediately. That is just what Kent have been waiting for, and Jordan Cox will have to depart for 67 from 104. There was a bowling change, Garrett coming on to replace Gilchrist, and he's been struck Jordan Cox on the pad first ball. There's a big appeal from Kent, and the umpire's finger goes up pretty much almost straight away, and he was hit. It was just missed by Jordan Cox there, looking at the replay as it goes on to hit the pad before the wicket. And Kent, who have been waiting so long, have finally broken that partnership, which was worth over 150 runs to Essex. And Jordan Cox has definitely gained a few admirers from the Essex crowd in his first home match for his new county.
Yeah, announced himself really well. There's a little bit of a stay at the crease from Jordan Cox, but there's no foot movement at all. I think he was pretty much trapped, unless there was an inside edge. I said I don't think it was any descent. I think probably just sheer disappointment. He'd missed it. Could have gone to a big score, but I said it's already a good total from Essex on this first day. 169 for 3. Crumbs of comfort for Kent. That's their first bowling point, but expect Essex to bat on.
And Kent will be pretty relieved that, having been dropped on 59, he didn't go on to really punish them.
That's a good point. Wes Elgar can think Only cost another 8 runs, so he can sleep happier tonight, perhaps. But Garrett comes back, as you say, striking with the first ball after the bowling change.
Yeah, sometimes a change is just sort of what's needed, really, and after lunch you've got this sort of slightly fortuitous period where you can sort of make a few changes, and you know, light's not going to come into play. The conditions as they are going to stay pretty much the same, you'd expect.
Bowlers had 40 minutes to put their feet up as well, so during lunch.
Yeah, give the bowlers a good refresh, because they definitely put their hours in the morning.
And naturally, might have to face it being warm out there this afternoon, and this is the first time
Almost
this season.
Warm. Almost warm.
Well, all right, almost warm.
I've seen a few. There's a few puffer jackets still on, but I have seen a lot of jumpers come off in the last sort of half an hour or so.
That's true, actually. A bit more shirt sleeve order. It's still a breeze going across the ground, but very pleasant here. Sunshine at Chelmsford.
Well, we were promised 20 degrees.
Absolutely promised it.
As Garrett runs in over the wicket to the new batter, Critchley, who defends that into the offside and straight to Denley at short extra.
Big admirer of this Essex side and the versatility it gives you as well. Critchley spin, Waters seam bowling at 6, and Harmer, Snater, normally be Sam Cook, but Aaron Baird, no disrespect to him either, and Jamie Porter. There's players that could do a lot of jobs for you as well. Great fielding as well. Critchley's great in the covers.
As Garrett runs in again over the wicket to the right-handed Critchley, who defends that again straight to Joe Denley, who's sort of moved from short extra to sort of silly mid-off, really.
Yeah. Key for Kent here is, can they make 1 into 2, as the old cricketing adage goes?
Like London buses.
Well, it is, yeah. That's what I'm sure they'll be.
Forever for one and 2 sharp at once.
They'll be.
Kent will be hoping.
Chatting, I'm sure Jack Leaning and Harry Finch raising the cry. Let's make it 2. They'll be 169 for 4. They'll be telling Matt Critchley in his ear.
As Garrett runs in again, and that's defended again straight to Joe Denley, who I don't think has done this much fielding for a while.
No.
3 balls in a row have gone straight to him at sort of silly mid-off. And Kent will, well, they still have the left-hand, right-hand problem to deal with, which is probably not what they were hoping for.
That's a good point. Critchley can certainly be pugnacious as well. He might find this pitch to his liking. Right-handed.
As Garrett turns and runs in, and that's defended, sort of flicked off his pads again. Not quite to Denley this time, but slightly wider of him and gathered in the ring. Field has just crept closer for the new batter.
Yeah. Is he just going for a bit of a walk around?
He's done a few circles already.
He has, yeah. He's quite active at the crease, isn't he?
And they're just making a fielding change. Mayeye was at sort of gully, and he's just come in. Well, Denley's at silly mid-on, and Mayeye has just come into short mid-wicket, so they're clearly sensing something here, as Garrett runs in, and that's defended straight back down the pitch by Critchley, who will not be able to get a run, as Bell Drummond is very quick to cut that off, and at the end of that, Garrett has a wicket maiden.
Does indeed. What a return for him to the bowling this afternoon for a spell. 2 for 37 now. And Matt Parkinson will continue. Just hands his jumper and his cap to umpire Blackwell at this end. So breakthrough for Kent in the previous over. But yeah, notice in the first game of the season at Canterbury is Daniel Bell Drummond. If things aren't working, he's very innovative with his fields and quick to change, quick to try something new. Parkinson then to Elgar. Not necessarily the matchup that they want, leg spinner to left-hander, but driven with purpose by Elgar, but fielded by Mayeye at mid-wicket. So there's a slip in, which I'll go through the field in a second. He bowls his overs quickly, Matt Parkinson. Down the leg side, finds Mayeye at mid-wicket again. He's just picking him out now. So a slip, backwards square, Nathan Gilchrist, deep backwards square is Compton. Denley on the drive at mid-wicket, then a more orthodox mid-wicket for Mayeye. This one, just a push and run attempt by Elgar, but ends up with that man Gilchrist at backward square. Then long on, where's Elgar, just beneath the balcony there, just disappearing, and mid-off Jack leaning, cover Jaden Denley. Ooh, that looked like a... Elgar went for a mow there, I think, and just checked himself at the last moment.
Tennis forehand, that one.
It was. That was... He's an elegant player, but that one...
That was not an elegant
no,
shot.
Not like he was just going to try and thrash that one out of the ground, but held himself back. It's a deep backward point as well, by the way, is George Garrett. Given more air by Parkinson, driven up to long on, and it's fielded by Wes Elgar. But I think that was his instinct. He looked like he was going for a mighty sweep and just pulled out of it at the last moment, so it looked a little bit ugly, but was he going to try and attack Parkinson into the stands there, I wonder?
Well, Cox really attacked Parkinson and took a great liking to him, especially sending his first over for sort of 14 runs. So I wonder if they're going to continue that, or whether Parkinson might actually be able to settle into some sort of rhythm.
Possibly. Is Parkinson too leaning? Just... to Critchley, I should say. Leaning fields into the offside, no run. That would be something. 170 for 3, then Garrett has 2 for 37, Parkinson none for 44, Elgar 83 from 123 balls. Matt Critchley so far has faced 6 deliveries and has yet to score. It's BBC Kent and BBC Essex. Welcome to the commentary with Matt Cole and Sonia Twigg with you at the moment. Glenn Speller will be with us very shortly via the BBC Sport website and app. As always, of course, find us online on your smartphone, on your tablet, on your PC, at work, underneath the desk, on an earpiece. Pretend to the boss you're working.
It's Friday afternoon, do you even need to pretend?
That's a good point. So many more people, I suppose, especially on a Friday, are working from home as well, so...
Definitely have the stream on the Fire Stick or equivalent on the TV.
We recommend it, in fact. And the pictures from Essex County Cricket Club as well. There's all sorts of ways you can pick up the cricket commentary. There's almost no excuse not to. Innovative field again. Daniel Bell-Drummond here for George Garrett bowling to Elgar with a Mayeye, a silly mid-off.
As Garrett runs in again, and that is punched into the gap between short, silly mid-off and the sort of slightly close-ish cover that Bell-Drummond's occupying. And actually, he's just brought himself into short cover.
Yeah.
As you were talking about innovative fields, this is definitely an innovative field. But I quite like seeing this from captains and trying different things. I think it keeps things interesting and it keeps the batter guessing. What you don't want is batters to think, oh, they're not doing anything different, I can just keep going here. So just having someone in your eye line might make a bit of a difference. It might not, but it's worth trying. As Garrett runs in again, and that one's slightly shorter, and Elgar just tucks that into the leg side where it's fielded.
I think at this age of the Kookaburra ball as well, going back to that and what we saw at Canterbury, is captains thinking we aren't going to get many edges with this ball at this point. It's not doing much. It's not going to do much off the pitch or in the air. That perhaps closer catching positions forward of the wicket, you're more likely to get players driving and mistiming. So, although Jack Leaning is there alongside Harry Finch, just in case, you've got 2 quite close catchers on the offside now, forward of the wicket.
As Garrett runs in again around the wicket to Elgar, who pushes this into the leg side but straight to the fielder at mid-on, who will be wearing that one for a while. I think that struck him right on the knee.
So Matt Parkinson gets up eventually, and so it's almost, you're trying to cut off the drive, aren't you? So you're asking George Garrett to bowl 4th stump, and if Elgar's going to drive straightish, he's in danger then of picking out one of those fielders on the offset. What did I say that? And then Mia's moved to the onside.
Mia's just moved into silly mid-on rather than...
So you want to encourage him to play round his pads, and perhaps that could pop up to Mia at silly mid-on now.
Garrett round the wicket, and that's just defended into the offside and gathered by Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Was it just a short mid-on? It's not that silly, I suppose. He's not needing a helmet there, but...
Not quite. I thought he was closer on the offside, actually.
No, I think you're right. You might have he's got less silly as he's crossed the
Giving
pitch.
himself a yard.
Yeah.
It's not quite helmet needing, but he might have shin pads on.
I'm not
Can't
sure.
see if he does, but I would want them if I was there.
I'd agree with you.
As Garrett runs around the wicket to Elgar, who has hooked this one into the gap between deep mid-wicket and fine leg, and neither fielder seemed to move. That was a slightly bizarre situation where it's just been perfectly sort of pulled into the gap between the two, but neither was particularly chasing after it.
I think Jaden Denley made the international cricket signal for "I've no idea where the ball is." He's lost that in the flight somewhere, but I don't think he was that close anyway, was he? As you said, there's a fine leg there as well.
He didn't really flight, though.
It's gone.
It has gone for another boundary as Elgar moves on to 87 and Essex 174 for 3 as Garrett runs in again, and that one is defended straight back down the pitch by Elgar.
Yeah, end of the over. Is there going to be a change here? No, just a conversation between Messrs Bell Drummond and Parkinson. This last over, and then Glenn will come and replace me. It's all right. We'll do it. Sonia's basically on all afternoon. Is that all afternoon? Is that right? I'm not quite sure.
Well,
I'm not sure where we are in the rotation, actually.
I don't want to make up for the fact that you don't have a third voice tomorrow all at once, if that's quite
That's
okay.
very kind of you. It's Parkinson. Into the hard yards. Parkinson 2. Critchley kept a little bit low, perhaps, but no great pace on it either. I think that's where we are in the rotation. Is that right?
I think, well, we've both done quite a long time together,
right?
so I'm not sure if that's thrown the rotation slightly.
Though people do say that time with me does tend to bore them quite quickly, Sonia, so it might not be that long. Just feels longer. It's driven into the offside. There's a single taken. Critchley gets off the mark. 1 from 8. But yeah, if we bring Glenn in next, then
Tell you what, Matt
25
Parkinson
minutes
might be
after.
quite happy that Jordan Cox has gone, because he was sort of punishing him quite comfortably.
Yeah. Might be just a chance for them to... I mean, Elgar's playing fluently still, but Johnson just slow things down here, try and put some pressure on, but Elgar, again, that keeps a little bit low from Parkinson, who just acted with just a hint of excitement because of that. But again, there's no great pace in the pitch, so Elgar was able to drive that away for a single. Daniel Bell Drummond is the slip-in for this field. And, oh, Parkinson not for the first time. Scampered in. And stopped himself about 2 paces from the stumps. And, yeah, it's good full-length delivery, that one. Critchley's trying to work it away, but jams the ball into the ground and up to Wes Agar at mid-on.
Safe to say Critchley has not settled quite into this innings just yet, unlike Elgar, who is looking completely unflappable at that crease.
I've seen Critchley before. He does like to attack, and he does attack now. This one goes over the top, does it? It is 6. And in fact, there's not a long off there anymore. Since Jordan Cox went, they've taken the long off out, and that gives Critchley the freedom to swing through that. He's given that a mighty biff. 182 for 3, and Critchley goes on to 7.
Yes, that was a good strong hit down the ground. He just picked that length really well there and got all the way under it to guide it. Well, there was no real danger of it being caught anyway, but straight over the ropes for 6.
If they can knock Parkinson out of the attack, Essex will be thinking and give them all sorts of problems. Ken, that one's over long on this time. That'll be 4. And so Critchley's attack not only gets them runs, but puts in the mind of Daniel Bell Drummond, do I have to rotate my bowlers? Can I afford to keep Parkinson on? End of the over anyway. Essex still going. 186 for 3. 1 wicket lost in the session. That of Jordan Cox, LBW to George Garrett for 67. Elgar has 88. Critchley now has 11. 186 for 3. I'll leave you with Sonia Twigg. Soon to be joined by Glenn Speller.
Yes, it's been well, Matt Parkinson's had definitely a difficult day so far for Kent. His bowling has been liked by Joe Cox, and then in the last over dispatched for a 6 and a 4 in the final 2 balls of that to add to his slightly disappointing tally of 56 runs from his 10 overs without a wicket. But it will be Garrett to continue slightly down the hill here, as I'm joined by Ben for the first time in this afternoon session. Good afternoon, Ben, as Garrett runs in and to Elgar, who just defends that straight down the pitch, back to the bowler, who does a few keepy-uppies into his hand.
But Wes Agar's a relieved man, isn't he, that the drop only cost 8 runs on Jordan Cox, and just looking back at the Cox wicket as well, he's just missed a straight one, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, and he looked pretty furious with himself about it, but there was no sort of debate. Obviously, there's no DRS or anything at this level of cricket, but I don't think he would have wanted to use it for that particular delivery anyway.
If you're his batting partner at the other end, you'd be saying, no, keep walking.
As Garrett runs in again to the left-handed Elgar, who tries to pull this one and misses it completely. Doesn't get any edge on it, though, as Finch runs across to gather that one.
Warwickshire still going on their merry way, incidentally. Durham won the toss. Remember, Durham's opening game with their return to Division 1 was completely washed out. And so Durham would have been very excited pitching up at Edgbaston today to get their first division season underway. And they won the toss. They put Warwickshire into bat, and Warwickshire are 224 without loss. And continuing to pile up the runs. Apparently there's a really short boundary one side at Edgbaston today.
As Garrett runs in round the wicket to Elgar slightly wide, and he pushes that into the offside, but straight to the fielder on the edge of the ring at cover, and there is no run.
And in Division 2, Harry Brook made just 26 for Yorkshire today before he was out, again playing against Gloucestershire, and Joe Root made just 2.
Well, Yorkshire fans will be very disappointed with that, looking for returns at the start of the season.
Yeah,
but I know that Glamorgan had a delayed start, or have they not managed to get underway? So maybe it's a bit wetter in that part of the country than it is in the southeast. As Garrett runs in again around the wicket to Elgar, who pushes again at that, and it's straight to the fielder at cover. Again, a slightly interesting field from Daniel Bell-Drummond, who's kept himself at a short-ish cover and kept Tawanda Mayeye in at a sort of short mid-on. And then there's a slightly more conventional mid-on, one on the boundary on the leg side and a deep fine leg, one in the slips, and one sort of deep backward point on the boundary, as well as the ones I've mentioned are close, and Mayeye. Having said that, Mayeye has just moved across to short mid-off as Garrett runs in around the wicket. And that is well stopped by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Elgar has absolutely tried to time that perfectly through the covers, and the Kent captain has just dived and got 2 hands to that.
I think he was thinking 4 runs, wasn't he, when that came off the bat, because he timed it beautifully. But really quick hands from Daniel Bell-Drummond, although he is now ringing that right hand somewhat, so maybe didn't go solidly into the palm, but it's a fantastic piece of reaction fielding there at short extra cover. Hampshire 127 for 3 against Lancashire. Nottinghamshire 154 for 2 against Worcestershire. Somerset 190 for 1 now against Surrey.
As Garrett runs in, and that's just sort of played down towards third man by Elgar, who's enjoyed that shot today, and that will bring him 2 runs.
And Warwickshire, as previously advertised, 224 without loss against Durham. Division 2, they are underway. Glamorgan, Derbyshire. Glamorgan 113 for 3. There was a delayed start there, as you said. Gloucestershire, Yorkshire. Yorkshire 172 for 5. Leicestershire up against Sussex as well. Leicestershire 162 for 4. The former Essex man Rishi Patel out for 87 now for Leicestershire. And Northamptonshire batting against Middlesex in Division 2. Northamptonshire 130 for 1, and Emilio Gay and Luke Proctor together at the wicket there have added 129 for the second wicket so far. Broad was out for just the single right at the start of the day. So Matt Parkinson's going to continue from this river end here at a sunlit Chelmsford. Still not a stiffish breeze, but a pleasant breeze blowing now. It's a really lovely spring afternoon in the county town as Parkinson is in, giving that one a little bit of air, but Critchley just pushes back defensively for no run. Dean Elgar just stretching out his hamstrings at the non-striker's end. He's got 90. Critchley on 11, 188 for 3 as Parkinson is in again, still with the one slip. Lots of air and flight on that one. It's driven, it's misfielded this time at short mid-off, and that allows them to come through for a single.
Yes, Joe Denley just didn't quite get himself to that particularly well, but he managed to sort of parry it, and Jack Leaning, who is on the boundary at mid-off, was able to make that.
Parkinson to the left-handed Elgar this time. Flatter to Elgar, whips that one away in front of square on the onside, picks up a single. He goes to 91 and the score to 190 for 3. Pretty typical Dean Elgar innings this one. A few flourishing drives, but just looking to accrue and nudge and nurdle and gather runs when they're on offer.
Yes, absolutely. It hasn't been sort of flamboyant, but it's been what we expect from the experienced South African.
Parkinson in again, slower and lots of flight and well wide of off stump. Matt Critchley doesn't even bother offering a shot to that one. It was just about inside the return crease, I think.
He didn't even sort of watch that through. He just sort of stepped away and left it alone. It was well wide from Parkinson, I think it's fair to say.
He's in again. This one is a bit more on target and is pushed out defensively by Critchley for no run. Joe Denley able just to pick up very calmly and coolly on this occasion. 190 for 3. We're in the 44th over on BBC Essex, BBC Kent, via the BBC Sport website and the app. As Parkinson in once again, turned into the onside very gently by Critchley and very deliberately, and he's allowed to come through for a comfortable single. 191 for 3, and he goes to 30. End of a relatively quiet over from Matt Parkinson, who's reined it back in from his opening 3 or 4 overs, although he does still have figures of 9 for 59 from 11, but he did concede 18 from his opening couples. That's a good comeback from him, and 2 for 43 from 12 overs for Garrett, who picked up the last wicket to fall, which was that of Jordan Cox when the score was on 169. So just 22 runs added since Cox departed to the bowling of George Garrett, who's going to continue from the Hayes Close end.
Yes, he's settling into a lengthy spell after lunch, isn't he? It's going to be quite a mammoth effort from Garrett, but we also have seen, well, he got a wicket of Jordan Cox with his first ball in his first spell after lunch after Gilchrist started, and I'm not sure if we've seen Elgar after lunch, actually.
Not since lunch we haven't, no.
And to the newish batter of Critchley, there is a short mid-off and short mid-on, so he's going to have 2 fielders in his eye line as Garrett comes over the wicket to the right-hander, and that's just punched into the offside off the back foot, but fielded by Mayeye at mid-off for no run.
He's trying, Daniel Bell Drummond, and he's tried plenty of things throughout the day after the opening burst where they took those couple of very early wickets, and then it just settled with Elgar and Cox. He never actually, there was about a period of a couple of overs where he was looking to stem the tide of runs when Essex looked like they were getting after Matt Parkinson. But other than that, he's come up with some inventive field placings. He's tried to keep things moving and obviously keep his team interested and his players interested as well by coming up with some inventive field settings.
As Garrett runs in over the wicket, and that's played away beautifully off the back foot through backwards point to the boundary. That was a lovely, just sort of opened the face beautifully on that quite late to time it straight past backward point, and there was nothing any fielder could do but sort of watch that go to the boundary.
No, the trouble for Daniel Bell Drummond though is that he's got 6 fielders in front of the bat there, and then Garrett pitches one wide, so Critchley's able to cut away behind square, and there's no protection for the bowler there whatsoever. Everything's in front of the batter, so that was a bit of a give-me, but nicely played by Critchley.
Yes, no mistakes from Critchley, but not exactly Garrett bowling to his fields that's been set by his captain there as Garrett runs in over the wicket, and that one is punched in the perfect gap between mid-off and cover, and Parkinson at mid-off is able to race around and cut that off from reaching the boundary, but another 2 runs to Essex's total, which is almost at the 200 mark, 195 for 3.
Just when I was mentioning these two, only added 22 since the fall of the last wicket, you think it's becoming a bit more becalmed, and Kent not gaining control, but gaining a sense that they're able to stem the flow of runs, and then they let 6 go in the space of a couple of balls, and it just frees up the batters, Critchley and Elgar, sort of desperation or angst in that they're not scoring now because they've had a couple of good scoring shots there. 197 for 3.
As Garrett runs in over the wicket, and that's defended straight back down the pitch by Critchley and picked up by mid-off.
Nice crowd in. We mentioned earlier on in Chelmsford today, and you were mentioning after about the first hour, people were still coming in, maybe a little bit of shopping to do, a little bit of business to do in the city centre before they make their way to the county ground. But the members area in front of the pavilion is full there, top of the Tom Pearce stand here, and in front of us very well populated, and the public stands over on the left hand side under the covered area there. Also fair few people dotted around there. Good support again.
As Garrett runs in over the wicket, and that's punched off the back foot, very tall from Critchley, but he picks it straight to short mid on that time, and Joe Denley. Just
to go back to that Warwickshire-Durham game, 242 without loss, unbeaten centuries now for Rob Yates and for the captain Alex Davies. It's Davies' first century for Warwickshire as captain of the county side.
And what a way to do it when you've lost the toss and been asked to bat.
Yep. Go back. Sorry, I've lost the toss, lads. Oh no, been put into bat, bowler conditions, and you walk back in at lunch, none down. You could be walking back in at tea, none down at this rate.
There's a good chance as Garrett runs in again, and that's turned off his hip by Critchley into the leg side, and there is no run. At the end of that over, Essex 197 for 3.
Somerset have lost a second wicket now against Surrey. Another one where the home side won the toss and decided to field, but Somerset going well, 196 for 2. But Renshaw's been run out on 87. And unbeaten on 99, Tom Lammonby homing in on a century for Somerset. Hampshire 139 for 3, Orr made 10. Middleton run out for 6, and Vince, a victim of Nathan Lyon, for 56, 139 for 3. Nathan Lyon 1 for 38 from his 11 overs so far for Lancashire in that game. Nottinghamshire 157 for 2 against Worcestershire. Hamid made just 11 and Duckett just the 9. Slater unbeaten on 69 and Clark 59 as Notts looked to recover from the heavy defeat by Essex last week.
It's not been a good day for England batters.
Here's Matt Parkinson, worked in front of square on the onside by Elgar, and they come through for a single, 198 for 3. How often do you find that though, that they've played such little county cricket, so they might play one of the opening couple of games or something just to get a little bit of a knockout in the middle, and how often do you see it that they don't get very many runs? No, Harry Brook got runs last week, but Joe Root failing today, Ben Duckett failing as well. Joe Root famously out for a first ball duck here in one of the opening games of the season a couple of years ago, again with a victim to Sam Cook. Parkinson in, and Critchley steps away. I think he was fancying mowing that one away to Cow Corner, but gets the bottom edge to it, and it just dribbles out for no run. 198
Well,
4-3.
I think this season's going to be very interesting because they're playing a lot more matches than they would normally.
Here's Parkinson. Plenty of flight, driven down the ground. There is a long off out, and that is Wes Elgar, a man who we haven't seen bowl since lunch. Had a long stint, didn't he? Bowled from both ends this morning. Started at the Hayes close end, switched to this river end, but with varying degrees of success. It's Parkinson with Essex 198 for 3 is into Elgar. Waits for that one, Elgar, and goes for the cut, and he's through the shot before the ball's even gone past him, and almost gets an edge to that, but it goes through to Finch without a touch.
That was absolutely bizarre. I mean, he sort of thought that was about 10 miles an hour quicker than it was. He was through the shot so quickly, and then the ball went past him.
Well, he's through the shot nicely this time and sweeps away behind square on the onside and comes through for a single, goes on to 93, and Essex have their 200. 200 for 3 in the 46th over, and Elgar moves on to 93, 7 short of a first century for Essex. Brings Critchley down onto strike. False start from Parkinson this time.
Seen a few of those today.
Just losing his pattern of his steps as he comes in. Bowls to Critchley, that kicks very low, and Critchley just eases it up to the man who's halfway to the long on fence, and he comes through for a single. That's the end of the over. 201 for 3, 21 to Critchley, and 93 to Dean Elgar.
Yes, it's well, I think it's interesting this year because you do have a lot of those England players because there aren't any tests until quite late on in the summer, so there's a chance for those not involved in the white ball setup to actually get quite a good run of games, which will be nice for the counties who at times, I know, having been around and to a few different grounds, feel that they never actually see their England players.
Yeah, you do wonder what the counties gain from having them on their books, other than maybe a couple of games right at the start of the county season, because
Well, they're not paying the big ass because they're centrally contracted.
Yeah.
So.
But they won't see them in the blast. They won't see them in the 50 over competition, and you know, after a long hard international summer, you won't see them in the last couple of county games either, because they're probably, a lot of them would still be involved in various white ball series. But as you rightly say, because there are no early tests this year, because of the way the summer is set up, there is an opportunity for some of them to play a bit more red ball cricket. But regardless of them being centrally contracted, they are players for those counties, and it disappoints the members when they're not featuring.
As a change of bowling, and Gilchrist comes in over the wicket to Critchley, who defends that straight down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, so George Garrett bowled continuously, didn't he, from the Hayes Close end from lunch onwards? Was he?
I think Gilchrist had a couple, right. But yeah, he definitely had quite a long spell there, and obviously got the breakthrough of Jordan Cox,
which was only 32 runs ago. But I'm wondering whether the Kent, it feels quite a while ago now.
As Gilchrist runs in over the wicket to the right-hander, who punches that through the offside, and that has just been expertly cut off by Jaden Denley, I believe, who has covered a lot of ground and made a great sliding stop there on the boundary to restrict the runs to just 2.
Yeah, good piece of fielding. Had a good angle on it. He slid round and got it. It's sort of almost just brushed the under part of his arm. So he did well then to turn round and prevent it from trickling against the rope. He's got it a few inches inside. Good piece of fielding and saved a couple of runs.
And also, what you want to see when you're slightly up against it is your fielders really throwing themselves around and putting in that extra effort. We saw one where the fielder didn't earlier on, and it's just what you want to see, as that one is defended back down the pitch for no run by Critchley.
Yeah, it was Daniel Bell-Drummond, the captain, earlier on, wasn't it? Mid-on gave it up, and Bell-Drummond ran from mid-off to get all the way across and make the stop in the end. And actually, Essex only got a couple of runs where they thought they were going to get 4. So it was good attitude from the captain, and that's obviously bled through to the rest of the team. A good chase and a good stop then from Jaden Denley.
As Gilchrist runs in over the wicket, and that is punched off the back foot by Critchley, but straight to the fielder at cover. He looked like he thought he hit it into the gap there and was sort of setting off for a run before being firmly sent back by Dean Elgar.
Yeah, he was halfway down the pitch, wasn't he?
He
Matt
was.
Critchley, thinking, oh, there's an easy single there, easy couple of runs. But
you could hear Elgar's shout from here.
Didn't quite pierce the ring of the couple of fielders on that offside that he thought it was going to do. So good partnership from Dean Elgar, good working in partnership there, sending his partner back, saying no, preventing a calamitous run out.
As that one is defended into the leg side by Critchley for no run. Apologies for that. A bug flew into my eye.
Is that what, I couldn't quite work out what was happening, whether you were having a fight with fresh air or what it was that was going on.
No.
We did come into the
Flying
box this morning.
insect of some sort flew into my face, and my headset fell off. So apologies to anyone who heard a slightly crashing sound there, but there was not much I could have done about that. As Gilchrist runs over the wicket to Critchley, who looks to drive that one into the offside, but it's stopped by Mayeye at a shortish extra. And that was a good over from Gilchrist, as Kent are just starting to regain some sort of control here at the end of that over. Essex 203 for 3.
Did come into the box this morning. There's a small pile of wasps by one of the steps we stepped down to get to the commentary point in. So I did there was a wasp nest hanging around, but there's no sign of any more around today. But there's 3 or 4 down to my right-hand side who have perished at some point, either I would think this year rather than last year. They'd be dust otherwise, but yeah, happy to report only the odd flying bug which Sonia's just described to you.
Yes, I don't really know which one it was that flew into my face, but I wasn't dwelling too much on it either.
Right, there's a meeting of minds at this river end, and there's going to be a change of bowling for Kent, and Sonia just whispers to me it's going to be Jaden Denley who's going to come on and have a bowl from this river end. Just a couple of warm-up
to his uncle, warm-up bowls to his uncle as he prepares to bowl his first balls in first-class cricket.
He's got a lovely muddy green mark on his right knee from that piece of fielding that he did in the previous over, but he does look very, very young, doesn't he?
Well, he is 18.
He looks almost young. He looks younger than 18. But Jaden Denley is going to come on and have his first bowl. 203 for 3, as Sonia described. His proud uncle is stood there, watching on. Left arm over. Still a sorting out in the field to be done.
And his uncle is actually having a say about the field, because I'm not sure how much Daniel Bell-Drummond will have seen of Jayden Denley in match situations.
Well, here he is then, first ball in first-class cricket. He's in, that's flat, and it's eased up to mid-on, and it is fielded by Joe Denley. Can't keep the Denleys out of the game. Here's Jayden Denley in once again, bowling, and it's forced away up to long off by Elgar. He goes to 94 and the score to 204 for 4. You can't keep the Denleys out of the game.
No, not in Kent.
They've had a few families over the years, haven't they, Kent?
Notably the Cowdreys.
Yeah, the Cowdreys.
Quite a lot of them played for Kent.
There's Denley, Jayden that is, just stops while his field is adjusted.
I also think Elgar was explaining to Critchley which way it's going to spin.
He's going to come round the wicket to the right-handed Matt Critchley and just play defensively. There's a lot of chatter from the outfield now, urging on the youngster. And Critchley plays defensively for no run. Well, that's pepped everybody up in the ground, hasn't it? A few people might be thinking about having an afternoon snooze. Here's Jayden Denley. That's quicker and flatter, but worked out to the man on the cover fence for a single to Matt Critchley. 205 for 3. Tom Lammonby's got a century for Somerset as they continue to go from strength to strength against Surrey. Denley is in again, and that's outside off stump and driven by Elgar, but there'll be no run.
I know a family of half Somerset, half Surrey fans who are sitting together at the Oval.
Yeah. Here's Denley in again, driven and fielded by Joe Denley. And that's the end of the over. And tidy enough from the youngster. 205 for 3, and something for him to build on. Takes his Kent cap and takes his position in the outfield. Once it's all friendly,
he didn't know he was going to play today. It was only Joey Everson who got injured in the warm-up who let him have his debut. So a big moment for the young 18-year-old, who I think impressed last year for Kent in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. That's sort of where he really made his name and was offered, obviously, this chance to play first-class cricket.
That was his first bowl in first-class cricket, so nice story for him to tell.
In his latter
years. Yeah, in his latter years.
Yeah. First ball was fielded by my uncle.
There you go, you see. Nice story for him.
As Gilchrist just has a word with Daniel Bell-Drummond before starting this over. I wonder if they're discussing field placements. It will be Critchley on strike. And they've sort of taken a couple out of the infield. There is still a short-ish cover, as that one is punched through the offside by Critchley off the back foot and defended by Jayden Denley on the offside boundary.
Yes, that just sort of pepped everyone up a little bit and a bit more interest. There's plenty of interest, people watching, but obviously the game's not drifting exactly, but the game's settled into a bit of a pattern, so that little bit of thing just pepped people up, a bit more interest in the game, and youngster bowled nice and tidily, and that might just give Kent a bit more encouragement as well, to give him a bit more of an involvement in this game. But as you say, it was a late call-up, no Joey Everson today for Kent.
No, and they've just put in a shortish cover again for Elgar, who'll be on strike to the next ball as Gilchrist comes round the wicket to the left-hander and bangs that one in short, but it's just sort of pulled away for a very easy and slightly lazy single to Wes Elgar at deep fine leg.
Yeah, he's inching his way towards a century, isn't he? Dean Elgar doesn't mind doing it in singles.
I feel like he's been in the 90s for a while.
He'll stay out there. He'll stay out there for the rest of the day, just as long as he gets there. He's not too fast. There's no rush. He's not going to panic. He's done it enough times in his career.
Yes, absolutely. He's not one to get flapped by being in the 90s. He's got far too much experience for that. As Gilchrist will come in over the wicket to the right-handed Critchley, who punches that into the offside off the back foot, just past the fielder at sort of just in front of point, but just for an easy single to tick the scoreboard along to 208 for 3.
Century for Tom Lammonby. His parents are at the Oval today as well, watching Surrey against Somerset, so they'll be very pleased they made the trip. Lammonby is now out though. LBW Clark for exactly 100, Somerset 198 for 3.
Well, Kevin Peterson always says the hardest ball to face is that one after you've got your century, because there's so much emotion that builds up to it, and then you almost have to start again. It's like having your first ball again, and you can see why sometimes your concentration might lapse slightly as Gilchrist comes round the wicket to Elgar, who punches that into the offside, but again it's cut off by the fielder on the ring at cover, and there'll be no run.
Warwickshire 247 without loss now against Durham. Could be a long day for the Durham bowlers after they won the toss, just to repeat, and put Warwickshire into bat. Here, Essex won the toss and elected to bat. They were 10 for 2 at one point, and then they lost their third wicket with a score on 169, and they're now 208 for 3.
As Gilchrist runs in again round the wicket to Elgar, who punches that into the offside, and that will just evade the fielder trying to run round from deep point, and he will he'll move on to 99. I was going to say there were claps around the ground. I was convinced he hadn't made his century there, but he moves on to 99, just one run away from it. Here at Chelmsford, it'll be his first century for Essex since joining them, and it's definitely his first in front of the home crowd.
Yeah, nice shot, wasn't it? It was full outside off stump, and the moment he pierced the infield, that was going away for 4 runs. So now we have the or should we say token cat and mouse game of trying to prevent the single.
Yes, Bell Drummond's just ushered the field into the rings. A few in the ring as Gilchrist runs in, and that is punched down the ground for his boundary, and that will be Elgar's century. He has played that shot so well today, and on that he just leans into the gap towards mid-on and takes off his helmet and taps the badge and points to the crowd, which will, as most of the crowd are on their feet applauding the century from the experienced South African who came at the start of this year to take over from Sir Alistair Cook.
Yeah, you've said it. Came in, and many people see it as to replace Sir Alistair Cook, a left-handed opening bat, and he's going to be a feature of this Essex side for the next 2 or 3 years with the length of contract that he's signed, and he brings up his century with successive boundaries as well, and fluent drives too, and he's played very well today. He's not offered a single opportunity, and he's played very nicely. Flowing drives when the ball's been there, and also just accruing runs, nudging and nurdling and gathering runs along his way. He's done it in a very unfussy sort of way, which we've become used to during his long career, but hopefully that's a sign of more things to come for Essex, and I think he's just signalling to the box as well. We're going to have a change of gloves and a drink as well for Essex's centurion, but not before Jayden Denley has bowled his second over in first-class cricket.
Yes, I wonder, he didn't look like he was sort of taking his time to get there or nervous at all as he opened up for those 2 boundaries to bring up the milestone, which I'm sure he will enjoy, having just joined Essex at the start of the summer.
He's just never looked in trouble, has he, at all? He's
Not
looked
at
very
all.
comfortable. Right, Jayden Denley, left arm around the wicket into Matt Critchley, who plays defensively from the crease, and there's no run.
Just thought that one skidded on slightly. It was something that we hadn't seen when Matt Parkinson was bowling, but I think Denley bowls it slightly quicker than Parkinson, and that one just seemed to skid.
He's in again, and that's pushed out to the offside, and they'll scamper through. I say scamper through, they'll jog through for a comfortable single, and the score moves to 217 for 3, and Critchley goes to 27. Elgar just rescores.
Is there a plane going over?
I think it might be a train, because the railway station's only over there. You've looked at me as though I'm nuts.
No, I just thought it sounded slightly louder than that.
Here's Denley in, and Elgar pushes out to the onside. It's fielded, and there's no run. I can't see any signs of a plane anywhere. Normally in Chelmsford in the city centre, you just get the incessant sirens from the various emergency vehicles. Here's Denley in again. Plenty of air outside the off stump, and driven away for a single by Elgar. He's bowling very tidily, very nicely at the moment, Jayden Denley.
Yeah, he's bowled well, and it's always a nerve-wracking thing to do. I think particularly as a young spinner, as quite often you can get batters who really try and target the young spinners, as we've seen, well, sort of for years, really. Young spinners particularly can be battered out of the game.
He's in again, quicker and shorter, and that allows Critchley to stand on the back foot and drive up to long off, where Elgar a peripheral figure since lunch, apart from dropping Jordan Cox. Comes in and does the fielding, and they pick up a single. And that is the 50 partnership between this pair. Came together at 169, and the scores moved on to 219 for 3.
Yes, that's just what Kent didn't want when they finally managed to take the wicket of Jordan Cox, was Essex to almost immediately build yet another partnership.
This next one is swept away by Elgar in front of square on the onside, and it will go for 4. There was a tumbling attempt at a stop out there. Fielder gets his hand to it, but the momentum of the ball takes fielder and ball over the boundary rope, and it goes for 4 runs. End of the over. 223 for 3 is the Essex score.
Yes, and that was the first over conceded by young Jaden Denley, only 18 years old, and into having bowled 2 overs here quite tidily, 0 for 9 from them so far. It's going to be one that he will probably remember for the rest of his career.
Yeah. So, just the 1 wicket to fall since lunch.
And I wonder if we're going to have some sort of bowling change. I think Parkinson has his hat off.
They've done this 3 times now, haven't they, Kent? Switched the bowling ends. They did it with Garrett, they've done it with Elgar, and now they're going to do it with Parkinson, just to see whether he can have any more luck from the Hayes close end rather than from this river end, as they search for this breakthrough to break another partnership for Essex, which is building ominously from a Kent perspective.
Well, we have seen a little more variable bounce from the Hayes close end than we haven't seen anything, I think it's fair to say, from this end. But there's been a couple that have popped up, and maybe Daniel Bell-Drummond is just thinking that if Parkinson can get one to pop up, that might bring some joy to Kent, who have toiled in the field so far today. And I think I will just do this over and then hand over to Matt Cole, as Parkinson marks his run up at the other end. There's just the 1 slip in place, as he will be bowling to the right-handed Kitley, who goes up and prods the pitch before facing the spinner. Parkinson in, and Kitley just goes right forward and defends that into the offside for no run.
49th first-class century, incidentally, for Dean Elgar, which I'll raise one eyebrow to that and surprise maybe that it's not a few more than that.
Yes, I agree with you, although I'm not sure how much Test cricket South Africa play, as Parkinson runs in, and that is punched into the offside off the front foot. A good sort of cover drive there, but it will be cut off on the boundary, and Kitley will pick up just 2 runs from it.
Just over half an hour to go until the scheduled tea break here. And I think on this evidence at the moment, Kent will need the tea break to come more than Essex will if these two continue to go about their way. Paul Walter, the next man due in for Essex, he and Kitley, who put on that very, very good second innings partnership, which set up in the, in inverted commas, run chase for Nottinghamshire, which they got nowhere near last week.
As Parkinson runs in again, and again that's pushed into the offside by Kitley, almost identical to the last one, and cut off on the boundary by Jaden Denley, who has been quite active in the field in between his bowling overs. And that will bring 2 more runs to the total as Essex move on to 227 for 3.
Somerset 199 for 4 now. They lost Lammonby for exactly 100, and Banton's just gone for a single as well. Surrey on a bit of a roll at the Oval. Warwickshire still rolling along, 261 without loss against Durham. And Durham still searching for a first Division 1 wicket since 2016.
Wow, as Parkinson runs in again, and that's just defended back down the pitch towards the bowler by Kitley. So Durham have had all that wait, and they might have to wait until well, potentially the final session of the day to find a breakthrough, if not longer. I wonder what the record opening stand is, as Parkinson runs in again, and that's punched into the offside by Kitley, but this time straight to Wanda Maye at mid-off.
No doubt various Warwickshire commentators and reporters and supporters are going to various record books to see high scores for this, high scores for that, high stands and all this sort of thing.
As Parkinson runs in, and that's punched down the ground by Kitley. Parkinson dives down but doesn't get there and will concede just the 1 run, but he looks pretty annoyed at himself for not fielding off his own bowling there at the end of that over. Essex 228 for 3. Dean Elgar is on 108, and Critchley, who feels like he's only just come to the crease, but is already on 33. As I'm going to leave you, and you'll be joined by Matt Cole.
Thank you, Sonia. She'll be back in the post-tee session. So Essex going along very nicely now. 228 for 3, 10 for 2 after winning the toss and batting, and that became 169 for 2 before Essex then lost Jordan Cox. But these two, Elgar and Critchley, have snuffed out any sense that Kent would force themselves into the game well and truly with a couple of quick wickets. And Elgar just continues to go about his way. 108 he has made thus far from 151 deliveries, 16 fours in there. So Jayden Denley is going to continue from this river end. Slight break and pause in play while batters adjust various parts of their apparel. False start from Denley, wanted to get on with it quickly, but Critchley wasn't ready. One slip for the 18-year-old. He has got protection on the cover boundary. He's in and bowling to Critchley. Full delivery. Denley won't stop that one. Critchley drives up to long off, where Elgar does the fielding, and 229 for 3, and Matt's back with us.
It's been an education for him, bowling against Dean Elgar, I'd imagine. Played in the Under-19 World Cup over the winter. Courtesy, I think, of his exploits in the one-day cup. I don't think he was necessarily in the reckoning until then.
He's in now, bowling to Elgar, who just pushes up. Well, wide of long on here, and there should be a couple of runs as Elgar comes on it, but they didn't run quick enough. There were a couple of runs there, I fancy, but they sort of jogged the first one, 230 for 3.
So good to see the trust put in him by his captain, obviously, but getting a little bit stretched for bowling resources today.
He's in again, quicker, pushed out to the offside, and there is no run. Very quickly, ball back in hand, tosses himself a catch. Coming left arm round to the right-handed Critchley. In and bowling. Critchley on the sweep, doesn't get anything on it. Head in hands from Denley. Fancied there was some kind of opportunity there.
It's hoping for an under edge maybe, or a pop up to the keeper.
Bowled quite quickly, doesn't he? Quite quick through the air. Here he is again. And Critchley stands on the back foot and works that out to the offside, through to the man at deep point. 231 for 3. Critchley goes to 35. As Sonia was saying, it doesn't feel like he's been out there very long, but he's got very quickly to 35, and that's what Matt Critchley does. And not necessarily by just blustering the ball to all parts of the ground either. He's a very good gatherer of runs. Denley in. Elgar pushes out to the onside. There's no run. Through his over very quickly. 52 gone now. BBC Essex and BBC Kent via the BBC Sport website and app. And Essex are 231 for 3. 35 to Critchley. 109 to Dean Elgar.
Yeah, good for the over 8. Obviously for Kent, they're bowling. Jayden Denley getting through his third over very quickly, but also just try and keep the runs down at one end. You're right, he bowls pretty flat, pretty quick. He's not giving it much opportunity to spin, but I don't think there's much turn in this pitch. Even if he did, 1 or 2 of grip from Matt Parkinson, but he's on the far end, the Hayes close end now. It's a double spin for Kent with 52 overs. So a long time until that new ball. It'll feel long for Kent as well, I think. Parkinson to Critchley, long way forward. Yeah. Leg spinner himself, of course.
Run rate's just short of 4.5.
Yeah.
43.5 overs still to be bowled today.
It's going to be a big Essex score on the first day. She pushes forward again, outside part of the bat, but in control. The AA Fields at cover. Daniel Bell-Drummond is the one slip so far. Mieye static catching position at cover, mirrored on the onside by Ben Compton, who goes running after that one. It's just a little lever into the onside, a little lean almost for Matt Critchley. Takes himself a single. Parkinson gets the ball back. Some drag racing outside. Separate commentary for that as well. Parkinson over the wicket now to Elgar. Treats that again pretty circumspectly. There's no run, just waiting for the bad ball here. The pitch has been pretty faithful for the batters through this. Just one or two have popped from the end that Parkinson's bowling off a short length, but haven't found a wicket off either of those either. Defended in the offside, no run. 109 for Dean Elgar, 36 for Matt Critchley. And these two have put on 60. It's bludgeon back at the bowler, and there's no run. End of the over. So 2-3, 2-4-3, and 63 between them at the moment. 109 Elgar, 36 Critchley on BBC Essex, BBC Kent, on the BBC Sport website and app. Welcome wherever you are. It's Matt Cole alongside our host Glenn Speller today. Sonia Twigg as well. She's done most of the work this afternoon, to be honest, and she's gone off for a rest.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. She did a bit of a Wes Elgar. She did a long stint. Didn't she?
Yeah, the back-breaking work.
You get the feeling Kent here are waiting for an Essex mistake more than anything else. As Jaden Denley, third over, comes on. That's cut away in front of square on the offside, just for a single from Critchley's bat. He goes to 37 and scored a 233 for 3. We said the pitch looked pretty unthreatening. It's been pretty slow. Any kind of turn out there is slow as well. There's no real bounce. Other than that, it's perfect for bowling on.
Yeah. Yeah, and bowlers like a moan anyway, don't they? Because they put in all that effort compared to batters, but yeah, it's tricky out there.
This next one from Denley has Elgar whipping into the onside, but it's stopped by the man at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And there were definitely times in the Kent game against Somerset where this was very much the pattern, whichever side was batting.
Denley in again, forced away by Elgar in front of square on the onside. They'll only pick up the single as the man comes off the deep mid-wicket fence to tidy up. 233 4-3 as the wind gets up and blows the windows that we've got open back into the commentary box. The flags almost standing taut, and the marquee just to the left of the pavilion as we look at it, the roof there rippling away. Denley in again, flatter and quicker, and worked away the onside by Critchley this time. He goes to 37.
Yeah, Essex be hoping, unlike the Canterbury surface, which just got a bit slower and lower through the 4 days, that this does something on day 4 and they can build scoreboard pressure as they did against Nottinghamshire for a last innings victory.
235 for 3, and battered by Elgar unceremoniously. Put everything into that, and it's fielded by Wes Elgar at long on. He picks up just the single. 236 for 3 is the Essex score. One more delivery to come in this Denley's 4th over. None for 16 for him so far. And he's coming left arm around into Matt Critchley. Slower and through the air this time, more flight. Met with the same result though, drive up to long off. Fielded by Elgar, and they come through for the single. 237 for 3 is the Essex score. 39 to Matt Critchley, and 111, 111 not out for Dean Elgar.
I like that about Elgar. He's mostly an elegant looking player, obviously of very high talent, but he's not afraid to bat ugly either, is he? A punch or a mow, he'll go for those when the right ball, the long ball from the bowler's point of view. Daniel Bell-Drummond just calling across to Wes Elgar there now. Did he give him a signal of maybe coming on in a couple of overs, Wes, or maybe give him 3 or 4 just as a spell? Parkinson to continue though. 237 for 3, and he has none for 69 from his 14 so far, so it's been expensive. 5 and over. Critchley back at the bowler, no run, but bright sunshine night now, sun high in the sky. The crowd enjoying it as well. So some coats on. I think there's a lively breeze across the ground. Parkinson to Critchley. I think he plays that a little bit late. And next to his pad, Matt Parkinson asking. Harry Finch behind it. Matt Critchley is busy telling Harry Finch how he hit it very solidly first. If there was any chat at all. Parkinson over the wicket then, and back to him from the bat of Matt Critchley. And there's no one once more. It's gone from an excited hubbub in front of us, I think, of the supporters, to a contented one now, I think, for the Essex fans, or should I say plural. There's a big crowd here today. Defended by Kitley, he's got well forward.
Famous last words from our colleague Marty Emerson, BBC Radio Newcastle, big Durham follower, does all the commentary on Durham. Famous last words. A few more on this in a couple of moments.
I'd imagine he's not particularly enjoying it there today, but this is off the back foot, a little bit of a gentle pull through the onside, single taken.
So we do our little updates, don't we, which appear on the BBC Sport website's live county cricket pages. And Marty's opened his latest missive up with Durham's decision to put their hosts in this morning doesn't look like a good one at the moment. Warwickshire are 274 without loss. Never one for understatement.
I was going to say. It doesn't look particularly good, Martin, I'd say. But, that's driven nicely by Kitley. Doesn't get anything for it, though, as Denley sidearms it back to the wicket-keeper, after fielding it at extra cover. End of the over, 2-3-8 for 3. To paraphrase the words of Oxford band Radiohead, no alarms or surprises in that over from the spin of Matt Parkinson. 111 for Elgar, 40 for Kitley, who, as you say, Glenn, feels like inexorably building an innings here. You look up in 10 minutes' time and he'll have 60.
The stand between Davies and Yates by Warwickshire, by the way, the opening is their best opening stand against Durham. Beats the 206 from Nick Knight and Mark Waugh at Chester Street back in 1997.
There's a couple of names.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the context of Martin Emerson's.
Yes.
It may not have been the best decision.
Yes, I think that's just the way he's phrased it. Durham's decision to put their host in this morning doesn't look like a good one at the moment. 274 without loss. No, Marty, probably. As I'm seeing him in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah. Perhaps he can run you through that analysis.
What were you thinking?
Yes.
But as he's put out, it says the Kookaburra ball's offering nothing, so no reason to think that Durham can't do likewise. And by all reports, one side they're playing one side of the square at Edgbaston, so one boundary does look quite short. Right, where's Agar's back on from this river end? Right arm over, so we're seeing seam for the first time in a bit. He's in and bowling to Kitley, and Kitley opens up the face and cuts that one down to deep third, and they'll come through for a couple of comfortable runs. The score moves to 240 for 3, and Kitley on to 42.
Just looking back at that scorecard for Kent against Somerset, and it really does tell that story of a bit of a desert for the bowlers between overs, say 30 and 80, basically. But obviously Essex were a standout result, weren't they, in that first round of matches? They got it done against Nottinghamshire.
Here's Agar running away from us in again. Putting plenty into that, bending the back, quicker delivery, and comfortably defended though by Kitley for no addition to the score.
I was saying earlier on, I talked to an Essex fan earlier, I said, how on earth did that happen? I mean, incredible win, the one win. Everyone else was complaining about how fat balls. We bowled them out within 30 overs. That's the key. If you can do that, that's obviously the trick. If other counties have cottoned onto that, you just have to bowl the opposition out within 30 overs, and that'll get you a victory. Easy as that.
Now go out and do it.
Yeah, quite.
Just the one slip in. As Agar is in, and that's whipped away by Kitley, just behind square on the onside. They've come through for a single, 241 for 3. He goes to 43 from just 62 deliveries. Elgar's rather been starved of the strike over the last 2 or 3 overs. Still signalling away the pavilion every now and then. As Agar receives the ball from his captain, Daniel Bell Drummond. Agar inspects it, shunting around in the field, but someone doesn't appear to be able to hear what they're being told, so Agar just has to reinforce the point.
I think that's George Garrett way across there, is it? Or yeah.
And they're going to move Mieye as well out of the mid-wicket area and put him in a backward point. He's not looking, Mieye. He needs to turn around because Agar's already approaching, and then Elgar stops things. Mieye turns around, is probably slightly relieved because he wasn't ready, because he hadn't realised Agar had started his run. A slight deal of confusion out there at the moment. So where's Agar? Ambles back to his bowling mark and is ready again. He's going to be bowling to the Centurion, Dean Elgar. In he comes. Pushes into the onside for no runs. Well, Elgar slightly lost his run in his final 2 or 3 paces there. He seemed to almost go into a little trot. Watch that again, whether that's his normal approach or not, but he just seemed to lose his run up slightly. Yeah, and the umpire's now looking at a couple of foot marks. Plenty of chatter amongst in front of us. The Essex members are satisfied with what they've seen so far today. They'll be pleased with the weather as well. It hasn't been blazing hot, but it's been comfortable and pleasant. As Elgar turns away again, it's almost up on his toes as he approaches and bowls, and right across to Elgar, and Elgar flails that one away into the offside. He'll only pick up the single though. Gilchrist out there on the cover boundary to do the tidying up. Just the single, 242 for 3. That gets Elgar off the dreaded Nelson. He moves on to 112. Robbie Yates has got 150 now for Warwickshire. 283 without loss. It's one of the texters on the BBC's live page just put, it's difficult to see that these are county championship scores in mid-April after a rain-drenched start to 2024. And he goes on to say, I'm not sold on the ball change just yet.
Well, yeah.
Here's Elgar in. And Kitley just pushes defensively out to the offside. And they'll come through for comfortable single, 243 for 3.
Be interested to know what our listeners think on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com or kentcricket@gmail.com. The pluses will be, we're seeing spin, first games of the season. The idea behind the Kookaburra, I think, is bowlers have to work harder. Bowlers and captains in terms of field placing have to work hard, and the Dukes at this time of year seems around too much and gives too much advantage to the bowlers. Opening batters, for instance, it can become, can't it, this time of year, almost impossible for quality opening batters to lay bat on ball. They just don't know what it's going to do. So, but I'm not sure this is better. But we'll leave it. Yeah, do get in touch if you've got strong feelings about that. Batters will love it also.
Yeah, the game seems to go one way or the other, doesn't it? There's no sort of middle ground. How you find that middle ground and find that happy medium, as you nicely phrased it. 243 for 3. Elgar has had another change of gloves. He gets through them, doesn't he?
There's post from the other Kent office. Liam, thank you for this. Keeps us entertained during the day. That Kent are actually top of the league. We'll go back on that. We need some hope for Kent fans, I suppose, as well. With Essex batting so well here, 243 for 3. I'll run you through that league table in just a second. Essex don't make the top half, which is a blow for them, I think. But they're driven up to long off for a single by Christian. What am I talking about? I'm talking about Will Colwell. I wasn't aware of his work before, but I'm prepared to take it as read because Kent are top of the table. This is ranking the lineup graphic of every county in the championship from best to worst. There we go. They announce the lineups on social media before the game starts. Those little boxes with the teams in. Who's got the best one? As this is defended by Elgar. I've already told you the answer to that. Kent, they've gone up from 3rd to 1st from last season. He says, Will Colwell, the navy to offset the white is beautiful. Typeface is great, works well with the surname Boldening. There we are. You can go onto the Kent Twitter and you'll find that. Essex, as this is flicked into the onside. Actually, they are in the top half. No run on the ground to Denley. They are in the top half, I beg your pardon, because it's all the counties together rather than 2 divisions. So quite traditional, people like it. Essex would have been a lot higher, we're told, but for the fact their squad numbers are absolutely tiny next to the names. Okay. Will Colwell, who self-proclaimed expert in this, and I'm prepared to take him at face value, as I said, because Kent are top of that table, into the offside, defended off the bowling of Parkinson. He said without that would have been much, much higher. He's actually adjusted it for the Essex office, should they need to know what it looks like without the numbers. There we go. He loves the colours on the Essex, loves the layout. It's just the one mistake they're making. Turned down to fine leg. And there's no run. You're not missing any cricket. Don't worry.
Never let BBC Kent don't deal with the big issues currently affecting county cricket in this country.
Don't look in the middle there. No. Look over here towards my phone.
How many Insta followers have you got? I guess is the next question, isn't it?
As Parkinson, that's a lovely stop. That's a class stop from Ben Compton in the covers there. Back foot drive by Dean Elgar. He doesn't look exactly disgusted, but just a little bit, yeah, that's a bit unfair, says Elgar. I'd hit that so well, but good diving stop by Compton. 2-4-4 for 3 end of the over. Yeah, the big issues here on the BBC, and particularly for Kent supporters who are wondering where the next wicket's going to come from.
Although I will tell you,
You've got the best
Essex have hit back.
Have they?
Yes, a member of the, I won't mention his name, a member of the Essex marketing team has messaged and says there aren't even squad numbers on the Kent graphics.
On the Kent graphics?
Yes. So you're having a go at the Essex squad numbers are too small.
Yeah.
Kent don't even have squad numbers.
Now, Will Colwell, who runs this site, says you don't need them.
Okay.
You don't need
to know what number.
Don't put them so
no?
tiny that no one can read. Oh, I sound like I'm going to have a go. This is what he said. I'll leave it to that.
Yeah.
So they are up for discussion for the two sets of fans as well. Do you need them?
Sorry, I just replied to him.
Can of worms. I apologise.
There's some cricket going on, and Wes Agar's coming in to bowl, and he's bowling to Matt Kitley, who plays defensively down the wicket for no run. 244. I've just finished at the back of the box editing our snooker podcast that we do on BBC Essex. It's called Framed. Next edition's available on BBC Sounds Monday from 8 AM. And we were talking to one of the chief marketing guys at World Snooker, and how he came in, and one of the things he was doing was to try to get up their Instagram followers and get more of the players involved in social media and talking to fans and that sort of thing. And it's just like, really?
Yeah.
But it's working. Here's Agar.
Is it really?
Apparently it is. Here's Agar in bowling to Critchley. Full delivery, strikes his pad, shout for LBW, but I think that was missing a second set, and it was a no ball as well. So the shout for LBW is rather irrelevant to all of that. But yes, snooker moving into the Middle East. You know, he's got big following out in China, but moving into the Middle East, and then looking at putting a few more tournaments on out there as well, and apparently getting on the social media and that things gets more sponsors on board. And it's interesting how these marketing things work and what they're doing. So that was quite an interesting chat. But yes, we went down quite a dark alley about Instagram and that sort of thing, and that's not. I'm not comfortable in that area of Instagram. You know, my daughter, who's at university, I texted her the other day, and I said, "You didn't reply." She said, "Well, you never sent me a message." I said, "I did." I said, "I texted you." She said, "But no one texts these days." It's like, but surely you thought, no, my texts don't even come up now. Okay. You know, you think you'll never get to that stage of your life where you're old.
Yeah.
Here's Elgar.
Know exactly what you were saying.
Bowling to the left-handed Elgar, and Elgar drives that one very nicely away, and it should make the boundary. It does. The man on the cover fence can't get round, and he picks up 4 runs. That's the 250 up for Essex, 251 for 3, and Elgar goes to 116 not out.
Bad to worse for Kent listeners. That was another no ball from Wes Agar, so that's 6 in total.
But the good news though, is that Kent's graphic is well up there.
It's true. Crumbs of comfort.
Yeah, I don't know what Wes Agar's worrying about.
Talking about those, I didn't realise how quickly things were moving. Heard a rant from somebody on a national radio station the other day about who on earth still uses a card to pay for stuff.
Oh, don't. Here's Agar. Right arm around into Elgar. Oh, and that keeps low. And it goes through to Finch, and there's no run. We were in London yesterday.
I was unaware that it moved that fast.
We were in London, so I was zapping in and zapping out with my card, and the card wouldn't. I had to wipe it and that sort of thing. And my youngest daughter said to me, "Why don't you just have it on your phone?" And I said, "Well, now you've said it, I'm not getting it on my phone."
Yes, not spoken like a curmudgeonly old man at
all.
Well,
I like to think that, you know, I'm not like that, but some things have moved too quickly. Here's Agar. Oh, that's well wide, but not wide enough, apparently. 253 for 3.
Dean Elgar mimes putting his back out. He may well have done, actually, trying to go and get that one from Agar. Yeah, I had no idea. So those are the things that I have no idea that people, you know, that's younger Bill Crikey.
Listen, I'm just up cashless stadiums and cashless events.
Yeah,
that's fine, not a problem.
Card. I'm not using much cash anymore. No, look at me.
I'm barely spending any money, he says, as he zaps his card again.
But apparently, if you're not using your phone, you're equivalent to the, you know, generating electricity from a, you know,
It was the look of pity in my 15-year-old eye that really did me.
No.
Here's Elgar. she felt sorry for me in bowling, and that's down the leg side, and has Elgar got a feather to that? Well, Finch throws the ball in the air. Daniel Bell-Drummond gives a shout. No one else looks interested remotely.
Few things as cutting as pity from one of your teenage children. Oh.
She just looked at me. She said, I feel sorry. No, don't feel sorry for me. I'm quite happy as I am.
Oh dear.
I get that the world has to move on, but can it not move at our pace?
Well, there we go. A bit slower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just nice and
We've had all the new stuff, haven't we?
They can't possibly develop anything
That must
else
have ended by the 90s, surely.
Agar in. Elgar defensively out to the offside for no run. 253 for 3, 45 to Kitley, 116 to Elgar, and he's been there since the first delivery this morning.
I'm just very glad, just on that subject, that I'm of an age where I've started to use the internet as a matter of course, because that leap, I think, from non-internet to internet is a huge one.
Yes.
Because it's not a physical medium anymore, is it?
No. You see, you say that. We've come through the email age, the internet age, mobile phones, smartphones and all that.
I'm sure there'll be something.
Here's Agar in. Elgar drives uppishly over the bowler's head, put an arm up, sort of half-heartedly did Agar, which could be dangerous because it could take a fingertip off or something like that, but it goes for 4 runs nevertheless. 257 for 3, and Elgar goes to 120. Yes, you'd argue that we've lived through all the technological advances we've had in our generation, as it were. What more is there going to come for our children growing up? What's the next technological where they'll be able to tell their children, yes, but we lived through all this. Look what happened.
And then, yes, as I said, I know for a generation above me that it's that getting your head around the internet is a thing. It's a leap, isn't it?
It is.
Where is it? Well, it isn't anywhere. What about this cloud? Well, it's not actually a cloud. It doesn't physically exist when you've grown up your whole life with things you can see, you can write on stuff, etc. There we go. Parkinson bowls. Oh, is that? Oh, it must have been a bump ball. No excitement. I thought for a moment that squeezed pass to Wanda Mayeye. I thought maybe that was catchable, but it hit the ground first. No excitement from fielders at all.
Somerset collapse against Surrey. They've gone from 196 for 1 to 211 for 6, and Gus Atkinson's on a hat-trick.
Parkinson to Elgar down the leg side. Elgar helps it on its way down to the man at actually backward square. Just missed him actually in the pillar of the window there. It's Jaden Denley hiding behind that. So no run. Just
to reinforce, I am very much looking forward to the graphic league tables being printed at the end of each week.
Well, I think it's done actually. This is the 2024 version.
What if teams change?
They've declared
they might change.
Well, maybe they'll be. Yeah.
Essex might put their squad numbers in bold now. Now someone's picked fold.
They might only put squad numbers on. How about that?
No names.
No
just
names.
Squad numbers.
Just numbers. Yeah. Is Parkinson over the wicket to Elgar? Pops a catch up. This time it is a catch for Tawanda Mayeye. Did that stick in the pitch? Not sure. But a false shot from Elgar, and it's popped up, as I said, to Mayeye at mid wicket. Delight from Kent, no doubt about that. But delight from the Essex fans for what they've seen from Dean Elgar. 120 he goes for, 258 for 4. Takes the acclaim of this Essex crowd. It's a long walk for him, but his first batter as an opening batter for Essex here at the county ground. Ends in a century. Superb knock, 258 for 4.
Well, it was a very soft way to go, wasn't it? Which I think is why Dean Elgar almost needs a crane to get him off the pitch, because it was just so soft and so unexpected. Parkinson's come in, pretty regulation delivery, and Elgar's just prodded forward and popped it straight into the hands of the man at short mid wicket, and it's very, very disappointing for the way for Dean Elgar to go, and all that happening as well a couple of minutes before the tea break. That brings Tall Paul to the wicket, Paul Walter, part of that excellent partnership with Matt Critchley in the second innings against Nottinghamshire last week, and he comes in, a punch of gloves between the pair, but well batted Dean Elgar.
Actually, it'll be on overs today, won't it? Because of the...
Yeah.
We're not lost any time, so there'll be a little bit of time before tea. But as you say, it just felt when they were in a position of absolute command and control, Essex. And, well, you were talking earlier, weren't you? Just being about patience for Kent to try and eke batters out, and that's really what's happened there. Little lack of concentration. Maybe the ball stuck a bit, but Elgar's good enough. It's not spinning or moving fast enough for that, I would have thought, to deceive him very much. But momentary lapse. Yeye takes the catch. 258 for 4.
Yeah. And didn't have to move, did he, either?
No. So Paul Walter comes in. Very tall figure, left-handed. He gives the ball a biff as well, certainly in white ball cricket. Oh, he's approach beater Parkinson here. Walter, oh, it keeps low on the big man as well. Being of the taller variety, that's the last thing you want, is first ball grubbing around your ankles. And Parkinson goes back to his mark. Ball left of this over. There's Paul Walter now. Gives that a lot of air and just nudged off his pads by Walter. And that will be the end of the over. Some polite applause from Essex fans and the Kent fans in front of us as well for Matt Parkinson's a wicket. Elgar goes for 120, but Essex still in a commanding position. Their first batting point, of course, they have at 250. 258 for 4 now, a bonus point each. Are we seeing Jack leaning at this end? I think we are. Yeah. So where's Agar's been taken off?
Yeah, he had a little short stint, didn't he, there, Elgar, but there wasn't really anything doing for him. But it's Spin that's got the breakthrough.
It's weird, it almost doesn't feel like a breakthrough, such a, as you say, such a tame dismissal that Elgar, probably a couple of months down the track, we'll be still wondering why he got out there, but gone he has.
So Jack Leaning comes on then from this river end, and he's going to be bowling to Matt Critchley, and Kent have their second reward in this afternoon session. Leaning is in, well wide of off stump, and Critchley sort of half-heartedly goes to cut that one away, gets something on it, but it dribbles out to the offside for no run. 258 for 4. So Dean Elgar goes for exactly 120 from 176 deliveries, 18 fours. Leaning in once again, well wide of off stump. Critchley lets that go. And he was gutted. You could just see from his body language, he couldn't quite believe what he'd done, really. Parkinson gets his first wicket. Leaning in, Critchley leans forward and pushes back to the bowler for no run. He's got 46, Matt Critchley. The men to miss out today, Kushi out for a first ball duck and Wesley for 5. This next one from Leaning has Critchley cutting away through the offside, but only at the expense of a single. He goes to 47. The other men today, Jordan Cox 67, LBW to Garrett, Elgar caught Yeye bowled Parkinson for 120. Garrett's got 2 for 49 from 13, which are tidy enough figures. Elgar 13 overs, 1 for 61. None for 52 from 11 for Gilchrist. 1 for 72 from 17 for Parkinson. None for 1 from Leaning from his opening over. He's in his second over now. And Jaden Denley, 4 overs, no maidens. None for 17. There's a pause in play while Daniel Bell-Drummond tries to get the message through to his fielders. Someone was just standing there and not listening and not watching. And then a change as well, as they're going to bring someone in close, and that necessitated a helmet coming onto the field as well. So this is all rather frustrating. And a man going in to short leg for Jack Leaning. right arm around to Paul Walter, who plays just in front of that man at short leg and runs away from him, and there's no run. 259 for 4. Walter yet to get off the mark. He leans over that bat. Leaning is into him, and Walter just plays defensively back to the bowler for no run. And that is the end of the over. Tidy enough from Jack Leaning. Essex 259 for 4. Critchley 47 from 71 balls. Walter yet to get off the mark. The wicket to go in the last over but one. That of Dean Elgar. Caught Mayeye bowled Parkinson for a very, very nice 120.
Yeah, bat-dominating ball on this first day of the second round of county championship matches. 300 up for Warwickshire. Guess how many wickets they've lost, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm thinking none.
None at all. No, none at all. And we take no delight in saying that. Just one of those horrible coincidences that Durham won the toss there. Put them in.
Just seen Durham's bowling described as helpless and hapless.
Oh, okay. Parkinson to Critchley. I feel a bit like a parent now.
Yes.
I was about to say, I'm sure they're doing their best.
Yes, I'm sure they are.
I'm sure they're doing their best.
Oh. They'll get a medal for participation.
He started. Here comes Parkinson then to Critchley. Outside part of the bat again as Critchley pushes forward, but under full control. There is no run. So yes, Somerset 211 for 7. They really have struck back, haven't they? Surrey in that game.
190 for 1 at 1, haven't they? Yes.
That'll be very disappointing for Somerset. Driven through the offside. Mayeye can't stop that one, but backing up is Jaden Denley in the offside. So Critchley is a dot ball for him. Oops. So 3 dot balls so far for Parkinson. As Critchley faces with Bell Drummond at slip. Parkinson bowls now. Very gently by Matt Critchley. He's not taking any chances. New man at the other end as well, Paul Walter, has yet to score. There's a slip in, backward point, 2 men at cover. As Critchley defends this one again. Mayeye's narrower at cover, then further back is Jaden Denley. On the different angles, a boundary rider on the offside as well. The leg spinner naturally spinning the ball away from the right-handed batter. There's a long on and long off should Critchley decide he wants to attack them mid-wicket. Deep square leg, and he'll be brought into play. Well, where's Elgar by that wristy clip from Critchley, and he takes a single to ruin the maiden for Parkinson. And that's the end of the over here on BBC Essex, BBC Kent, on the live stream via the BBC Sport website now.
35 overs to go in the day still, but the longer they keep the spinners on, the quicker they'll get through them. But Essex going along nicely. Not lost wickets at regular intervals, but 4 down. Lost 2 in this session, 2 in the morning session. But the last 2 have put on respectively 159 runs and 89, so 2 very good partnerships. But Kent have eventually managed to break. Leaning's going to continue from this river end, and he's going to bowl to Critchley, who's on 48. Cut away by him, but straight to the man at backward point, and there's no run. Leaning just rubs the palm of his hand in the dust, and then turns. Jog he has in his approach to Critchley, who plays textbook forward defensive out to the offside for no run. That's fielded by Mayeye, the man who took the catch to dismiss Dean Elgar. Leaning in again, and Critchley drives this time out to the extra cover boundary, and he picks up 4 runs, and he goes to another half century, does Matt Critchley. He goes to 52 and Essex to 264 for 4.
Yeah, as you were saying earlier, Glenn, you almost don't notice when he's got to 25 to 30 and it's just gliding along, a bit like the proverbial swan. All the action is happening below the water. He's had a couple of mighty blows, but otherwise accumulating runs.
Well, he's ready again to receive the ball from Leaning and pushes back defensively for no. It's been such a good signing for Essex. He was Derbyshire's top performer for so many years, and Essex just nipped in the winter when there was interest from other counties and got him signed up and on a lengthy contract as well. Leaning is into him and he flails at that one, does Critchley, but with no timing, and Leaning's able to field in his follow through. 264 for 4. We're in the 62nd over of the day. Still bright sunshine, plenty of blue sky around. Quicker from Leaning, almost like a sidearm ball that one, and he tips the ball round the post as Leaning on his follow through, and that allows Critchley to come through for the single. 265 for 4, very quickly through another over. Critchley has 53 and Walter yet to get off the mark.
Yes. Still nice and sunny out there. Not sure if it's the 21 degrees or 20 degrees that we were promised. Absolutely promised, but certainly lovely cricket watching weather. Shirt sleeves for most of the supporters now, and really good crowd in today, as we've been saying. First day here at Chelmsford of the County Championship. And they've been royally treated, the home fans. 265 for 4. Parkinson to bowl to Critchley, who's happy to steal or keep the strike at the moment. Just flicks that into the onside along the ground. And that'll be a single. Compton Fields at mid-wicket.
Just to tidy things up, Gus Atkinson didn't get his hat-trick against Somerset, but Somerset have gone from 196 for 1 to 216 for 8. 87 for Renshaw, 100 for Lammonby, and only 2 other players in double figures. They've let slip a very good position there.
I'm wondering if as Parkinson's bowls a short leg in now. Mayeye, it's hit past him to on the ground to Jaden Denley at mid-wicket. It's Paul Walter facing now. He's yet to get off the mark. He's not faced many deliveries either, actually, Walter. This will just be his 6th as Parkinson comes in. There's a slip in as well. A man at mid-wicket on the crouch as well. That's Uncle Joe.
Meantime, back at the ranch, Warwickshire 320 without loss.
Okay.
Yeah, 60 overs gone there at Edgbaston.
The ball getting softer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's Parkinson to Walter. Long arms that one, and I'm not sure that's quite where he intended, but it's gone along the ground up to mid-wicket towards the square leg boundary. I think he might have just checked the power on that shot at the last moment. It's gone along the ground. It's probably good he did. Who knows where that would have ended up. That's Gilchrist Fields, and it's a single for Walter.
He's looking in Division 2 as well. Middlesex won the toss against Northamptonshire, put Northants in. Northants 183 for 1.
That's Parkinson bowls. Critchley is that's a very classical forward defensive, way forward, no run.
So winning the toss even at this early stage of the season doesn't appear to be working for everybody. Don't get me wrong, there's a few going well at the moment.
It's Parkinson to Critchley. Back foot defensive, end of the over.
And on we go.
We do. That's 267 for 4.
Just in front of the Tom Pearce stand, just using the breeze. A few people heading back from work in the next hour or so, so a few more of those Juliet balcony doors might be open. You see one open away to our left-hand side. One person's been bravely on top of those retirement apartments at the Hayes Close end of the ground. They've been watching on since the early morning. Doors open, but I've noticed they've gone in now as the sun's moved round. Jack Leaney's going to continue from this river end on BBC Essex, BBC Kent via the BBC Sport website and app, and he's around the wicket to the left-handed Paul Walter, who steps down the pitch, and that wasn't where it was intended either. He was looking to hit it straight. It's gone behind square on the offside, and the fielder has failed to prevent it going for 4. It looked like he made a good tumbling stop out there just in the shaded part of the pitch, but then the way he got up, he already knew the ball had just touched the rope before he could haul it back in. They pick up 4 runs.
Yeah, Gilchrist had just landed on his shoulder as well. I don't want to be alarmist for Ken. He's just flexing that, but it might hurt more because he couldn't stop it going for a boundary, if you take what I mean.
Leaning into Walter once again, and this time he's a bit more circumspect, well, a lot more circumspect, and plays defensively for no run. He was aiming well, towards us, I think, with the last
absolutely.
one shot.
I thought that was danger of clattering the windows.
Leaning around the wicket once again to Walter. Full delivery, drives up to the man halfway to the long off boundary. That's Jaden Denley. Makes the stop.
It's got long old levers, Paul Walter, it's fair to say, isn't it? And big shoulders.
I always think the bat looks like a matchstick in his hands. It's leanings into him once again. Quicker, and that's driven up to mid-off, and this time they set off very, very quickly, and Denley of the Jaden variety can't prevent the single. And they move on to 272 for 4.
I don't think Nathan Gilchrist has asked for the physio, which is good news.
You see that they dive and they go right on down on the point, the very point of their shoulder, don't they? It's very easy to damage a collarbone when you do that. That's why cyclists break their collarbones apparently, because when they go down, they go down right on the point of their shoulders. Here is leaning in once again, and Critchley standing from the crease pushes back up the pitch, and there's no run. One of the most common injuries in cycling, breaking your collarbone.
Yeah, I think walking's dangerous enough for me, frankly.
He's leaning. Critchley waits for that one this time. There's no single there as he pushes out to the offside, and there is no run. 31 overs remaining in the day. Essex are 272 for 4, and that is tea.
Yeah, that's the 64th over, so yeah, fantastic effort by Essex. They've won the first session. They pretty much won the second as well, just 2 wickets in each, and 272 for 4, going towards their second batting bonus point, and making things very difficult for Kent. 16 overs until the new ball, which will be gratefully accepted, I'm sure, but 54 for Critchley, 6 for Walter so far, and a century for Dean Elgar, 67 for Jordan Cox. It's all been gravy in the sunshine for these Essex fans.
Right, we'll have a 20-minute break, and do join us for the third and final session of this opening day in the County Championship. Essex having tea at 272 for 4.
If you could have a...
Sorry, no, that's brilliant!
Perfect.
I just wasn't expecting it.
Be your local dealer with us. WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
That was great. Next time, you do it again, just catch that and go, that's that.
How's that?
How's what? Let's mic you up. You're a big boy. Anyone think this is basketball or baseball?
Do you mean cricket?
No.
Drive away your dream car with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
That was great. Can you just sort of turn around and do it again? Just that same thing. Yep, that's it.
Drive away your dream car with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
No, you stay there. That's fine. We need him. We need him down. Don't worry. If you can just, pop yourself. That's it. Keep going. That's it. Perfect. Yeah. Action.
Drive away your dream car with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
No, the green screen isn't doing it for me. Put him in the jungle. No, that's not. Hollywood. That's not working. Put the website back up.
Cut your monthly payments in half with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
That was great. Can you do it again, but actually do a cut shot? That's just like,
You mean a cut shot?
no, you straight down. Right.
Like a wood chop?
Yeah.
Wrong sport, pal.
Right. It's rude.
WeFinanceAnyCar.com. Any car, any dealer, drive away the same day.
Sorry, mate. Why are you shouting?
It's in capitals, mate.
Oh. Yeah, it is.
Our rates will leave you stumped with WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
That was great. Do it again, but when you say stumped, can you just hold your stump for me? That's great. Yeah, thank you very much.
Drive away your dream car with us. WeFinanceAnyCar.com.
Cut. Bit more energy, a bit more oomph. Act like you've just hit the ball and got 10 points.
Do you mean 6?
10's better than 6, mate. Action.
125 for 2, Essex. Elgar bowls, drive, what a shot. Cover drive, a little bit over pitch perhaps on off stump, but Elgar has just beautifully driven that through the offside.
Gilchrist runs slightly down the hill over the wicket to the right-handed Cox, who flicks that off his pads, and that will be 4 runs.
Jaden's second initial, I think it's a K, Jaden, I think it's JK, as it's cut away by Elgar, takes the bottom hand off the bat as he does it. It's a lovely shot, fluid cut behind point this time.
Chris runs in again round the wicket to Elgar, who punches that one straight through the offside towards the extra cover boundary, and it's bounced just over the rope. Beautifully timed by Elgar, and that will just add insult to injury after.
Elgar bowls, lovely drive through the offside from Jordan Cox. Watches that all the way to the boundary. Yes, it will. Joe Denley is no slouch across the ground, but that will be 4. Parkinson, lots of air, but down the leg side, that is lapped away, swept away by Elgar for 4 runs. Lovely shot from him. From an Essex point of view, they just don't want him to get any hint of being on top. It's a full toss, hit straight towards Denley. It's gone through him, I think, and that'll be 4 runs. That was hit powerfully on the full by Dean Elgar. Sorry.
And there will be a bowling change with Garrett, who has been struck on the pad, and he's brought a weight through almost immediately. That is just what Kent have been waiting for, and Jordan Cox will have to depart for 67 from 104 as Garrett runs round the wicket to Elgar, who has hooked this one into the gap between deep mid-wicket.
Seen Critchley before, he does like to attack, and he does attack now. This one goes over the top, does it? It is 6, and in fact there's not a long off there anymore. Parkinson out of the attack. Essex will be thinking and give them all sorts of problems. Ken, that one's over long on this time. That'll be 4. And
as Garrett runs in over the wicket, and that's played away beautifully off the back foot through backwards point to the boundary. That was a lovely, just sort of open. Gilchrist runs in again round the wicket to Elgar, who punches that into the offside, and that will just evade the fielder trying to run round from deep point, and he will.
Is Parkinson over the wicket to Elgar, pops a catch up. This time it is a catch for Tawandamiye. Did that stick in the pitch? Not sure, but a false shot from Elgar.
He's leaning. Critchley waits for that one this time. There's no single there as he pushes out to the offside, and there is no run. 31 overs remaining in the day. Essex are 272 for 4, and that is
Probably better had. Whether it's not right, yes.
Welcome back.
Yes, good afternoon. Yeah. Good evening. Is it good afternoon?
It is evening session, but that's fair enough.
Evening session, yeah. Good afternoon to those joining us for the evening session here at Canterbury, which the sun came out after lunch and it's been pretty nice since.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Warmest of the year here at Chelmsford. Although was it a week or so ago? There was I can't remember, warm day in the east, certainly in East Anglia. But anyway, I'm not a meteorologist. I do know it's sunny and it's perfect cricket playing weather. A breeze, perhaps slightly more difficult for the bowlers, but having enough problems with what's in front of them in terms of Essex's batting lineup at the moment.
Yes, Essex will resume on 272 for 4. Of course, the key wicket of Dean Elgar falling towards the end of that session, but it will be Kitley and Walter to resume. Kitley, having just brought up his 50, will resume on 54. But it will be Walter to face, who is on 6, from George Garrett, who will be the first Kent bowler to bowl after lunch.
Yeah, the former Warwickshire man, changed counties over the winter, round the wicket to the tall Paul Walter. He's very tall, very powerful. It just clips up gently off his pads to start the evening session. 273 for 4 they go on to then, and earlier in the piece, Essex won the toss. Kent took 2 quick wickets. Kushi was called first ball to Elgar for none. Wesley swinging at a wideish one from Garrett. I mean, he looked angry at the time with his shot, but he might, looking at this, he might be more angry sitting in the dressing room now thinking about the runs he could have had.
Yes,
the one
definitely.
that got away. But, Kent after tea here. There's no great attack behind the wicket there. In fact, Jack Leaning started that first ball at slip, but he's now at gully. So there's a wicketkeeper gully, then catches more in front of the wicket now. Nothing much has been happening with the ball in terms of movement. That's been happening a lot more as Kitley punches it to Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-wicket. And there's no run. So almost the fields are, well, I suppose defensive in front, but also the catch is more likely, as we saw from a Yeye getting that easy pop-up from Elgar, more likely at mid-wicket or cover or extra cover, getting a bit closer in, and that's what Daniel Bell-Drummond, the Kent captain's been trying to do.
Yes, I think it's all you can do when the wicket's offering very little life. You've got to start sort of trying to create something from nothing as Bell-Drummond moves himself across to short cover.
And Garrett bowls to Kitley, defends that. We've talked, or mentioned in passing quite a lot, the Kookaburra ball, which is being used in the first 2 rounds of the County Championship for all the games, and the last 2 as well, 13 and 14. But as I understand it, I've not bowled with one, to everyone's great delight. But seam is less pronounced.
See, I've never bowled really with the Dukes, because they don't make the women's sizes, or they've only just started to make the women's sizes. So if we play red ball, it's always with a Kookaburra.
But the things that make the Duke ball, as it's driven to the offside by Kitley, good pick up from Jaden Denley, that on the run. But they take a single anyway, they were well home. But the thing that make the Dukes more lethal in these, certainly in the early conditions and throughout the season, they stay harder, longer, more pronounced seam, gives more help to the bowlers in the air off the pitch, swinging the ball and movement off the pitch as well. And the Kookaburras do go, from the reports we've had from the counties so far, about 25 overs, 30 overs in, they start to go soft, and by 64, which we're at the moment, it's very difficult for the bowlers to make the move at all. Garrett bowling to Walter, and pushes that into the offside, the left-hander, and there's no run. Although Kent coaching staff had talked about the possibility of reverse swing later on, but they said it was negligible in the game against Somerset. Not really the conditions for it. It's not a hard, scratchy outfield, is it? But
no, it's, well, we've had a quite substantial amount of rain in the last couple of months as well, so that'll be all lying underneath these pitches, making them slightly sort of damp and squodgy.
That's true indeed. Walter on the back foot, just knocking that one into the offside. Daniel Bell-Drummond goes on an elaborate tumble and turn in front of his teammate Tuanda Mayeye. End of the over, no run there. Just 2 off it. 55 for Kitley, 7 for Walter, 274 for 4. But it's a bit of rarity we've seen seeing the ball beating the bat today.
Yeah, we saw it a few times from Elgar earlier on, but we haven't really seen it in sort of the last few hours. And I think it's just as the air's warmed up and the sun's come out, I think the tiny bit of movement that might have been on offer earlier is, and we're going to see Jack Leaning bowl.
There we go. So part-time spin, second over after tea. Perhaps no great surprise. 15 overs until the new ball, and it seems a long way out, but they'll be trying to conserve the
Kent's third spinner,
yes.
Which is not what you expect on day one.
No, quite.
Interesting that we haven't seen Daniel Bell-Drummond sort of medium pace. It does, but to be honest, I'm not sure there's much more in it for the spinners or the seamers to be this wicket. But
He and the coaching
it will
staff
be
may think that, yeah.
Jack Leaning over the wicket, and that is driven into the offside by Kitley, and it will be cut off by Joe Denley on the boundary, who makes a good sliding stop before throwing it back to, well, picked up by his nephew actually. backing up there.
Indeed.
And Critchley will have 2 more runs to his total. He moves on to 57. The score moves on to 276 for 4.
All that about
as
the ball.
Leaning comes over the wicket, and that's just tucked into the onside by Critchley. What was your exclamation?
I was going to say, all that about the Kookaburra ball doesn't diminish what Essex have done. They batted really well and looked really powerful at times.
No, and that's just defended straight back down the pitch by Critchley off Leaning.
And won the toss. They'll be hoping, so saying to Glenn before tea, they'll be hoping that unlike at Canterbury last week where the pitch just got slower and lower, that there'll be something in it for their bowlers, particularly perhaps Simon Harmer on the last day. If they've managed to keep this pitch dry enough that it might break up a little bit, there might be something in it. Last innings, that will be absolutely play into their hands, but they didn't necessarily need that against Nottinghamshire. A bit of scoreboard pressure and
no, they
Sam
didn't,
Cook's
although they don't
excellence.
have Sam Cook in this
That's
match.
true.
As Leaning runs over the wicket, and that is flicked into the leg side by Leaning, but straight to Jaden Denley at mid-wicket.
Very disappointed not to see Sam Cook. I say that hand on heart. Just
As a Kent fan,
superb.
as Leaning comes over the wicket, and that's driven, well, it's a bump ball straight to Wanda Mayeye there at cover, but it didn't look, it looked like he was trying to push for runs there. Maybe Kent, he was the one who took the key catch, of course.
He was indeed, yeah.
As Leaning comes over the wicket, and that is pierced the gap towards point by Critchley, who will add another couple as the fielder just runs round from sort of the cover boundary, mid-wicket boundary to cut that one off.
Yeah, Anthony Gibson and I at the Kent game had a bit of a Sam Cook fan club for about 20 minutes. We just, as he was taking wicket after wicket against Notts. What a bowler.
Well, I was doing the Kent commentary as Sam North East was making his way towards that record.
That's true, yeah. And having hit 410, was that last season? Was it the
I
season
believe so,
before?
yeah. I think it was last season.
Yeah.
I think his recent record is quite impressive.
As Garrett bowls around the wicket to Paul Walter. And he drives it up to mid-on and there's no run. That's right, it was last season, because I made the mistakes. I had a chat with him and said, congratulations on the 401. Got the figures the wrong way around. And he immediately said, just put his hand up and said, 410.
Well, cricketers know their own stats.
Yeah. I mean, he was half joking, obviously, but just to stop you there, it's 9 more than that. Never mind the 400, it's 410.
Well, some cricketers are experts on their own stats and will 100% correct you if you make
I'm
the
sure
slightest.
yeah. As George Garrett bowls to Walter, that's nicely flicked off his pads, but straight down, 2 bounces to the man, Nathan Gilchrist, at deep fine leg. And they'll take a comfortable single and go on to 279 for 4. I always think when sporting people, and generally you find this with football managers that say, oh, we don't look at, I never look at the table, or I'll look at it in 5 games time, or are we 2 points off the top? They all know.
Of course
and cricketers,
they do.
I don't think, there's not many cricketers that aren't aware of their own stats, surely. Maybe big landmarks or landmarks we pick out, but...
Yeah. I'm not sure many knew your 1854 stat.
No, that's true. I didn't know it, actually. I had to be provided with it. This was cut away into the offside and Nathan Gilchrist Fields. But perhaps more, I'm wondering, perhaps more batters than bowlers know their stats. Bowlers maybe know how many wickets they've taken. But
I'm sure bowlers know how many wickets they've taken.
Yeah.
And they'll remember figures from certain games.
Yeah. I suppose there's so much analysis as well with the cricket staff as well. They're probably more keenly aware of every ball, every run conceded and gained. Garrett to Critchley. Can't get quite forward. There's a decent ball from Garrett there. He's just trying to stay consistent on the off stump or just outside. There's no run. There's a Siren Wales in the background. 279 for 4.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see a few more people emerge onto some of those balconies just surrounding the ground in the next hour or so as people make their way back from work. It's a nice enough evening for it.
Yeah, perfectly placed there. Certainly at that his close end. As Garrett bowls to Critchley. Showing respect here. Garrett's not bowling badly, actually.
No, he's bowled well. His first spell was slightly more wayward, but
Yeah.
since then he's really tightened up. I tell you what, I'd be a bit worried if I lived in one of those houses that back onto the Hayes Close end if a T20 match is going on.
That's a good point, yes. Who was it? I'm tempted to say it was Darren Stevens, because it probably was. He's hit the roof of one of those in a T20 here.
House insurance must be quite expensive. Where do you live?
That's a good
Do you
point.
know the cricket?
Yeah.
Well, there was, when I used to live in Sheffield, a first team club had to be moved because they were hitting someone's garden.
Drive, lovely shot from Critchley. It appears to field on the offside. Joe Denley will get it before it goes through a boundary, but that's a lovely looking shot from that Critchley. Extra cover drive. End of the over. 3 off it, 281 for 4. Critchley has 61.8 for Walter. I guess they have public liability insurances, cricket clubs. I will presume that they are
Also,
a
I guess
danger
if
to
you,
public.
if you buy a house next to a cricket ground,
Yeah.
you must accept that it's a possibility that a cricket ball's going to go through your trampoline at some point.
Yeah, yeah. There's a club near us, Southborough Cricket Club, which is on the main road between Tunbridge and Tunbridge Wells. And that's just on the road. It's a beautiful spot. It's a village green there, cricket pitch, church, pub the other side. But there are cars going through. Obviously, you hit a 6 into that direction, and I'm not quite sure who is responsible.
Leaning round the wicket to Walter, who sort of fends that, doesn't look entirely comfortable doing so, into the onside, and it's gathered by Joe Denley at mid-on. As Leaning runs in again, and that's just played off the back foot by Walter into the offside again for no run. Gathered by Jaden Denley that time.
Yeah, uncle and nephew playing together. I think Andrew on Twitter is saying how lovely. Couldn't see it happening in franchise cricket. Thank goodness for the championship.
As Leaning runs in, and that is skewed off the outside edge of Walter's bat, and he will pick up a single for it as square leg races around to cut that off, but it was not entirely comfortable.
No, he was playing that poor Walter probably to square leg, and that's gone the other direction entirely, isn't it?
Yes.
They completely bamboozled him, but it happens.
You know it's bamboozled a batter when they turn around to see where it's gone, as Leaning runs in, and that's hit straight back down the pitch by Critchley, who does not look entirely comfortable with that. I think that must have hit the toe of his bat. He was sort of looking at it after going through that shot.
Jack Leaning causing problems after tee. The golden arm.
As Leaning comes round the wicket this time, and Critchley plays that into the offside, a rather more textbook shot there, and it's gathered by Tawanda Mayeye at cover. Or extra cover, really.
Has there been progress in any of the other games around the country?
As Leaning runs in, and Critchley's gone to cut that away and missed it. Leaning's got his head in his hands, but there was almost a hint of something there that might give Kent a little bit of a boost. And at the end of that over, Essex 282 for 4, Critchley on 61 and Walter on 9.
Oh, headline news at Edgbaston.
Has there been a wicket?
That first wicket has fallen, and it has fallen to, did someone say off spin of Colin Ackerman?
Occasional.
Occasional. Is it just right arm slow? Is that what they call it? He has taken he's taken a wicket. Robert Yates will not be happy with that, I'd imagine. On 191, he's gone 355 for 1. Warwickshire. Durham won the toss, elected to bat, and Colin Ackerman was just waiting for that. He's waiting for his opportunity. That's why they put them in under Scott Borthwick. 355 for 1. Here's Garrett to Walter. Defends that. And up to mid-on, and there's no run. So the occasional right arm whatever of Colin Ackerman, caught by Ben Rain. 191, Rob Yates. I can only imagine his walk back to the...
Oh, he would have been so annoyed with himself, I'm sure.
Quite happy to get 191, I would imagine, but you don't get to go there very often, do you? Even as a top-order batter.
No, I think when you're in the 190s, you really want that next milestone. If you're sort of 120, it feels a very long way away.
As Garrett bowls, that's skewed off the bat of Walter again, and again he's gone for a straightish drive, and that one's off towards backward point, Compton Field. It's in the air a while, but it hits the ground before Compton gets there. So first wicket, and Ackerman's immediately been taken out of the attack. I mean, what sort of It's no
Think
thanks,
job
is
done?
it? Yeah, absolutely.
Like
Partnership
Harry
breaker.
Brook having the scalp of Kane Williamson in Test cricket.
There you go. These things happen.
They do. I mean, Alistair Cook has a Test match wicket.
He does. He took a big Kent wicket as well with his bowling, I think, at Canterbury. Well, I'll plumb the archives for that one. That one, actually, is a decent delivery by Garrett. I'm not saying it's amazing that should be the case. He's been very consistent since tea. But that one just gets a little bit of life out of the pitch, and Critchley has to defend it off his midriff. There's no run.
Tell you what, I've never, on commentary, Sir Alistair Cook at one point was resolutely defending his bowling record.
Who was, sorry?
Sir Alistair Cook.
Oh, well, fair
Doesn't
enough.
matter about his batting record, but his bowling record, he was very, like, nope, I know this, I got.
He'll tell you the ones that got away, I'm sure. So Essex 283 for 4 here. Critchley facing George Garrett, who bowls, and it's defended into the onside. And Myeye fields. So elsewhere in the county championship, Hampshire 230 for 4 against Lancashire at the Aegeus Bowl. Nottinghamshire 236 for 5 now at Trent Bridge against Worcestershire. Somerset 233 for 8 now against Surrey. They were 190 odd for 1 at one stage. Gus Atkinson has taken wickets there. Warwickshire, as we said, 358 for 1 against Durham at Edgbaston. Garrett, former Warwickshire player, to Critchley again, trying to get forward on the drive for this one, but Garrett's doing a decent job, just hitting a good length off stump up towards Joe Denley at mid-off, and there's no run. Glamorgan 183 for 4 against Derbyshire at Cardiff. Yorkshire, a bit of a recovery from them actually, 276 for 6 at Gloucestershire. Shan Masood with 135 there. Leicestershire 236 for 5 against Sussex, and Nottinghamshire 199 for 2 against Middlesex at Wantage Row. Garrett to Critchley. He's trying to angle it away past backward point, but fielded by Nathan Gilchrist. Good tight over that one from George Garrett. 2 for 55 he has now. I won't say alarm bells are ringing exactly for Essex at 283 for 4, but just a couple of tight overs there from Kent. I think particularly Paul Walter looking like he just wants to get on with it a bit at this point, and Critchley not able to pierce the field on that occasion.
Well, I think it's more difficult now. Kent have sort of taken the pace off their attack. Obviously, Garrett isn't quite as quick as Gilchrist and Elgar, and leaning as a sort of, I think it's fair to say, slightly part-time spinner as he runs in again, and that's just defended straight back into the pitch by Walter, who almost looks disappointed with himself for not hitting at that one. And I think it's just sort of taking the pace out of it, forcing the batters to actually have more of a thought before they hit the ball, can sometimes disrupt the rhythm a little bit as leaning comes around the wicket, and Walter has driven that down the ground, but he'll just pick up a single for it as Gilchrist is on the mid-off boundary.
Hasn't really timed one yet, Paul Walter. Just playing himself in. When he does, we'll know about it, certainly.
He's got long levers. He's a very tall man.
He could threaten the commentary box windows, that's for sure.
As leaning runs in again, and that's flicked off his pads by Critchley into the leg side and gathered by Wes Elgar, who's patrolling that boundary. The score moves on to 285 for 4.
Yeah, these two came together at 258 with the demise of Dean Elgar.
As leaning is in round the wicket, and Walter has gone for a big hoik there into the leg side, but he doesn't quite get hold of it, and that sort of skews towards backward square leg where the fielder in the deep is able to easily run round and cut that off.
Yeah, not timing it at the moment. Reminds me of my golf this innings so far from Paul Walter.
Regularly goes behind you.
Yeah, big swing, but yeah, but absolutely. In any direction but those intended. But he's still there.
As leaning runs in again, and that's just defended straight back down the pitch towards the bowler by Critchley, who's played a very good innings so far today.
As I said, if Walter does start to time it, then Kent really need to watch out. But yeah, Critchley's been excellent, 62.
Leaning in again for the final ball of his over, and that's just defended down, sort of dabbed down towards backward point there by Critchley for no run.
Yeah, three off the over.
Leaning is just talking to the umpires. I wonder what that's about. Was he walking in front of the pitch? Seems to be a bit of a discussion.
Was the umpire talking to him first in Blackwell?
I'm not sure.
Looked a bit dispirited there, Jack Leaning. Oh. And scampers off. Blackwell looks after him. I'm not quite sure what that's about.
And Matt Parkinson will return.
Indeed so, from the Hayes Close end. Field being organised now. Joe Denley trots off to somewhere or other at Parkinson's bidding. Into the offside. He wants Denley at mid-off.
He's moving Garrett quite straight as well.
Yeah. Mieye goes into mid-wicket. They've got Leaning is at long on. Yeah, they've obviously identified that Walter wants to hit big and Leaning's there for the errant lofted drive. Walter instead goes for a much more conservative shot into the onside. Jaden Denley fields. Nathan Gilchrist is a backward square leg and there's a deep mid-wicket as well. So I think they're expecting with the spin perhaps Walter to try and climb into one of these. There's a deep point on the offside. So they're expecting to do that. The perfect dead bat shot there. It's just run straight down the pitch.
Yes, I think that's going to hold 3 yards away from him.
He's not taking the bait so far.
Well, John Cox earlier cleared the boundary when they set the...
Yeah, that's true enough. It's great running by the two of them, but they do get for a single, and it's just a push and run from into the onside from Paul Walter. He looks at that. At that point, Critchley's running straight towards him. They manage to round each other and get through for the single. Parkinson to Critchley then. Denley's pushed back further to
which Denley's that?
Sorry, thank you. Joe Denley. Thank you for the reminder. Joe Denley at long on. Long off for Jack Leaning. It's driven up to long off. And Leaning does do the fielding, so single. Brings Walter back on strike. And he's just ticking along here at the moment. 287 for 4. 288 for 4 now. Parkinson towards. He does go for this one. Bludgeons it along the ground. Again, not timed. And Denley has rolled over that one. Comes up holding the right paw. If he's just got his fingers that and rolled it over, but holding his right hand.
He didn't quite get hold of that one either.
No, it really was a scuff, wasn't it? From Walter.
If he got hold of that, that's going to race away to that boundary, and he just sort of scuffed it.
13 for him now. It's an attractive looking drive by Critchley. That is well timed, but it's gone straight to Mieye along the ground at extra cover. Critchley then mimes a sweep.
Not a shot, he's just playing.
No, he's thinking about that one for next time. Perhaps I should have played this one. 289 for 4. Then at the end of the over, Critchley has 63, 14 for Walter. Listen to the BBC commentary, BBC Essex, BBC Kent.
And we're just going to have a pause with Walter. Doesn't look particularly comfortable.
No.
He just took a bit of a pause there and is slightly limping, and they've motioned to the Essex dressing room as someone runs on to have a look at it. But he looks in a lot of discomfort there, and I can't actually quite see what's happened. Maybe something happened during the run, but he's really holding what looks like either a hamstring or a knee.
Yeah, he's taken the pad off, the left pad off, isn't he?
He's clearly in quite a lot of discomfort, and doesn't look like he can walk very well.
No, not sure what he's done there, but I'd say maybe a twist of the knee, and he looks a bit, well, he'll be upset, certainly. A bit resigned to it as well. The physio is just tending to the leg now, so we've got a stoppage here. Just leaning down. Feeling for the knee, is it?
No, I think it's the ankle.
Oh, is it the ankle? Oh, you're right. Sorry,
he's got the boot off now. Looking at the
we've got the screen up now.
The screen, it looks like he's got his boot off and is feeling around his ankle. I wonder if he just rolled it going for that run.
Yeah. 2,226 in the ground. Good crowd.
Very good crowd.
For Championship first day in April.
Doesn't quite feel like April. It's a little bit warmer than that.
No, feels like a lovely June day at the moment, at least I would say. Sunshine, players going off and getting drinks, but yeah, also noticed with Paul Walter, he called for the physio, but from the time he called for the physio to the time he got the physio, he was able to put less and less pressure on it, so I'm presuming that's...
And he's swallowing down painkillers at the moment, but those also don't work immediately.
It's at least a sprain, isn't it, you'd think? Physio doing running repairs. I wonder what approach they'll take here, where they'll think, let's just get him off.
Surely in this position you think you're far enough ahead of the game that you can take him off for a couple of hours and bring him back on if you need it. But you don't want to risk someone getting a serious injury at this stage, or making an injury worse. That's always what I know physios are always paranoid about, is you know, if someone feels their hamstring, you'd rather they come straight off rather than play through it and suddenly they've got weeks out rather than days. But he is putting his sock back on.
Yeah, getting the sock back on, so just got a little bit lame there, but looks like the 12th has got his gloves organised.
He's putting his boot back on.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see him, well, I guess he'll test it out, but see him return.
I guess we'll know when he stands up.
This will be the tester. Crowd patiently waiting to see if Paul Walter's going to be fine. We're getting the pad on.
Pad's going back on.
Personally, I'll give it a bit of a walk around before putting the pad on, just because you... There we go.
I mean, Kent don't look like they're in any particular rush.
No. Paul Walter knows his own body, I'm sure. He'll get back up. What does it feel like, Paul?
It doesn't look brilliant.
Well, yeah.
Really doesn't look brilliant. He's limping slightly.
Will he ask for a runner here? No, he's definitely favouring the right leg, isn't he? It's just
he's not putting. Does not look comfortable putting weight on that left leg.
Well, Leeds going to bowl to him next. This will be interesting. How much mobility?
I mean, Glenn Maxwell famously batted on one leg during his incredible innings, but
as good as Paul Walter is, he's not quite Glenn Maxwell.
No, he's not. And you need to rely on fast hands rather than any sort of footwork. He's hopping around.
Oh, crikey, he's doing a bit of an alley shuffle now. He's dancing about.
He still doesn't... I wouldn't say he's moving entirely comfortably, though, but I guess we'll see as Leaning prepares to bowl from the river end. Round the wicket to Walter, who goes back and defends that off the back foot and then sort of hobbles away from the crease, and he is definitely not comfortable, I think it's fair to say.
I'm not convinced at all by that, but he's gritting his teeth and carrying on.
He is, and we'll see how long it lasts as Leaning runs around the wicket and Walter looks to open up and take a run and then has to really hobble back into his crease. He is not in a comfortable position, and I'm surprised, given that he seems to be in quite a bit of pain, that he's carrying on.
He's definitely not taking a quick single at this point, is he?
No, and I wonder what Critchley's going to think about this as Leaning runs in again, and that one's sort of short and wide, and he just sort of fends at it and pushes it towards Jayden Denley at mid-on. Mid-off, sorry.
Yeah, maybe he's hoping he can walk it off a bit and that the painkillers will kick in.
As Leaning comes, and that's short and wide, and he's thinking about singles half, I would say. He sort of comes a few steps down and then hobbles back to his crease as he goes back and tries to play this off the back foot, which I believe is the one he's hurt.
Yeah, I was going to say that the way he's playing these deliveries isn't helping.
As Leaning runs in again, and that's sort of shoveled straight back to the bowler by Walter. And he tries to sort of walk off whatever he's done to his ankle. I have to admit, I didn't actually... There was nothing obvious that he did. As Leaning runs in again round the wicket, and that is defended straight back down the pitch by Walter, who is on 14 at the end of that over. Essex 289 for 4, but more worrying is the limping, towering figure of Paul Walter.
Yeah, and they're going to have a detailed conversation here, Matt Critchley here, aren't they? Because Critchley's going to want to know, if I go for a single and call you through, are you going to be able to back up here?
Well, judging by the way he's walking back to the non-strikers, I would say a quick single might slightly be out of the question.
Yeah, he's limping palpably out there.
As he leans into that leg to test it out, but...
So Parkinson from the Hayes close end to bowl to Critchley. Critchley on the back foot. Well, he does call Walter through. That's a fairly, well, I say comfortable single. Maybe not for Paul Walter, but he's loped down to this end of the pitch, and that's a single taken.
I have to say, I do think sprinting might be slightly beyond him in this current state.
I don't think they're going to run any tip and runs.
No.
Slip in behind him as Parkinson bowls to Walter, leans forward, and just deflects that into the onside, fielded on the run by Jayden Denley.
You just wonder what impact this is going to have on Essex's flow of runs, because they have been sort of manoeuvring it round quite nicely, and suddenly if you've got someone who you can't trust to take the quick single, it will be there in the back of your mind.
Parkinson gives that more fantastic stop by Tawanda Mieye, going to his left there at mid-wicket. That really is lightning stuff.
As that left leg lifts up.
He'll go flamingo style here. It's Parkinson to him, he goes for a sweep. Oh, goodness me.
God.
And as he got up from the sweep and ran, he's moving very heavily.
He did not enjoy that sweep shot at all. He couldn't get down to do it in the conventional way, you would say, where players go typically right down to play that shot, and then he sort of hobbled getting out of it as well.
He got through for a single, but just.
And he's leaning on his back quite heavily between balls.
They might take a view at the end of this over, you'd think, but Parkinson giving that a lot of air to Critchley. He drives it up towards Jack Leaning at long off fields. They do come through for the single.
And he was nearly hit on the head there.
He was, yeah.
Harry Finch had to do a sort of jumping one-handed stop to prevent that from smashing into Walter's back, I think.
He's a big target, to be fair, but yeah, not moving well, as we said, but staying out there. They've got 3 off the over. They're all singles. Drives it. It's a good shot from Walter. He'll just get the 1 for it. They're not coming back for 2, that's for sure. So 4 off the over. Walter moves on to 16. Critchley has 65. 293 for 4 Essex.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see if Essex do make a decision at the end of this over. Maybe they've said to him, give it 10 minutes and see how it is. But I'm not sure he's in any less discomfort than he was immediately afterwards.
Oh, sorry, not the end of the over. Miscounted. Critchley on the back foot there. Cuts it away. Sure, Walter will be delighted to take another single.
So
that is the end of the over.
You didn't miscount, there was a no ball.
Ah, beg your pardon, wasn't expecting that from the spinner, to be fair. 21 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 85 for Parkinson. It's going at 4 and over. Critchley 66, Walter 16 on the Essex County Cricket Club video stream via the BBC Sport website and app on BBC Kent, BBC Essex, with Matt Cole, Sonia Twigg at the moment, and Glenn Speller, of course. 296 for 4.
And it will be Critchley on strike for this next over, but it's not quite clear who's going to bowl it. Daniel Bell-Drummond is just having a conversation with Jack Leaning, who had been bowling, but I'm not sure if he's going to continue, as Walter continues to rest heavily on his bat pretty much every chance he can get, and it will be Jack Leaning who will have his 3rd, I believe, over of this evening session.
It's not like he's the last of the recognised batters either, is it, Paul Walter? I mean, obviously you've got Critchley out there, Pepper and Harmer to come as well, immediately after.
Well, Pepper's quite a good big hitter of the ball, definitely.
Yeah.
So it does seem a slightly strange decision, as Leaning comes round the wicket to Critchley, who defends that straight back down the pitch towards the bowler. And yes, I wonder what Walter's thinking, because clearly he's made this decision to stay out there and plough through, but it's not like, you know, it is day 1. There's a long way left to go in this game. As Leaning runs in again, and that's cut away by Critchley towards the point boundary, where it'll be cut off by the fielder in the deep, and he will have to settle for just the 1, as I don't think Walter is capable of running 2.
No, I was going to say, he had to take evasive action for the ball from the throw coming in from Compton again. He got between the wicketkeeper and the fielder. but manages to get the frame away. But now, yeah, leaning to Walter. This will be interesting.
As leaning runs in, and that's hit high into the air, and it's just dropped over the rope for 6. Well, Walter might be batting on one leg, but he has hit that really well down the ground and just picked that up off the part-time spin of Jack Leaning, who looks a little bit frustrated.
Well, he's timed that better than any other shot he's played in his whole innings, and he's done that off one leg. So perhaps that's half the battle. He's like, no, I'll be better. I'll sort my balance out. Yeah, lovely
stand
shot.
and hit.
Quite gentle as well, it looked, didn't it? Just a really good pickup shot.
It looked like it almost travelled in slow motion. I half thought, that's why I was sort of leaning out of our commentary box here to see if it was going to be caught on the boundary or not, but it just dropped over the rope for 6 as Leaning runs in again, and that one is defended straight back down towards the bowler as Walter limps backwards after prodding forward for that one.
Yeah, it's not easy work out there. It's sort of almost painful to watch, if that makes sense. So he's clearly in some discomfort.
As Leaning runs in again, and that's pushed into the offside towards Jaden Denley, but no run.
Assuredly not.
No, I think there could have potentially have been a quick single there had both batters been up for it, but not with Walter in his current condition. As Leaning runs in round the wicket, and that's cut away by Walter, who will pick up an easy single as that goes to Wes Elgar on the offside boundary.
Yeah, they move on to 3-0. Is it 303?
304 for 4.
Yeah, just ticking over.
Critchley on 67 and Walter on 23 at the end of the 74th over. So the new ball will be available in just 6 overs.
Yeah. And we may be talking about Paul Walter going over and off and taking a rest, but that 6 begs to differ, does it? Now the physio is out again. The Essex physio is coming out and talking to Paul Walter.
Well, I wonder if they've been watching what we've been watching and just going over to him and saying, "Are you all right?
Yeah.
How much pain are you in? Can you keep going?"
Second game of the season, first day. Is it worth it for Walter? No, he's going to struggle on. There we go. Well, if he feels he's right and he feels he's able to hit a long ball as he did in the previous over, then I guess you have to trust him for that, don't you?
I think you always have to trust the batter, unless it's a case of sort of concussion where every batter wants to continue and you have to make a decision for their own safety.
Parkins to Walter. Paul prods forward on that.
And then hops to start his run up to the other end as the ball is gathered by Daniel Bell-Drummond.
No acceleration there, as you say. He just hopped in the air to get underway off his left foot. But they do take a single off the first ball, so it's worked in that respect. Breeze getting up, I think, now. One or two putting jumpers on in front of us, but sort of a very pleasant day. Matt Critchley surveys the field, and Parkinson will bowl from the Hayes close end now. Gives him a little bit of tweak, a little bit of air, and Critchley defends it. Parkinson then. Kent to Essex batter. Critchley on the back foot, steers that into the offside. Jaden Denley on the run, picks it up and throws. What do we make of his first day of first-class cricket?
One to remember, I'm sure he'll be absolutely buzzing and probably won't sleep tonight.
It's Parkinson over the wicket to Critchley, back at the bowler, and there's no run.
It's a big day for a youngster.
Yeah, and especially as you said, as he didn't know when he turned up this morning he was going to be playing any part of this. And
no, I wonder how many relatives have sped up the country on the M25 from Kent.
Yeah, he wasn't in the 13 either, announced overnight. This one's just a little push from Critchley behind square. They'll take a single. 306 for 4. So he's a very confident young man. I think you'd have to be to take this on. Made his one-day cup debut at the Oval, which is quite a nice place to start. Took a wicket with his bowling as well. Hit his first ball for 4. This is cut away by Walter. He's moving slightly easier. They come back for 2. He doesn't mind doing that.
Painkillers are working their magic.
There we go. So that's the 50 partnership up as well. It's working. 99 balls, 55 minutes. And 306 for 4. That second batting bonus point is up as well now. 68 in total for Critchley, 24 for Walter, and that is the end of the over. So yeah, I heard. So I was doing a lap of the ground when they were warming up, and I was at the far side. There was a round of applause. I didn't think anything of it. I thought maybe it was just a bit of, you know, bit of a huddle, bit of a. Perhaps the captain had made a speech. They were all applauding each other into action, but that may well have been for Jayden Denley. First up.
As Leaning runs in round the wicket, and that's sort of scooped away by Critchley into the offside, but fielded well at mid-on by Jayden Denley.
Yeah, tried to get some power behind that. Critchley, oh, where's he going? He was about to do some gardening. He's gone back to his crease now.
As Leaning turns and runs in, and that's cut away by Critchley into the offside, but it will just be a single with the fielder on the deep there to cut off any chance of a boundary, and it wasn't hit particularly hard, just sort of pushed into that gap really between point and cover. And the catchers who were sort of around the bat trying to make things happen have just sort of all pushed out, and as I say that, Mieye, who was the closest fielder, has now just gone. Are they swapping?
Maybe they are, yes. Mieye is going to run the boundary, and it's Compton coming in closer.
Maybe they feel Compton's done his hard shift out there, as Leaning runs in, and that's just pushed away into the leg side by Walter, who still doesn't look entirely comfortable, but he is looking more comfortable than he was about half an hour or so ago. As Leaning runs in round the wicket, and that is smashed away by Walter, straight down the ground for a big six into the stands. Well, he might be batting on one leg, but he is timing these beautifully, and that's the second six off Jack Leaning, straight back over the bowler's head into the stands. As Essex move on to 315 for 4, Walter on 32 from 46. As Leaning turns and runs in again, and that's pushed, sort of clipped away off his legs by Walter into the leg side and picked up by Tawanda Mieye, and that will just be the one run.
Absolutely nothing wrong with him, as we were saying before. For Walter, he's fine. I think he literally has run it off at this point, as with the painkillers have worked. I'm going to go and tell the latest news to the people of Kent.
Kent and all of the southeast.
Indeed.
As Leaning just tinkers with his field and pushes Denley out towards a more conventional mid-wicket cow corner-ish, as that is just clipped off. It's powered by Critchley, but gathered by the fielder at fine leg. And at the end of that over, Essex 316 for 4, Critchley on 69 and Walter on 33. Leaning with figures of 0 for 36 from his 10 overs. He's bowled decently so far. I wonder if Kent are just going to try and race through and get this new ball and try and conjure something up with the new Kookaburra. As we've been discussing earlier, there's not a lot on offer with the older ball, which is not typically used in England. That's the Dukes, which has a more pronounced seam and tends to hold up a little bit longer in English conditions, but that's not what we're using for the first 2 rounds of this county championship, as Matt Parkinson starts down the hill, and that's just clipped off his pads by Walter, but straight to the fielder at short-ish mid-on. Breeze is just getting up a little bit as we head into the evening, but it's still a nice warm day, around 20 degrees here in Essex, as Parkinson bowls, and that's just clipped off his pads again by Walter to Jayden Denley at mid-wicket. Matt Parkinson started slightly waywardly. First 2 overs went for 18, but he's pulled it back since as he runs in again over the wicket to Walter, who just pushes that one down back towards the bowler for no run. If the speedometer is correct, Parkinson is not putting a lot of pace onto these balls. Just looking at the screen, said the last one was 41.4 miles an hour as he runs in again, and that one is lofted high by Walter and taken. And Walter, who was slightly batting on one leg there, will have to depart for 33. He's just picked out the fielder on the mid-off boundary. They'd set the trap for him, and while he'd hit 2 sixes straight down the ground, that one has been taken by Joe Denley on the boundary. He barely had to move for that. Walter just tried to clear the rope again and didn't hit it straight enough, and it was straight down the throat of Denley, who did not make any mistakes with that, and that leaves Essex 316 for 4. And that leaves Parkinson with his second wicket. He's taken 2 for 89 off 22.4 overs. Essex here on 316 for 4, and as the new batter is clapped to the crease by the Essex faithful. 316 for 5, Essex.
Michael Pepper is the new man in, the replacement wicket-keeper, with no Adam Rossington in this game due to a finger injury.
And he will be on strike to face Matt Parkinson, as the field looks like they're going to start a little bit closer to the new batter. It had all been looking so straightforward for Essex, and until, well, Water did not look entirely comfortable when he was at the crease, I think it's fair to say.
No, he got himself injured, didn't he? So I think that was more a see what damage I can do in a short space of time, because I don't think I'm going to be out here very long. Incidentally, today's attendance, which I know you mentioned earlier, 2226, 2,226, higher than any attendance last season in the Championship here at the County Ground. So good start from Essex. Yeah.
And there should be a few more down tomorrow, with it being a Saturday.
Yeah, whether people go off and watch their football tomorrow or not, we'll have to wait and see. But the forecast's okay for tomorrow as well. So yeah, there might be a few more people tempted down with the weekend beckoning.
As Parkinson will bowl his first ball to new batter Pepper, who pushes forward at that, and the ball skews towards backwards point, where it's gathered by Nathan Gilchrist.
316 for 5 then. Critchley still there. He's not exactly really pushed on after tea. Tea was 54 not out, so he's just added just the 15 runs since the break. Obviously Paul Water was taking a fair chunk of the strike.
And that's just pushed off by Pepper, and as he gets off the mark with an easy sort of guide down towards the offside boundary, where it's fielded by Elgar, and his first run is clapped by the Essex crowd, and at the end of that over, Essex 318 for 5. Pepper will have 2 runs from the final ball, and Critchley on 69.
So looking at scores elsewhere, Hampshire 256 for 5 against Lancashire. Northamptonshire 251 for 6 against Worcestershire. That's a bit of a comeback for Worcestershire. Somerset still there, 259 for 9. They lost 7 wickets for about 30 runs at one point, but have rescued it back to 259 for 9. And Warwickshire still going along their merry way, 389 for 1 after being put in by Durham. Division 2, Glamorgan 201 for 6 against Derbyshire. Yorkshire 297 for 8 at Gloucestershire. Leicestershire still going against Sussex, 256 for 6, and Northamptonshire very strong, 227 for 2 against Middlesex, and the Emilio Gay there still unbeaten on 132. Right, Jaden Denley's going to come back on from this river end. Still 19 overs remaining in the day here at Chelmsford, and he's going to bowl left arm around the wicket to Matt Critchley, with Essex at 318 for 5. Denley had a gentle introduction, which is 4 overs earlier on in the afternoon session. Is in, well, that's well short, and Critchley on the back foot pummels it, but pummels it straight back to the bowler, who does stand in his way and stops it, but might regret stopping it, because that's going to hurt a little bit. He's got his right hand in his pocket just to take the sting off it, and he felt the full power of that, and Critchley would probably be disappointed he didn't get 4 for it. This next one from Denley has Critchley playing off the back foot into the onside, and they pick up just the single, 319 for 5, and he goes to 70 from 127 deliveries.
Yes, I think it's safe to say that right hand is still stinging slightly as he sort of holds it out the way as much as he can.
Good stop, no more than that. He's adjusting his field now as well. Just bringing the long on up halfway from the boundary. He's inspecting that right hand now as well, because that will have hurt. He's bringing long off up as well for the new man, Michael Pepper.
He does look young.
He's in now, and that's pushed out to the offside by Pepper
for no runs, just 18 years of age, but yeah, from a distance he looks a lot younger than that, doesn't he? He's got a little bit of growing to do to fill out that Kent shirt and jumper. As he's in once again. Off the back foot this time, Pepper cuts away. Good diving stop, but they still come through for the single, do Essex. 320 for 5.
Yeah, good diving stop by Ben Compton, I believe, there to cut off what was probably going to be a boundary. And Kent have been quite good in the field today, I have to say. They've committed themselves well.
Yeah, they've been tidy enough, haven't they? Davis, Denley is in again, and that's driven down the ground, just a single. No timing really there from Kitley, but enough to get a single. 321 for 5, and he moves on to 71 not out, backing up particularly good second innings against Nottinghamshire last week. Adjustment in the field, so they bring in a short extra cover for Pepper to face up here. Full delivery from Denley, pushed out to the offside, and there's no run there either. Through the over very quickly. 78 gone now here on BBC Essex and BBC Kent, and Essex are 321 for 5.
Yes, through his over very quickly. I think that's a trend with young spinners, is to sort of race through their over as quick as possible, and he's done well, he's bowled well. I've been, you know, 5 overs, 0 for 20 is not the worst start. He would like a wicket, I'm sure, but it's a tidy start from someone who didn't know they were going to be playing when they woke up this morning.
He's down on the card as well, Denley JK, just to differentiate from Denley J, his uncle Joe, who's also in the team today. Got a century last week, Joe Denley. Good to see him. He's had a couple of fallow years, so good to see him in amongst the runs.
Yes, maybe he's not captain anymore, is he? He doesn't have any sort of leadership role now at Kent, as I think it's fair to say he's in the sort of final years of his career. As Matt Parkinson runs in and bowls, and that's pushed down the ground to deep mid-off for an easy single from Kitley there, as the score moves on to 322 for 5. It's just sort of ticking over as they're waiting for the new ball slightly, as Parkinson runs in again, and that's skewed away by Pepper. Is that going to go to the fielder? No, I believe it's just too long for the fielder at sort of, well, it was slightly unlucky really. Mid-off had been brought up and that had just gone over his head. He tried to dive and take a catch, but I'm not sure it was ever quite there, and those catches are among the most difficult, where you're running back and taking it over your head. But he's sort of been handed a slight reprieve because he didn't quite get hold of that at all, has Michael Pepper.
I think he might have got half a hand to it, but as you say, difficult to judge.
As Parkinson runs in again, and that's pushed much more comfortably into the offside by Pepper and gathered by Jaden Denley.
Yeah, it was a rash shot, wasn't it, for Michael Pepper? Just played right across it, and then with a big leading edge, and perhaps fortunate to get away with it as well. So his next shot just settles himself back down with a nice solid defensive shot.
As Parkinson bowls over the wicket to the right-hander, who tries to smash that one away, and it's a good stop by the fielder at short cover, who again is wringing out his hand after that one, which I'm sure stung quite a lot. But
yeah, it's Ben Compton. It was a good stop actually. I mean, they took a single anyway, but as you say, it was timed and it was hit straight at him. It was a good diving stop in the end. Yeah, he's inspecting his hand now.
As Parkinson bowls over the wicket, and that's sort of pushed away much more comfortably by Kitley into the offside, and he will pick up a single. It's gathered by Elgar, who's been patrolling that boundary for the last hour or so.
Yeah, he's not done a lot of bowling since his long stint this morning, has he? Had a brief go this afternoon, but yeah, he's been relatively unemployed for much of the time after the lunch interval.
As Parkinson bowls in again, and that's an awkward sweep, which has brought a big LBW appeal, but nothing doing from the umpire there. It was not the most comfortable shot from Michael Pepper, who's just come in, sort of really trying to work the field, but I'm not sure he got hold of that at all, just looking at the replay.
I think he almost got too far across, didn't he?
He did, and he almost overbalanced playing it. And at the end of that over, Essex have 327 for 5, Kitley on 73 and Pepper on an interesting 7 off 9.
Yeah, just looking at Elgar, just the 13 overs so far today, 1 for 61. Garrett 16 overs, 2 for 55, and Gilchrist even fewer, just the 11 overs, none for 52 from him. So Spin has done a large chunk of the bowling since around about probably half an hour after lunch, that sort of period of time, and pretty much shared it amongst themselves. Jaden Denley, Jack Leaning and Matt Parkinson, and Jaden Denley is going to continue
Left arm around from this river end is in and bowling now, and Pepper forces away off the back foot just for a single. He's got protection out there on the cover boundary. I think that's Tuendu out there who's just done the fielding, and 328 for 5 is the Essex score. Adjustment in the field as Critchley comes down onto strike. He's made 73 so far. A bit more flight that time from Denley, but the same result. A single out there, and Mieye comes in and tidies up. 328 for 5. 329 for 5, I should say. That scoreboard is always one ball behind. Over to our right-hand side. Still catches you out every year, though.
Yeah, slightly confusing, especially if a wicket falls and you can't quite reach round and see the other one. You have to sort of climb halfway out the window.
329 for 5 then. Pepper on strike to Denley. Drives all the way along the ground and as far as mid-off, though, and there'll be no run there. 16.5 overs to go in the day. As Denley comes in once again, and that's just dead batted out to the onside by Critchley on that, by Pepper on that occasion.
These batters, I know we can read their numbers, but they are quite similar in sort of height and stature.
Pepper facing up now, flatter and quicker from Denley, and a bit of space and room for Pepper to rock back on the back foot, force that one away into the offside for a single. 330 4-5, just the 3 singles off this Jaden Denley over so far, his 6th of the innings. No slips in for him though, as he finishes up where the ball is driven down the ground by Critchley just for the single, and everything's a little bit becalmed at the moment. End of the over, and Essex, having won the toss and elected to bat right at the start of today, 331 for 5.
Yes, I actually knew Michael Pepper's brother Chris at university, who was a good cricketer in his own right. I think he played for Essex 2s in his time and was doing very well at the University of Sheffield.
Do you know what he's gone on to do since, or not?
Well, he was studying dentistry, so I imagine he's become a dentist.
Right. Good business to get into.
Probably far more lucrative than second 11 county cricket.
Arguably, yeah, I should imagine, and a longer career as well.
Yes.
A few people just beginning to drift away now as it gets a little bit chilly. 5:15 is the time.
Yes, but no sign of light or anything affecting play here. We haven't seen anything from the floodlights. They haven't been needed at all today, which is always refreshing, especially at this time of year.
Yeah.
As Parkinson will continue, and they could have taken the new ball, but they've decided not to. We've had 80 overs. But Daniel Bell-Drummond clearly believing this is the way to go, and I have to say the flow of runs has been stemmed. So maybe this is a good idea as Parkinson runs over the wicket to Critchley, who drives that into the offside, and cover can't field it, so it will be an easy single for the batter, who moves on to 76.
From what we saw from the seamers earlier today, it was relatively unthreatening stuff, wasn't it? Pitch has got no pace in it, not really much bounce in it either.
No, there were a couple of breakthroughs really early, but after that it was all too easy as Parkinson bowls again and fails to dive sort of over the ball there and couldn't quite make the stop off his own bowling, and Pepper will add one more to Essex's total.
Matt Critchley's getting very close now, 76 not out. Plenty of time in the day for him to get to 3 figures if he keeps batting the way he is.
As Parkinson turns and runs in again, and that's just pushed away, but this time straight at Ben Compton at a sort of shortish extra, and there is no run.
One centurion today, Dean Elgar, made 120 before he popped up a catch off the bowling of this man, Matt Parkinson.
As Parkinson runs in again, and that's pushed away by Critchley, and that will bring Parkinson's unenviable century. He's now got 2 for 100. As Essex's total moves on to 334 for 5.
You saw that stage of the day where players are beginning to think about the close of play and not outs and that sort of thing.
As Parkinson runs in again, and that's pushed away more with a bit more force by Pepper, but it will just be the one down to long off. He's not quite on the boundary, Jack leaning. He's just sort of about 3/4 of the way, but making his way more towards the boundary for the batting of Critchley. as Parkinson runs in again for the final ball of his over. And that's just pushed forward defensive into the offside for no run. At the end of that over, Essex have 335 for 5, Critchley on 77 and Pepper on 11.
Yeah, 2 for 101 for Parkinson now from his 25 overs, so a smidgen over 4 and over. Don't get me wrong, some of his colleagues are over that, but it's been a tough day for the bowlers so far, no matter what particular style of bowling you have. Warwickshire 396 for 1 now against Durham. Davies unbeaten on 178, and he's been joined by Will Rhodes, who's got 19. Earlier in the day, Rob Yates out for 191. A reminder to you, after Durham won the toss and put Warwickshire into bat.
And it will be another change of bowling and still more spin as Leaning comes on to replace Jaden Denley.
He's going through his spin options. Daniel Bell-Drummond trying to fish out another wicket from somewhere. So Leaning, he's actually going to bowl round the wicket to the right-handed Essex batter.
He was doing that earlier as well.
We've seen that sort of a negative sort of tactic, maybe bowling in at the legs, and just look at the field as well. Yeah, he's got a man on a deep mid-wicket boundary. Fine leg is up as he's in now, bowling across the right-handed Pepper, who pushes out to the offside, and they come through for a comfortable single. Score moves to 336 for 5. Another change in the field as well, as they just look to strengthen this onside field. And it's the captain himself, Bell-Drummond, who's come across to fill in.
Yes, no slip in place now.
As Leaning is in, and bowling to Critchley, just eases that one away into the onside. And despite the fact they have got 4 fielders on the onside, Critchley still able to pick out the single and comfortably jog through for it. The score moves up to 338 for 5, and he moves on to 78.
And Critchley is just calling for something. I wonder if he wants a drink. He's motioning something to the dressing room there.
337 for 5, not 338. Ahead of myself there as Leaning is in and bowling to Pepper. Pushed back out to the offside for no run.
That was a bizarre one because it wasn't even really a shot. He just sort of dropped, sort of moved the bat towards the ball. It wasn't any sort of formal cricket shot.
It was almost like disinterested, wasn't it? I'll just put the bat there, and that's what he's done again. But this is a bit more of a formal defensive shot, which he pushes back to Leaning, and there's no run. Tidy enough this over from Jack Leaning, none for 38 in the 11th over of his spell.
Yeah, he's bowled a lengthy spell here.
And he's around the wicket again, and this time that has gone away behind square for 4 runs. 341 for 5, the Essex score, and it was a slog sweep just in front of square, just behind square actually, on the onside. A couple of bounces and away for 4 runs.
Yes, his first boundary as well.
He got all of it, did Pepper as well.
And they've just moved a man out there.
A little bit of a gimme really, yeah, just moving long leg round and putting him at deep backward square, and then bringing a man back to fine leg, shortish fine leg, and that is the captain again, Bell-Drummond, putting himself there. Leaning is in and bowling to Pepper, and Pepper goes long and high and full for 6, straight down the ground this time. 347 for 5. That was a pure strike from Michael Pepper, and that brings on a couple of Essex squad players to bring drinks out to the batters, with Essex at 347 for 5. So it was a tidy enough over from Jack Leaning up until those final 2 deliveries, which have gone for 6 and 4.
Yes, Pepper didn't look entirely comfortable when he first came to the crease, but he's really started to open out here, and I wonder if that will just be in Bell-Drummond's mind to take the new ball and force these batters to face something a bit different, because they're looking all too comfortable against the 3 spin options of Kent.
He's a really clean striker of the ball, is Michael Pepper, introduced into the Essex side with white ball stuff, and just sort of dotted in and around playing red ball cricket, but hasn't really had a run in the team at all. But he'll hope maybe if he can impress here, this could lead to a long run in the county championship team for him this season. He started very well with the bat, unbeaten on 22. Critchley has 78. Players have had a quick drink, a change of gloves as well for Matt Critchley. and a mid-wicket chat with his batting partner Michael Pepper. Matt Parkinson is going to continue from the Hayes close end, and they're going to bring Ben Compton in. He's moving Compton across, yeah, so he wants him right in the eye line of Critchley, almost straight at mid-off, and they've got a long off out there as well, and a man moving round to extra cover, so a real ring of fielders for Critchley to try to pierce on this offside.
Yes, as Parkinson starts from the Hayes close end, as you were mentioning, the field just been set as he comes over the wicket, and that's just defended straight back down the pitch by Critchley for no run. I wonder at what point he's going to start thinking about this triple figures.
Yeah, I mean, he's got plenty of time to get it done this evening, or he can obviously lots of time in the game as well.
As Parkinson bowls over the wicket, and that's just pushed into the gap on the offside by Critchley, and he will pick up a single as it's gathered by Jayden Denley, who's run round from extra to a more conventional cover to make that stop.
I was saying the game is sort of becoming a little bit becalmed, but then Michael Pepper comes up with a 4 and a 6 just to wake everybody up again after the game is settled into a little bit of a pattern.
Yes, Pepper will be on strike now as Parkinson runs in, and that's just defended into the offside and gathered by Jayden Denley for no run.
Warwickshire have gone past 400 now against Durham, 405 for 1. Somerset still hanging on, 281 for 9 against Surrey.
Parkinson in, and that's swept away by Pepper into the gap, and he will have 4 more runs. That's just perfectly timed sweep there through backward square to move his score on to 26 from 22. He has played quite emphatically since he's come to the crease.
Yeah, very nicely played that from Michael Pepper. These two came together at 316. So have added 36 runs, of which Pepper has got 26 of them.
Yes, well, you wondered, Walter is obviously a big hitter, and they've just replaced him with another big hitter as Parkinson is in again to Pepper, who moves his feet well to push that down the ground to mid-on and take a quick single. They had to be quick and they had to be on point there, but it was easy to get through in the end.
Yeah, just keep the scoreboard ticking over. Don't just settle for boundaries and the like and then let bowlers build up dot balls. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over.
And Critchley will be on strike as Parkinson is in again, and that's pushed away by Critchley but fielded well by Jayden Denley at extra cover. And Parkinson will have to bowl an extra ball this over after one of them was called for a no ball. Slightly surprising from a spinner, as Parkinson is in again, and that's just punched away by Critchley off the back foot into the offside and fielded by Wes Elgar coming in from the boundary. And at the end of that over, Essex have 356 for 5. Critchley moves on to 80 and Pepper on 27.
And in the over, they took another batting point as well to go up to 3 batting points for the match so far by going past 350. And Wes Elgar is coming across to hand his cap to the umpire, and the new ball is taken by Kent. So they had 3 more overs beyond with the older ball, but Daniel Bell-Drummond has now decided that now is the time to go for the new ball and see whether his seamers can make some late inroads into this Essex batting lineup and make the day seem a little bit more even than what it's been since 10 for 2 this morning. Essex have been pretty much on top and have accrued runs.
And I think that's the right decision. I mean, I think sticking with spin, seeing if it would make anything happen was probably right, but I think Pepper and Critchley were just looking so comfortable and not troubled at all that I think it's the right decision to bring back the seam attack and inject a bit more pace into proceedings. Although I say that, but this pitch is quite slow.
Just having a chat with Joe Denley. Yeah, we saw there was almost tennis ball bounce when they really put their backs into it earlier in the day, wasn't it? Joe Denley just ushering a couple of fielders around, helping out his captain. And Wes Elgar has only bowled the 13 overs so far today, and 13 left in the day, so he may go right through to the close here. But meantime, Critchley and Pepper are having a conversation, so they can't start yet. A couple of slips go in for Elgar as well. are going to have cover on both sides of the wicket though. Man out on the cover boundary, man out on the mid-wicket boundary.
I think they're going to try and tempt the drive here. I'm just looking at the field on the offside.
Here's Elgar then, new ball in hand, right arm over, in and bowl into Kitley, and Kitley drives very pleasantly, and cover has to run all the way around the boundary, and it's a forlorn run as well because he won't get there. 360 for 5, and Kitley goes up to 84 with a very crisply struck off drive.
Yes, that didn't move particularly quickly either through the air or off the pitch there, which is not what Kent will be wanting from having just taken the new ball. Obviously, of course, the new ball is harder and will travel quicker off the bat than the old ball. So that's one thing to consider for Kent when they did make that decision.
And like earlier in the day, Elgar guilty, like lots of the seamers have been, of over pitching. That's well wide of off stump, and Kitley flails at that one and doesn't get anything on it whatsoever, and it flies through to Finch behind the stumps.
Yes, that reminded me of the Wesley wicket earlier, where Wesley went chasing a big booming drive that was well wide and actually did catch the edge as it went through to Harry Finch on that occasion, leaving Essex 10 for 2, which you wouldn't know looking at if you just turned on and looked at the scoreboard now.
No, not at all. There was no footwork at all from Kitley there either, and the ball did just offer just to move away, looking at the replay. Give Elgar a little bit of encouragement. 360 for 5 Essex. As Elgar runs away from us once again, 2 slips crouched down. Kitley plays from the crease defensively up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, Elgar's just getting a little bit more life in this, I think. The game was just sort of threatening to sort of meander along until the close. A new ball has just brought a new dimension to things, which will be good. And it'll be an interesting challenge for Michael Pepper, who has not faced any of the seamers yet in this match so far.
No, he's just solely had spin, hasn't he? So Elgar turns into Kitley, 16 short of 3 figures. In, and Kitley again from the crease forces up to mid-on, where Gilchrist does the fielding, and there's no run.
And a no ball, so he'll have to bowl that one again.
I wonder why you were waving at me.
I was making the no ball
Thank
sign.
you. Yes, no.
I was trying to help you out. My signals might have been crossed, but I was trying.
Yes, no, thank you. Yeah, so 7 ball over minimum now.
He's bowled a few of them today. 7th no ball of the day.
Wow.
As Matt Cole tells me from the other side of the box.
Here's Elgar in again. Into Kitley. Oh, big strike, LBW, shouts. Hits him on the back leg, but spearing down the leg side, and umpire very quickly shook his head. Big shout, but yeah, going down the leg side.
Well, I wonder, just looking at the replay, I think it was just going down, but it could have been called either way. And that would Kent will definitely be encouraged by that.
No DRS.
No DRS.
No review, no. Can't give the...
Can't do DRS at all the county championship ground, surely.
One of these days, you know it will come in, because it will be done by AI or something like that, you wait.
Probably.
Here's Elgar in again then. And Kitley just plays defensively back to the bowler, who fields on his follow through. And there's no run. 362 4-5 is the score, so 1 more ball to go minimum of this over from Wes Elgar, the extra one.
And then I might be replaced by Matt Cole.
So you notice how he hasn't made eye contact?
He did nod.
So he's probably thinking I've got about 15 other things I need to do before the close of play. Here's Elgar into Kitley. Oh, and didn't quite know where that had gone, Matt Kitley. It was slightly back of a length, but didn't get up as high as he was thinking. And in the end, it's come off his bat, and he's called through for a single by Michael Pepper. That is the end of the over. And Essex are 363 for 5, 85 to Kitley, 27 to Michael Pepper. Thanks to Sonia for her help today. And she'll be back at periods during the season here at Chelmsford. I think she's basically splitting her time between here and Kent for much of the summer. So we'll look forward to her rejoining us. And Matt Cole comes in to give us the benefit of his knowledge and his views.
Well, that won't take long.
For the closing 12 overs.
Oh, views,
of
yes.
the day.
Knowledge, very little.
And we are going to see, that looks like Nathan Gilchrist in the distance to me.
I like a decent shout for Wes Elgar the last over, albeit we're at I suppose a wideish lawn for the right-hander, but that ball hasn't beaten back very much, has it?
No.
This game so far. Gilchrist bowls to Critchley. Good ball, that one. In the block hole. Asking questions to Critchley. He's done well though. Dug it out up towards Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-on. Yorker length. Just 2 slips in. Kent, well, as you'd understand from a side 3, facing 3-6-3 for 5 on the board. 2 batters seemingly set. Yeye at 1. Leaning at 2 next to Harry Finch. As Gilchrist bends his back, bowls, and Critchley just guiding that one out to the offside boundary. Jayden Denley fields, hoping to get the 2 members of the Denley family at close of play for a chat about how it all came about. And I know Joe was very, very proud when Jayden made his debut in the One Day Cup last summer at the Oval. So we'll just see if we can make him cry this time round. So that's what.
Is that how you gauge your success?
Isn't that what all media enjoys when you do? Come on, make them cry. No, this is Gilchrist to Pepper, drive from him, full-blooded as well, picked up by Joe Denley.
We should say make them cry by, asking them questions and getting them emotional about their family life and that sort of thing, not by kicking them in the ankles before he
try not to do that.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, I was being cynical about the workings of the modern media.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, but did he cry?
Yeah.
Oh, no, we just wanted to talk about it. Is that all right? 3-6-4 for 5. 86 for Critchley. It's Pepper who faces, though. Leaves it through to wicket-keeper Finch, and there's no run. It is quite something, though. Trying to think of the last even relatives before that saw it a game of cricket, but I suppose there'll be cousins, but uncle nephews very rare. 2 different generations of a family.
None of the Cowdreys would have played together at any stage.
No, I suppose Graham and Chris as brothers, but yeah, not at. This one's clipped off the pads by Pepper, and 4 runs. Gilchrist looks towards the heavens. He's just straight on leg stump, and Pepper has glanced it down. And that'll be 4.
Yeah, I guess
Uncle. Extra applause, 50 partnership.
Yeah.
From 51 balls, 32 minutes.
Yeah, I guess uncle and nephew is very unique.
It is,
wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
Brothers, you'd have, fathers and sons.
Yeah.
Mothers and daughters. That's it's rare, but it happens.
Yeah.
It happen more often than you think would uncle and nephew.
So Gilchrist has the ball back now, just aborts his run up as Michael Pepper's just taking a moment to settle now. But looking good on his 31. So just cuts that away late off the off stump. That's a lovely shot actually, because there's no fielder out through third, and he's played it really late. Just picked the shot and kept it down through that third area, and that's 4 runs. He looks in good touch already. He's on to 35.
That was the good old-fashioned one-day shot, wasn't it? When one-day cricket first came in, the late cut, the little guide down to deep third, where they very rarely had a fielder in when one-day cricket came in, and that opening. But then they used to criticise that it ruined batters' techniques when they started opening the face of the bat, and it came into red ball cricket. But nowadays, they play every shot in all forms of the game, don't they? So you don't sort of delineate between, well, you should play those shots in 4-day cricket. These are in T20, and this is what you play in 50 over.
It's still 4 runs. Yeah.
Here's Wes Elgar bowling to 2 slips, running away from us at the river end into Critchley. He plays defensively out to the offside for no run. 372 4-5. There's a few more people just head for the exit. It gets a bit chillier out there as the sun dips down.
So we got best part of 11 overs to go. We'll get through those. The skies are bright here. No need for the floodlights even.
Somerset are all out now against Surrey. 285 all out.
Oh, that was a fight back, wasn't it, from Surrey? As maybe you'd expect from the county champions.
Elgar in and bowling to Critchley, and Critchley goes on the back foot and works it into the onside.
at the expense of a single to Kent, 373 for 5. Critchley goes to 87. Warwickshire 414 for 1 against Durham. Nottinghamshire 274 for 6 against Worcestershire. Hampshire 269 for 5 against Lancashire, and 2 wickets a day for Nathan Lyon for Lancashire. 2 for 94 from 29 overs. They are making full use of their overseas player, Lancashire, today, as you would for a man who's got in excess of 500 wickets. And they've cut his they've cut his time down, haven't they, by a couple of games as well, the Australian Cricket Board, as Elgar is in and bowling. Although Sonia behind me chirping away, he's keeping an England spinner out of the team.
Hartley's not playing.
No. Well, if you've paid for Nathan Lyon, you are going to use Nathan Lyon, aren't you? Let's face it. I'm surprised he's not opening the bowling, to be perfectly honest with you.
Within an inch of his life.
What a good signing that is, to be able to get someone like that these days in county cricket. I mean, you and I will have grown up, you know, when every county had a top line test player. Essex having Mark Waugh and Alan Border and the like. As Elgar is in and bowling, and they came back year after year after year. There's no run off that ball either, but yeah, Border and Waugh are two that immediately spring to mind when I was growing up and playing it and watching Essex. They sort of became sort of synonymous with certain counties. You look at Garner,
at Kent, and,
Garner and Richards at Somerset, synonymous every year they were back, weren't they? As you say, you know, that was great to see. Tendulkar at Yorkshire, do you remember that? 373 for 5.
How many seasons did he play at Yorkshire though?
Not many, but he was there because it was obviously because of the way Yorkshire selected their team at the time. It was obviously a big story to get Sachin Tendulkar to come there.
De Silva wasn't long at Kent, but an absolute legend by the time he'd left.
Oh, fantastic! Surrey have had their fair share down the years. A certain Sri Lanka wicketkeeper batter, so successful with them. Here's Elgar in and bowling, and that's swung away by Pepper, behind square on the onside, and it bisects long leg and mid wicket as they both look to converge on the ball, but they pick up 4 runs, 377 for 5. Another sweetly struck shot from Michael Pepper. Malcolm Marshall at Hampshire.
Yeah, indeed. Courtney Walsh at Gloucestershire.
Yeah, you see all the breaks.
Seeing him at Tunbridge Wells, just taking a lap round the ground. I'd be a bit too afraid to go up to him, to be honest.
Here's Elgar standing, turning, ball back in hand, having had it deposited to the boundary previous from Michael Pepper. He's in. Pepper steps out of his crease and continues to walk down and has to very quickly scamper back as Finch just motions to roll the ball towards the stumps. No damage done though. End of the over, and Essex are 377 for 5. 10 overs exactly remaining in the day here on BBC Essex and BBC Kent via the BBC Sport website and the app.
Of course, Andrew Simons, the late Andrew Simons at Kent. What a force he was, but yeah.
He just used to come, they came back year after year after year, and they were the top players. Obviously there wasn't as much international cricket play, but you know, they were proper bona fide established stars of international cricket that came and played in the county. Essex, you know, had their fair share down the years. Every county can point towards, well, I remember when we saw X running in from the boundary or some such, or smashing the ball to all parts. Aravinda De Silva. I think I may have seen him play for Kent.
Just the one season.
Yeah, I think I may have seen him that year.
He was. I think it turned his career around as well as a cricketer. His Gilchrist, well, not turned it around, but certainly much enhanced it. It's run down to 3rd by Critchley off the bowling of Gilchrist, just a little bit back of a length, allows him to do that. Takes a single. He's on to 88 now.
And they have filled that gap at deep 3rd now. Yeah, is down there, just under the lip of the Tom Pearce stand, from which he just emerged to do that piece of fielding.
Just wondering, was it 4 overs into the new ball, whether we've seen much extra from it? These batters both really well established as Gilchrist bowls. Well, there we go. A bit more bounce than we've seen. That was a bouncer from Gilchrist over. Well, not officially overhead high, says the umpire. That's Graham Lloyd allows that one, but got plenty of bounce. I don't know if there's a little bit of frustration and anger from Gilchrist in that. in his figures. He's going at 5s and over at the moment. He had to take a wicket.
It's a pretty lifeless sort of pitch, isn't it, for the seamers?
It's tough out there. Gilchrist bowling. Right behind it, Pepper, no run. On middle and off. And, yeah.
Yorkshire bowled out in Division 2 by Gloucestershire for 326. Shan Masood made 140. It's such a good spell with Derbyshire, Masood.
Yeah.
And Yorkshire stole in and took him away.
Yeah, he was part of a fight back, wasn't he, there? Because they were 120 odd for
Yes,
5, I think.
yeah, they
at
were
one
struggling.
point.
Brook and Root didn't make many today.
It's Gilchrist to Pepper. Drives it up towards mid-on. Tumbling stop by Matt Parkinson. And there's no run.
Cameron Steele 4 for 50 with his leg breaks for Surrey today as well. And
So
bowled
he
out Somerset.
Took 5 in the game against Lancs, didn't he? In the amount of play they had.
Just what Surrey needed, another bowling option.
Here's Gilchrist. Oh, it's a little bit thick edge there. Well, it is a thick edge from Pepper. Third will pick it up. Deep third, that's to under Miaye. But, well, I'm getting slightly excited. It was the outside part of the bat anyway. It was a false shot, but he gets a single for it anyway. Not much excitement for Kent today. They've relied to a great extent on misadventures by the Essex batters rather than anything off the pitch or anything they've managed to do. And again, that's no disrespect to the Kent bowlers. This is not an easy pitch for a ball to bowl with. That's decent delivery from Gilchrist, but Critchley's equal to it. Direct hit from Matt Parkinson as at the non-striker's end, or the striker's end rather, as Pepper runs through it, but they were safely home. End of the over, and they are 380 for 5 Essex on this first day. Chelmsford 89 for Critchley, 40 for Pepper, and getting near there. Where are we? 4th batting bonus point?
Yes, so they're at 3.
Right,
yeah, they're at 3 at the moment,
Yeah.
so they're 20 short of a 4th batting point. And Kent have got the 1 bowling point so far.
Yeah.
They'll
And
get another one.
and that's
next
been a
ball.
struggle.
Yeah, well, I think to be perfectly honest with you, regardless, and Essex obviously don't have Sam Cook in this team either, but it does look like it's going to be tough work for the bowlers out there on the evidence that we've seen today. As Wes Elgar continues from this river end, 9 overs remaining in the day. Elgar is in, just the 1 slip in now. He's in and bowling to Critchley, who eases that one away through mid-wicket and the onside. They're thinking about a second. They're going to come for a second. There was a slightly stuttering start, and they get through safely in the end. The throw was slightly awry, but they'd got sort of halfway down the wicket before they really started pushing for the second. Not realising they were already halfway there, but they pick up a couple of runs in the end, no problems whatsoever, and Critchley goes through to 91, 382 for 5. And they have a little chat as well as they go back, just to say, yeah, maybe need to be a little bit more definite with the calling there. If we're going to run 2, let's run 2. Let's not talk about the second mid-wicket. Here's Elgar. High sort of kicking style he has at the start of his approach, in and bowling, and that's short, and Critchley pulls that one away into the onside again. Man on the deep mid-wicket fence comes round and fetches it, and they'll pick up another couple of runs as well. It's a tidy enough piece of fielding, but mid-wicket had to run around so far that he couldn't stop the 2. 384 for 5, Critchley to 93 now.
There's some doubt over whether Wes Elgar, it was knew he was going to play a part in the first part of the season, but whether he'd be around for the first couple of games, I'm just penny for his thoughts at this point, thinking maybe signed up to come to England in April again. Maybe the Duke's ball might have been slightly more of an incentive than this for him, but obviously he regularly bowls with the Kookaburra ball down under, but this is a lot harder.
This is hard work for the seamers as Elgar is in and Critchley this time pushes out to the man at short mid-wicket, who's Miaye, who took the catch to dismiss Dean Elgar earlier on in the session. Afternoon session, that is. That was the end, wasn't it, of the afternoon session, the dismissal of Dean Elgar. And in this session, just the 1 success so far for Kent, the dismissal of Paul Walter, who was, I think, injured anyway.
Yeah,
and
limping.
Was eventually dismissed as Elgar turns
in bowling, and Critchley stretches for that one and cuts it away in front of square on the offside, and they pick up a single, 385 for 5, and a no ball. I thought Sonia was waving at me earlier on when she did that, and I realised she was signalling no ball, so thank you for that.
At all. So, yeah, that's 8 now, isn't it? From and similar actually in the Somerset innings at Kent, and I'm sure they'll be trying to address it between games, but it's not great. It's another 16 to the total.
No.
And obviously, if he does get a catch or an LBW appeal going his way, potentially robs him.
Elgar in, bowling to Pepper this time, and Pepper opens the face of the bat, guides that down to deep third, and it's 4 runs. He likes that shot, does Michael Pepper. He goes to 44, and the score to 391 for 5. And Wes Elgar turns. The umpire thinks it's the end of the over, and then double checks, and it isn't. And Elgar trudges back to his bowling mark, wondering why his captain didn't have someone down at deep third. And his captain's wondering why his bowler didn't say, "I'd like someone down at deep third, please." 2 balls to go in the over.
I think Danny Beltran was just asking Wes Elgar where he'd like him now, but in that sort of area.
Michael Pepper facing up and pushes defensively out to the offside, but wide enough of the man at extra cover to be able to take the single. Joe Denley does the fielding. 392 for 5. Pepper to 45 now from just 37 deliveries. He's played very nicely, Michael Pepper, in his first red ball outing of the season. No Adam Rossington, finger injury. No Sam Cook if you're a latecomer, a very latecomer to today's play. Cook a slight niggle in his thigh injury, we've been told, and out as a precaution. Elgar is in and bowling to Critchley. Critchley on the drive, that was right up in the block hole, fielded by Elgar on his follow through. End of the over, and Essex are 392 for 5, with 8 overs still to go in the day, and the scoring rate just below 4.5.
Yeah, York to finish. Decent delivery from Wes Elgar. Two batters just coming together. Brief conversation between Matt Critchley and Michael Pepper. Numbers 20 and 19 respectively on your bingo cards. Conversation between Daniel Bell Drummond and Matt Parkinson. It's Parkinson in his ear saying, "Come on, give me a go before the close. Go on, skipper." He's just following him around at the moment. Feels like he's just trying to he's going to go and grab the ball off Nathan Gilchrist now. No, he's just having a chat. So Gilchrist, 13 overs, 2 mains, none for 64 so far. It's bowled okay, occasionally getting some decent lift from this end. 392 for 5 though tells its own story. Essex well on top, and there we go. Gets a little lift there, but pretty harmlessly outside the off stump, and Pepper just almost turns his shoulder away at it and through to the wicketkeeper's no run. Jack Leaning's the only slip. 7 Centurions today in the county game. Alex Davies is still there for Warwickshire, 192 not out. Rob Yates made 191 for Warwickshire, 150 for Emilio Gay for Northamptonshire, 140 for Shan Massoud of Yorkshire. As Gilchrist bowls, it's taken on by Pepper. Was that a shot? Catch it? That's nowhere near being caught. He's pulled that one away for 4 behind square. Or maybe they were just making the fielder aware it was coming to come at some rate. And Wes Elgar goes and picks it up over the rope.
And the 3 other Centurions, the one here, Dean Elgar, made 120, Joe Clark for Nottinghamshire, 105, and Tom Lammonby, who was out for exactly 100, which sort of precipitated that Somerset collapse against Surrey earlier in the day. Pepper 1 short of a half century now.
In terms of bowling sides out today, are Surrey the only side that's done it? I'm just trying to think if I can hear any more. I don't think. I'm probably missing something really obvious.
No. Oh no, Yorkshire, yeah. So Gloucestershire bowled out Yorkshire eventually for 326. But yes,
Gotcha.
it's not been a day for the bowlers. I think that's probably what you were getting at.
No. Essex will hope they only have to bat once here, and that this partnership can go from strength to strength. Still got Simon Harmer to come next as well, haven't they? There's no mug with a bat whatsoever, and
nor is Shane Snater, by the way.
That's so on the brink of 400. They could easily be looking at 500 plus here. It'd certainly be their ambition.
Changing the field. We've taken out long leg, moved him round to more sort of wide, deeper back square. Just trying to tempt Pepper maybe into another hook or pull shot. It could be the double bluff, of course.
Yeah, Daniel Bell-Drummond is the man.
I always find it interesting when the captain ends up in the outfield somewhere where he can't really direct proceedings.
Well, there's no one particularly close to Michael Pepper at this point, but you're right, he's way out on the boundary now. And Gilchrist comes into bowl now and tries the uppercut there. Does Pepper? That's a one-day shot as well as a T20 shot, just trying to lift it through over the what will be the slip cord in that area. But misses it.
It's a test match shot, isn't it, if you play for England?
it's first ball of a test match. Yeah, Michael Pepper has no friends to talk to at the moment, does he? They're just giving him a wide berth as Gilchrist bowls to him. Again, that's a shortish ball, leg side-ish too.
They've tried him twice now, haven't they? Since he pulled that ball for 4, they've tried him twice now, Gilchrist. One where Pepper's tried the uppercut, and then again he was almost tempted, but then pulled out of pulling the shot because he's very well aware that Daniel Bell-Drummond is just stood there waiting. But it's good from Kent.
Yeah, trying everything they can to get a breakthrough here. 3.96 for 5. 4 more needed for that 4th batting bonus point, and there he helps it down towards 3rd, and that's a catch by Tawanda Mayeye. He's got his hand underneath it, and that is a great catch too from Mayeye. Well, he went for it this time, a shortish ball outside the off stump. He's just gently lifted it in the air, trying to fly it past Mayeye at deep 3rd. He's come in from the boundary though. It's dying on him. He's got right to the ground, fingers underneath it, and has grabbed it. That's a really, really good quality catch from Tawanda Mayeye. And the trap to an extent has worked as well for Michael Pepper, who goes for 49, 3.96 for 6, with 94 for Matt Critchley at the other end. But, well, it's an experiment that worked for Kent. They'll be pleased at least with that. Simon Harmer comes out next for Essex.
Yeah, I thought the way, after he'd pulled the initial ball for 4, Kent really thought that through and thought that out and were really thoughtful over their field placings there. And Pepper played a couple of not great shots, just trying to flick it over the keeper and then pulling out of a pull shot, which he did rightly there. But there he thinks, well, that's it, I'll just flip that one away. But there was a man down at deep 3rd, and as you say, it was really, really well judged by Tawanda Mayeye, because he's coming in off the fence. In the end, he has to dive forward as the ball dives on him, but it's a really, really good catch just above the turf. And Pepper out for 49, but those two, Critchley and Pepper, added 80, of which he got 49 of them. So it's a decent partnership, but it brings Simon Harmer to the wicket for Essex, with them at 396 for 6.
Yeah, it's partnership after partnership, isn't it, for Essex? And Cox went, that was 159. He put on with Dean Elgar, and then he put on another 89 with Matt Critchley, who put on, was it 50 odd with Walter? As you say, 80 with Pepper as well. They're just building these partnerships throughout the innings. But a second bowling bonus point for Kent. I don't know how much glee they'll have about that, but certainly very happy, as you say, that bit of captaincy, that bit of field placing worked for them. And it's one closer to putting their feet up, I suppose, you might say, at least for the bowlers and fielders.
Yeah, so I think we've thought him out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're going to try and do the same with Simon Harmer. These days the analysis is so forensic, isn't it? Every ball of every county game, at the very least, is on an analyst's laptop somewhere. They know about all these players. They've decided on 2 slips, deep 3rd, catcher at mid-wicket. Got some bounce there, Nathan Gilchrist. Got excited, but Harmer, to be fair, left it. It was just a good rising delivery just back of a length. George Garrett takes his jumper off. He's going to bowl next from the river end, but Nathan Gilchrist gets his wicket one for 68 from him from 14. It's 3-9-6 for 6 now, Essex.
Yes, a bit of success for Kent there, and well worked, some thoughtful captaincy, some good bowling as well, bowling to his field, and in the end getting the man they want, which is Michael Pepper, because he was the one that was doing the bulk of the scoring there. Critchley's been a little bit becalmed, but he's still there on 94, and they're going to bring George Garrett back on from this end. I mean, they call this end the Alistair Cook end.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
It's recently been renamed, but getting out of the habit of calling it the River end and getting out of the habit of calling the far end the Hayes Close end rather than the Graham Gooch end is going to take a little bit of getting used to be perfectly honest with you.
Thank you for subtly letting me know, though.
No, I haven't used it all day. It's just one of those things that it's going to take a little bit of getting used to, and it, sort of becoming common parlance. There was a point here when Chelmsford was officially appointed as a city. They wanted us to call this end the City end, but you can't get out of calling it the River end, as Garrett comes in and bowls to Critchley, who cuts away for just the single just behind square on the offside, and he goes to 95. But this is the River end, that's the Hayes Close end. 'Twas ever thus, really, and until they move grounds or hold us down and waterboard us, and then we're probably never going to be calling it the correct ends for regularly, if you see what I mean.
If it comes to it, I prefer some sort of financial inducement
Would you?
than the waterboarding, if it's all the same to everyone else.
We work for the BBC, the latter is more likely, to be perfectly honest with you. Garrett's got Harmer on strike now. Yet to get off the mark, faces the one delivery. Garrett's into him now, and Harmer just pushes defensively out to the offside for no run. 397 for 6. Gentleman just puts a jacket on to my right hand side, just feeling the chill. The gentleman's got his flask out, a warm beverage of some description. A few people just packing up, probably going to stay for the final 6 and a bit overs, but just packing up so they can make a quick getaway. Another chap's diligently scoring with his scorebook, just a couple of rows in front of us. As Garrett has 2 slips, crouching as he comes in and bowls to Harmer. Shout for LBW here, which is turned down very, very quickly. Behind the stumps, they gave up on it quite quickly, but Garrett went through with the full appeal, but it was turned down, and it's 397 for 6. Quick look at the replay tells us that that was missing leg stump when it struck the pad, so it would have continued going that way. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow morning, starting at 11 o'clock, day 2 here. Myself, I think Alex Hode is with us tomorrow,
indeed,
is he?
yeah.
Beth Harvey's with us, bringing you commentary. As Garrett is into Harmer, eases that one into the onside. He's played that very nicely. Nice piece of timing, actually. He'll pick up a couple of runs from no more than what was just a gentle push forward, but a nice piece of timing. And the score goes up to 399 for 6, and Essex are edging towards a 4th batting point. Say edging, they need another run. And Garrett just sweeps the hair away from his eyes and his head once again. Sort of mid-length hair, not overly long, but it blows around. He has to keep pushing it out of his eyes.
A shock or a mop, we decided on
okay.
the first game.
I'm good. I'm glad you had time to discuss that at length.
You'd be surprised.
Here's Garrett in and bowling, and Harmer just pushes defensively up to mid-off, and there's no run. Just one more ball to go in this, the 90th over of the day. Working vigorously on the ball is Wes Elgar, stood at mid-on. All the other games are also still in motion. No one's packed it up for the day as yet, so we're going to get through a whole day. There was a slight delayed start, Glamorgan against Derbyshire, and otherwise everybody started on time. As Garrett turns, runs away from us, in with 2 slips, bowling, and Harmer pushes out to the man at short mid-wicket this time. It's no run. Daniel Bell-Drummond does the fielding. End of the over. Garrett takes his sweater and his sunglasses, and Essex are 399 for 6.
Yeah, softly spoken young man is George Garrett. Enjoyed interviewing him after his wickets on his debut. Enjoying his cricket, just his 6th first-class match. He's 24, but didn't play very much for Warwickshire. That's where Kent have tried to make the canny signings by getting those good value players on the fringes of the county squads who have I suppose the deepest resources. Your your Warwickshires and Nottinghamshires, etc. Nathan Gilchrist, who has served his requirements at Somerset, coming through as a young bowler. I think there's a cure of about 12 seamers in front of him, to be fair, when he was 18. So he's bowling now to Critchley. Drops that into the offside. Vacant area, and that's 400 up for Essex. That's what the applause is. And they have themselves a 4th batting bonus point. And they batted really well in big partnerships all the way through the day.
7 for 65 today for Derbyshire's Alex Thompson, as Derbyshire bowled out Glamorgan for 237, so congratulations to him. Sam Northeast just the 11 today, after his triple century in the first game.
He's used all his runs up. It's Harmer push and run into the offside, into the cover. It's fielded by George Garrett. And there's a single there, 401 for 6.
Highest run scorer at Lords now, Sam Northeast, with his 335,
Indeed.
beating a certain Mr. Gooch and his 333.
That was just for England, though, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Got a century in the second innings of that game as well, Graham.
Did he
Gooch.
really?
He did,
I
yeah. Yeah.
That's outrageous.
As Gilchrist is in and bowling, pulled away behind square by Critchley. Won't get the boundary though. Just picks up the single, so he goes to 97. Sorry, I realise what you've done there.
I was pointing and waving at that point, yes.
Yes, I realise you've said Matt Critchley is nearing his century,
Yeah.
so you've done the time-honoured fashion in the commentary box, which is the home commentator gets the call home. Hopefully, the player to his century.
Yeah, I thought that might have been it as well, but I didn't see the fielder at deep fine leg, so...
Here's Gilchrist into Harmer. Again, same shot and the same result, which is a single, so 2 balls left to go in this over. 402 for 6. Warwickshire are 450 for 1 against Durham, and Alex Davies, the captain, has a double century now.
So how do we think this experiment's working with the Kookaburra ball, is it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Not great.
What they say about Durham when they came up was they should be okay. Good attack.
Yeah. If they had the Duke's ball.
Yeah.
Here's Gilchrist then into Critchley. Critchley on 97, plays pleasantly out to the offside, and they'll pick up certainly 2, and that is where it will stop as well. He goes to 99, and the score up to 404 for 6, and there's 1 ball remaining in this Nathan Gilchrist over as well, so I wonder whether Kent are going to play the cat and mouse game, bring everybody up, stop the single, or are we sort of beyond that part of the day now and say, look, he's done it before, he's not going to feel the pressure, so what do they do?
No, Danny Bell is adjusting the field. Just a little bit of psychological pressure. Oh, is he just going to take a bit of time here? Jack Leaning's in at slip in case Critchley just tries to throw everything in the kitchen sink at it, and edges behind. Yep, they are. There we go. You called it, Glenn. Joe Denley makes a not exactly a reluctant jog, but a slowish jog up from deep third to come into a gully position.
So, final ball this over. Gilchrist is into Critchley, and Critchley plays defensively down the pitch. And there will be no run, and there will be no century in this over. 5 to go. And Essex are 405 for 6. Critchley has 99, and Harmer has 4.
Yeah, not exactly looking nervous during that shot, was he? It's pretty procedural from him. And Garrett to continue from the newly named, sorry, that's the Cook end, the river end. I still think with their geographical landmarks that I'm not decrying it, obviously, that named after fine cricketers, but it still is the river end. It's the end with the river at it, isn't it? They haven't moved that yet. Here's Garrett then to bowl to Harmer. 2 slips in behind him on middle stump. Good length delivery, defended by the Essex batter. 405 for 6. And brief coming together. I mean that as in they're approaching each other and chatting between Elgar and Parkinson. Garrett goes in between them. Just a word of encouragement from Wes Elgar, the big Australian there. Here he is then. Garrett to bowl, to Harmer. Again, go for a push and run to the offside, but he's hit that so well it's gone straight to Compton at point. So there's no chance, no time for a run. 4:05 for 6. Essex. The 92nd over here. They started in a very different fashion. 10 for 2 they were when Kushi had gone bowled first ball for none by Elgar. Wesley edging a wild drive to Finch off Garrett, who bowls now to Harmer. Again, he's just trying to drop that to point and run, but he's picked out Compton. Next one to fall was after lunch, Jordan Cox, LBW to George Garrett for 67 in a massive partnership, 159 with Dean Elgar, who was out before tea, 120. Courtney AA bowled Parkinson, 89. Stand then with Matt Critchley. Paul Walter went for 33. Not before a 50 partnership between him and Matt Critchley. The bowling of Parkinson caught by Denley in the deep. This one's defended into the onside up to mid-on by Harman, and the last wicket to go, Michael Pepper caught. Great running catch to deep third by Tawandami AA off the bowling of Nathan Gilchrist, 449. That was an 80 partnership with Critchley, so they've just built through this afternoon. Tough out there for Kent. I'll have more work to do tomorrow unless they do something extraordinary in the next 5 overs. Or 4 and a bit it is now as George Garrett turns. Bowls to Harmer. And played it round his front pad. Maybe not entirely the excitement that George Garrett had there, but it's the late play to Daniel Bell-Drummond along the ground. There's no run. And ball to come with the 92nd over. He said 4 to come after this. Simon Harmer has 4. Matt Critchley 1 off a century. Garrett to Harmer. Oh, cuts that away. That was the shot he was looking for earlier, but a full flow of the hands this time. Gets the hands through it and cuts it out. Square on the onside for 4 runs. Lovely, lovely shot. Harmer's on to 8. 4:09 for 6 at the end of that George Garrett over for Essex here at Chelmsford. Only at the first evening of this county championship match between these two sides on BBC Essex, BBC Kent, via the BBC Sport website and app, and the Essex Cricket Club stream as well with the pictures. Thanks for joining us today. Kent will certainly enjoy their feet up tonight, I think. Nathan Gilchrist just in a chat with Jack Leaning. Skipper getting involved as well. No, Jack Leaning is helping him organise his field. I'm just wondering whether Daniel Bell-Drummond is. I've lost him. He's off the field. That's probably why Jack Leaning is organising. So Daniel Bell-Drummond is briefly off the field. So I believe that is Grant Stewart at mid-wicket. But Critchley run away from the century.
And he's facing up to Nathan Gilchrist. A ring of fielders on the offside to try to stop this single. Gilchrist is in and bowling to Critchley, forces off the back foot up to mid-on where Wes Elgar does the fielding, and there is no run. 99 from 165 deliveries so far for Matt Critchley. Just a quick look at his figures. Only 4 4s and 1 6 in that as well. He has a reputation as a clean striker and a bit of a bludgeoner of the ball, but he's showing he's got the all-round game. And just looking for this single now. Gilchrist is in and bowling to him, and he drives again up to mid-off, and again there's no run there. It's a wide open space at mid-wicket that he'd dearly love to just drop the ball into, but Gilchrist is keeping him honest. Sort of straightish mid-wicket, short on the square, but wide on either side of him. Massive spaces there. Gilchrist trying to get it outside off stump to prevent that. And he's in and bowling to Critchley, and that's short and it's pulled by Critchley. He's got an under edge on it. It's bounced into the ground and it's stopped
by a sprawling wicketkeeper Finch, and first slip dived away to his left-hand side as well, and that was almost a rather unfortunate dismissal, but no harm done.
Yeah, pitched well before it got to wicketkeeper and slipped, didn't it? But yeah, just looking at the toe end of his bat, as you say, a little toey under edge.
Gilchrist in once again then, halfway through this over. In and bowling to Critchley, who just tucks that one into the offside, calls his man through really quickly, and a century for Matt Critchley. He's made 100 from 168 deliveries, 4 fours and 1 6.
Lovely innings, as you were saying, relatively conservative for Matt Critchley considering what he can do to a bowling attack. And actually a couple of those, I think the 6 came pretty early in his innings, and a couple of 4s did as well, but he has engineered the ball around, accumulated fairly quickly as well throughout the afternoon, and played a part in 3 big partnerships as well for Essex, helping them to 410 for 6 now.
And Gilchrist is in and bowling to Harmer now. Harmer pulls that one away very carefully along the ground, out to square leg, and picks up a single, 410 for 6, the Essex score. 411 for 6, the scoreboard. I didn't think my eyes were falling in. The scoreboard eventually catches up.
Yeah, great innings by Critchley. The immovable object, but also he scored at a decent rate, hasn't he? He's pushed the ball around really well, kept the scoreboard ticking over. Kent have never really been in this first day. That owes a great deal to Matt Critchley.
Gilchrist is in and bowling to Critchley, who tries to clip that one down the leg side. Puff of dust as he catches his spikes in the ground, goes through to Finch, end of the over, 3 to go in the day now, and it's 411 for 6. The Essex score, Critchley exactly 100, and Harmer unbeaten on 9.
Just wondered if they might try a bit of spin before close, but maybe not. It's going to be George Garrett taking the jumper off again for Kent. And next landmark for Essex, 39 more needed from 17 overs. They should do that, shouldn't they, for a 5th batting bonus point?
Yeah, it's just unless they give it away, isn't it, in trying to get there. But Shane Snater to follow is no mug at all with the bat. Neither is Aaron Beard, to be fair to him either. And Jamie Porter's always good for holding an end up.
Kent hoping for wickets now, as Grant Stewart it is at mid-wicket, and Tawanda Mayeye at extra cover, both of them, or cover rather, and fairly short and narrow there. One slip in as Garrett bowls to Harmer, very solidly behind that one. Won't give much encouragement to the bowler. And there's a dot ball there.
So Essex won the toss and batted. Start of play today, and were 1 for 1 after the first over. Feroz Kushi went to the 5th delivery of the day, his first of the day, leaving one alone from Wes Elgar, and was bowled. Tom Wesley quickly followed him, and Essex were in a deal of trouble really at 10 for 2 halfway through the 4th over of the day.
Garrett to Harmer, full length, slightly over pitch, lovely flick of the wrists by Harmer. Won't make 4 as Gilchrist is chasing it down at square leg, but just clipping it through square leg with a roll of the wrists, and timing is Simon Harmer. He seems to be seeing the ball very large indeed.
Cox and Elgar then came together and added 159 runs before Cox was LBW to Garrett for 67 against his former side. There was then a good stand as well between Critchley and Elgar, and again Elgar surprisingly out, popping up a catch to Tawanda Mayeye off the bowling of Parkinson for 120.
Garrett bowls now to Harmer, just tries to cut that into the offside, ends up about 6 feet from him, just chopping it into the ground, and there's no run.
Paul Walter was next to go with the score on 316. He'd made 33, but it looks as though he may have injured himself while batting, caught by Joe Denley off the bowling of Parkinson once again. The last man to go, Michael Pepper, Caught down at deep third by Mayeye. Good catch this one, diving forward off the bowling of Gilchrist for 49. Pepper and Critchley had added 80 for the 6th wicket, of which Pepper had actually outscored his batting partner, making 49 from 42 balls.
Garrett to bowl to Harmer once more. Forward defensive, no run.
The Kent bowling, Wes Elgar 1 for 85 from 16 overs with 1 maiden. Garrett, who is back on from his 18 overs before the start of this, had 2 for 62. Gilchrist 1 for 76 from his 16. Parkinson 2 for 110 from his 26. Jack Leaning none for 48 from his 11. And young Jaden Denley 6 overs, no maidens, none for 24.
Yeah, and the run rate about 4.4 for Essex, 4.13 for 6 in the 94th over here. Harmer again goes on the drive. Quick reactions by Grant Stewart actually. He throws the ball underarm to try and see if he can catch Matt Critchley out of his crease. So I get to use my, well, it's not a stat exactly, but the last representative, or before the Loughborough game that Grant Stewart played in, he played against Vanuatu for Italy in an ECB Nations playoff, because he's, as you can tell from the name Grant Stewart, he's quite deeply Italian. And here's George Garrett. That's really unfair because his mum's Italian, but there we go. So yes, driven up towards mid-on, and Kent fans will be bored of hearing this, but maybe they won't. I think it's quite a quirk. Gareth Berg is the captain of that side, and he is, I think, chief recruiter as well.
Right.
So.
He's the one looking for if someone's ever eaten pasta,
Absolutely
that sort
right.
of thing. Yeah.
So Grant Stewart has a proper claim.
No, he's genuine. Yeah,
exactly, to be an
Italian parentage.
Wayne Madsen, less so, I think.
Derbyshire batter.
Yeah. So, yeah, but they were playing the likes of.
He likes a nice Chianti, does he?
Q8, sort of and does feel like they're going rather down the Jack Charlton, Tony Cascarino.
Yes.
Tony Cascarino famously found out he wasn't Irish in any shape or form.
Correct, yeah, but it didn't stop them.
No. Yeah. It was later they found out that, not while he was playing for Ireland.
The Ipswich Town footballer Matt O'Holland, that sort of thing, was it? Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. Right, 2 overs to go in the day. Nathan Gilchrist, who is not Irish or Italian, is going to bowl from the Hayes close end. He's going to be bowling to the Centurion, Matt Critchley, exactly 100 not out. And Gilchrist, just the one slip now, is in. Just getting a little bit murky here, and that's pushed out to the offside for a single. 414 for 6. The sun has slipped behind a little bit of cloud cover. Breeze has got up as well. The crowd has thinned out too.
I'd like to say that Grant Stewart is everybody's favourite Italian Australian from Sandwich.
Yes.
He played his club cricket. So yeah, there we go. Exotic
from all parts.
Opposition from
Slightly slipped in the field. They've moved first slip out to gully. Gilchrist is in and bowling to Harmer. Just plays defensively back down the pitch for no run. 10 legal deliveries left in the day. It's been Essex's day, although Kent will have scented a little bit of an opening when they had them at 10 for 2, but the conditions always looked good for batting, and Essex eventually have taken full toll of that. As Gilchrist walks away to the top of his run in the distance, and Harmer, a crouching position that he has, eases that one behind square on the onside. I think there'll only be the single here. Yep. As the man at backward square comes herring in to cut off any hopes of a second. 415 for 6 is the score. So Gilchrist ambles back to his bowling mark. Rather tired looking walk back to his bowling mark from Gilchrist. So he bowls a bouncer. Critchley thinks about it and then very quickly pulls out of the shot and lets it go through, and it's a no ball as well. Now, is it, or was it just the one for the over? I thought he had an outstretched arm to start with. Now he's pointing at his shoulder.
It was a no ball. Yeah, it's unhittable, I think. Is that, or is that the? Was he overstepping?
I can only think he was overstepping because
Yeah.
Kitley went to pull it and then changed his mind.
So that's the extra effort required.
Here's Gilchrist again. Open face of the bat from Critchley, drops that behind square on the offside, comes through for the single. 416.46.
So at this point, Nathan Gilchrist probably just doesn't want to bowl another another ball, no matter how much effort he's putting into that one.
Can you not just stick the spinner on for the final opener? Yeah. This next one from Gilchrist is down the leg side. Harmer lazily sort of thinks about flicking away at it, but there's no real sort of impetus behind the shot, and it goes through to Finch. 418.46. Harmer there on 12 from 24 deliveries. And here's Gilchrist for his last legal delivery of the day. Turns into Harmer. Oh, blimey, that's a no ball.
Yeah, that's definitely on height.
That's tennis ball bounce, that one is. Yeah. I don't think I'd have reached that standing on Simon Harmer's shoulders. That's how high it's gone. So another runner cruise to the Essex total.
Yeah. So it's 4 from no balls, 3 off the bat in this one.
That seems rather unnecessarily from Nathan Gilchrist, to be perfectly honest with you. 420 for 6, couple of runs added. Here's Gilchrist in once again to Harmer, who pushes out from the crease. Fielded by Miyeye, and there'll be no run there. End of the over, end of Gilchrist's work for the day, and with Essex at 420 for 6.
Perhaps Nathan Gilchrist just trying to bowl as fast as possible there and as dangerous as possible. A bit of frustration from the day they've had, but it's starting to look like one of those overs you sometimes sort of say this in T20, you just need to get out of as cheaply as possible at the other end, and adding a no ball to it wasn't ideal. Oh, there we go. Jayden Denley on debut is going to bowl the last over of the day. Of course he is. Why not? The 18-year-old bowl. Slow left arm. Advice from Matt Parkinson. Take a wicket, son, would be the best one, I think.
None for 24 from his 6 so far.
Bowl's quick. Not a tremendous amount of air given to the ball as a spinner. Keeps a little bit low, but Critchley is not discomforted by that. Just guides it out towards Ben Compton. Number 2 on his back. On the offside. And field coming in. Is that right? Got Simon Harmer? Maybe just a metre or 2 for Parkinson and Denley at mid-off and mid-on respectively. Slip in still. Garrett at mid-wickets. Full toss from Denley. Looks a bit disappointed with himself as he turns there. Grabs the ball. A throw from his uncle. Nephew Jayden bowls now. And defended back at him by Harmer. Let's get through his overs very quickly if they're worried about their over 8. I don't think they will be. They bowl plenty of spin today. 3 to go of the day. Unless, of course, one of these is a wicket-taking ball. George Garrett fields that on the tumble. Rather a clumsy one in the end. The sunglasses come off the head, so too the cap. But he fields the ball. 2 to come. On this day that Essex have dominated. 4-2-1 for 6. This next one again defended to Garrett at mid-wicket. A quick look over his shoulder, but now Jayden Denley bowls the last ball of the day, and it's stoutly defended by Simon Harmer, who finishes on 12, and Matt Critchley will get the lion's share of the applause for Essex from their 421 for 6. involved in a number of big partnerships today, and he has 103 not out from 173 balls to close day one here at Chelmsford. 421 for 6. As Glenn was saying, Kent started well with the ball, 2 breakthroughs, 10 for 2 Essex were, but then partnership after partnership. A century from Elgar, 67 from Cox, Pepper 49, and Critchley's 103, making it very much Essex's day here at Chelmsford.
Thanks to Matt Cole, thanks to Sonia Twigg for their company today. Thanks to you for your company as well. We'll return tomorrow at 11 AM via the BBC Sport and app and website. In the meantime, enjoy your Friday evening.